I don't think from the intelligence community standpoint, there's an ability to protect sources and methods, but still meet our obligations to keep members of Congress informed through its proper oversight role.
Doctor?
There is a provision of law that requires that Congress be fully and currently informed of all current and significant anticipated activities. I'm probably the only person in this room who was in the Senate chamber when the Senate Intelligence Committee was created, so I am an advocate for congressional oversight, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have read that statute myself, but I've had to bring it up and still get fought a few times in the Intelligence Committee. So the next question for the two of you, is it important for the IC to try to know all they can about the weapons systems of our adversaries, including biological weapons?
Absolutely, and in the case of China, the intelligence community has publicly addressed China as our top national security threat from a nation-state perspective. So particularly, that's important with respect to the country of China.
Mr. Chairman, yes, this has always been a high priority for U.S. intelligence since the committee was created in 1947.
Thank you. Should a virus that killed more than 1 million Americans be an intelligence priority for the IC, and specifically the CIA and DIA?
Absolutely.
Doctor?
That depends on the policymakers. We don't make our priorities. The President, the National Security Council determine the priorities for the intelligence community. So if they determine it's a priority, then yes, it is. If they decide there are higher priorities, then no, it isn't. But this is not a call for the intelligence community. This is something that's not understood. We don't set our priorities. We are there to respond to the policymakers. I helped create the current priority system, and it's one where we derive from the President and his National Security Council where are the areas you want the most emphasis, knowing that inevitably there are going to be areas where we spend less attention because we have finite resources.
Well, that's a fair assessment. I would have to say as a policymaker that I think it should be a very high intelligence priority. That, well taken. Finally, Director Ratcliffe, we sent a document request letter to Director Haynes on February 13. To date, we have yet to receive any documents from ODNI. Understanding all the appropriate restrictions on classified material, as a former director, do you believe it's important for ODNI to fully cooperate with our investigation and produce the requested documents?
Yes.
I would now like to yield to Ranking Member Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, understanding how COVID-19 came to be is critical to America's public health. I want to point out and make clear that we wouldn't even be having this hearing in the first place if it wasn't for President Biden taking early and decisive action in May 2021 to investigate whether the novel coronavirus originated in a lab or nature. President Biden directed the intelligence community to conduct this review to, quote, do everything we can to trace the roots of this outbreak that has caused so much pain and death around the world so that we can take every necessary precaution to prevent it from happening again. In fact, the very intelligence that Democrats and Republicans voted to declassify last month was collected because of President Biden's directive for the intelligence community to use every tool at its disposal to investigate COVID-19's origins. Dr. Lowenthal, can I get a quick yes or no? Was President Biden's directive a critical step in advancing our understanding of the pandemic's origins?
Yes.
I agree. And thanks to this action, we're making progress every day in advancing our understanding of the pandemic's origins, despite continued obstruction from the Chinese Communist Party. And while we know more now than we ever did before, the fact of the matter is that the intelligence community's assessment remains inconclusive on whether the virus emerged from either human contact with an animal or from a laboratory accident. Various elements of the intelligence community have made different assessments, all but one of which were made with low confidence, meaning without certainty. Dr. Lowenthal, you have explained that the function of intelligence is to reduce uncertainty. When intelligence on a particular issue is divided between two conclusions, what is the best course of action for policymakers? Should we prepare in the event of both scenarios?
Probably, but policymakers can make their own decisions regardless of the intelligence you give them. We are not speaking ex cathedra. We're giving their best intelligence, and then they're making decisions. But if you had two strong possibilities, and I were a policymaker, which I've only done once or twice in my career, I would say, yes, you should try to protect against both of them.
I agree with this too, and this is exactly the approach that President Biden and Democrats have taken, an approach that puts people over politics. While our intelligence community continues to collect and analyze information that will bring us closer to a definitive conclusion, we have worked to prevent and better prepare for the next deadly pandemic so that we can keep the American people safe, no matter if this threat originates from an animal or a lab. In fact, last Congress, Democrats included in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 significant reforms to address pandemic preparedness. This includes provisions to enhance safety standards for biomedical research involving pathogens of pandemic potential and to recruit more public health workers with epidemiological backgrounds. It also includes reforms to prevent undue foreign influence in our nation's biomedical research, such as the requirement that participation in foreign talent programs be disclosed to receive NIH grants, and a provision directing the Secretary of Health and Human Services and national security officials to identify and develop strategies that address threats to sensitive biomedical research. There's a whole host of other common sense reforms that we passed last Congress as part of this package that are outlined on this fact sheet. Mr. Chairman, permission to enter it into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And you know, I find it interesting that despite how much my colleagues on the other side of this dais have focused their efforts to push a lab leak narrative, they voted against these reforms that help prevent lab leaks in the future. I also want to point out the good work the administration is doing by partnering with our allies to press for strong international standards for biosafety and security as part of its national security strategy. And while these are all good steps forward, I do think that there's more we should do and can do. Dr. Lowenthal, what additional steps should we be taking from an intelligence and policy perspective to build on this work and to better prepare us for future pandemics?
Well, I outlined those in my opening statement, Mr. Ruiz, but one of the things you have to remember about the intelligence community is we are a volunteer organization. I cannot draft doctors any more than the military can draft individuals. And so when we go out looking for people, looking for experts, we have to hope they want to come work for us. But we obviously have gaps. The National Military Intelligence Center is there, but they are mostly been devoted to supporting the defense establishment, which is fine. I'm suggesting we need broader expertise than that. But you have to remember, we can only recruit the people who come to the recruiting table. This is one of the great frustrations of my life in my last 3 years at CIA. But we have to look at our expertise across the community, and we have a system for doing that, and ask ourselves, where are the gaps, and then how do I go hire the people to fill in those gaps?
Dr. Lowenthal, I received my medical doctorate at Harvard Medical School. I received my master's in public policy from Harvard's Kennedy School. And I realized that when I was at the Kennedy School, the CIA was there recruiting students to join their firm. Yet there was no recruitment happening in the public health school, which I later received a master's in public health from Harvard School of Public Health, or from the Harvard Medical School. So perhaps one of the suggestions would be to entertain the career options for public health and physicians and medical scientists to join the intelligence communities in doing their research as well.
I think that would be a good idea. There were also no CIA recruiters when I got my degree from the Harvard History Department. We tend to, we have to rethink how we recruit. So going to medical schools, public health policy schools would be a very good idea.
Thank you. I yield back.
Now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Comer from Kentucky, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each of the witnesses for being here today. As I've said from the beginning, discovering the origins of COVID-19 is vital to both the public health and national security of the United States. Former CDC Director Redfield testified last month that this is not simply a scientific question, but also one of intelligence. And I agree with that. And we need to ensure the intelligence is accurate and truthful. On March 17, 2020, one of the most influential papers of all time was published in the scientific journal Nature Medicine, entitled The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. It was prompted by Dr. Fauci and written to suppress the lab leak hypothesis. This paper stated that no type of lab-based scenario is possible. Director Ratliff, is that factual?
It is not.
Mr. Feith, to you, is that statement factual?
Based on my understanding, no.
10 days later, on March 26th, the State Department produced a memo that stated U.S. scientists assessed the virus emerged naturally. It continued to say a lab leak was improbable and not supported by the available evidence. Director Ratliff, are those statements factual?
They are not.
Mr. Feith, to you, are those statements factual?
No, they were at best overstated.
Mr. Feith, you were involved in the briefing that produced that memo?
I was a recipient of the briefing that the memo is an account of.
So while serving at the State Department investigating the origins of COVID-19, were you ever briefed by an author of the proximal origin paper?
Yes, sir.
During the preparation of that memo, which I referenced above, do you believe the unnamed scientist had apparent conflicts of interest?
In short, yes, especially based on what we know since then about them.
Were the authors, were they the ones that were briefing the intelligence community, the authors of that?
So that document is a write-up of a so-called analytic exchange that had been hosted by the State Department's Intelligence and Research Bureau that day or the day before, including a number of U.S. scientists who were briefing a range of policymakers from across the interagency.
So that the authors were on the conference call with Dr. Fauci on February 1st, 2020, where they almost universally said COVID-19 may have come from a lab.
That actually I'm not sure of, and there's a little bit of a difficulty in identifying exactly who was part of that State Department briefing just because of the rules that we were subject to.
Okay. Director Ratliff, once you became director, did Dr. Fauci relay any of these concerns to you?
He
that
didn't.
may have come from a lab?
He did not.
And why do you think he did not?
Well, that would I would obviously have to speculate, but I would point you to Dr. Fauci being perhaps the best person to answer that, and there is publicly available under information that has been obtained through open sources and freedom of information, where Dr. Fauci and other virologists and scientists talk about the fact that it would bring unwanted attention to funding sources and the research that was taking place using funding sources, domestic funding sources from the United States, and the relationship of certain Western scientists with scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where unsafe coronavirus research was taking place in labs that did not have appropriate biosafety levels and precautions, as had been reported.
Oh, this is so bad. It just gets worse every day. These scientists flipped 180 degrees with no new evidence, produced a paper not based on facts, and then may have used that paper to brief the intelligence community and suppress the lab leak hypothesis. This is a how-to manual in orchestrating a cover-up by using some of the most powerful and influential institutions in our country. If you ask me, this was set in motion by Dr. Fauci to hide U.S. funding of gain-of-function research and dodge accountability for a virus that has killed more than 1 million Americans. This must be investigated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Mafumbe from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Winstrup, and my thanks also to Ranking Member Ruiz and all others who collaborated to make sure that we could have this hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses for their participation. Mr. Ratcliffe, welcome back. Mr. Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored in many ways that the Chinese Communist Party's growing influence is absolutely contrary to America's interests and to America's values. If we as a Congress fail to meet this moment, I fear that we will undermine for some time to come our ability to respond to the next public health crisis and to protect American interests both at home and abroad. We've got a long road ahead of us. However, in the last 2 years, Congressional Democrats, as the majority party during that time, working with President Biden, did lay the groundwork to make sure that we take decisive action necessary to safeguard and to advance our health, our geopolitical, and our economic interest. In October of last year, the Biden administration announced its national security strategy, which includes, as most of us know, a three-part plan focused on outcompeting China. And Mr. Chair, I would ask unanimous consent that that national strategy be entered into today's record.
Without objection.
The first step of the plan was to invest in strengthening American competition. President Biden delivered on that, rolling out initiatives guided by the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act to strengthen American manufacturing and American supply chains, all, mind you, while solidifying America's technological leadership on the global stage. The State Department also launched, as we know, the China House Initiative, which brings together China experts from throughout the State Department and security officials to help the administration responsibly manage competition between the U.S. and China. The second step of the plan was to work with America's allies with common purpose and with a common sense. President Biden delivered, convening, as we know, the leaders of Egypt, Cambodia, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, the EU, Italy, the UK, Mexico, and Canada to emphasize that combating China's global influence must be a team effort, to which, by the way, they all concurred. The third and final part of the plan was to put resources to defending America's interests abroad. The President delivered, including in his fiscal 2024 budget proposal to the Congress, comprehensive investments in the Indo-Pacific region's critical infrastructure, as well as investments focusing on shoring up American defenses in that region. Dr. Lowenthal, you're by all counts an expert in intelligence matters and have a robust understanding of China's influence in the global order. I appreciate the recommendation in your written testimony advocating for a national intelligence officer. I appreciate the chair's comments that if, in fact, there is a similar position in place, that we ought to look at expanding that role. Can you tell this committee, sir, and the American people what you think is the most important tactic that this Congress can use to counter the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, I think it's, excuse me, Mr. Mifune, I'm recovering from a cold. I don't have COVID, I promise you. It's less a tactic than a strategy. We need a strategy for dealing with China, and it's a difficult issue because we are entangled with them economically. They are a competitor. They are a rival. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily an enemy, but we have to figure out how do we outcompete them without resulting in overt hostility. And you have to also remember that anything that we do is going to have a reaction from the Chinese. So when President Biden tries to control the chip industry, for example, so that we're not supplying a rival with the technology that they need, which makes good sense to me. We did the same thing to the Soviet Union during the Cold War very successfully. The Chinese interpret that as an act of hostility, which if we were all sitting in Beijing, we'd probably agree with.
Good morning, Ed. How are you?
It's important,
Hi,
certainly
Kim,
as an intelligence analyst,
here.
to understand how the other side is going to react. But I think we need a strategy.
It's very
and I think
early.
we have elements of that strategy. I think the AU, the United States, British, Australian
I just saw
alliance
this.
is part of that
I
strategy.
love
I think
myself
that's
some
being successful.
Ratcliffe.
I think our relationship with India is part of that, is successful. But this is also, we have to be prepared, just as we were during the Cold War.
Thanks for
This is a long struggle.
Cast is great.
This is not going to wrap up in this administration or the next administration. This is a long-term struggle. But I think if you look at it objectively, would you rather be China or the United States? I'd still rather be the United States.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Mr.
Mr. Lowenthal, Dr. Lowenthal, my time has expired. Mr. Chairman, there's much to be done, obviously. I just want to invite colleagues on both sides of the aisle here and in the larger body to work together in a thoughtful manner to develop national security solutions based on putting the American people first. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Maliotakis from New York for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses who are here today. What is equally as important as the CCP's actions to cover up and conceal the origins of COVID is understanding what role our government may have played in the origins of this virus and to what level, if any, that the health officials and members of our media attempted to conceal or hide the truths from the American people. The questions surrounding American tax dollars being used to potentially fund the origins of this virus and attempts to suppress them,
Bonjour,
that is what
Marie.
I'm here
We
to
are
focus on today.
watching
In November of 2021,
some
Dr. Fauci told
congressional
Senator Rand
people,
Paul under oath that the NIH did not
representatives,
fund
House
gain-of-function
Representatives.
research at the Wuhan
Question
lab, despite
Ratcliffe. I
having
always
been
call him Daniel
explicitly
Ratcliffe. His name is
told in
not
an
Daniel
email in
Ratcliffe, I
January of
don't think. I don't even know.
2021
But the
that
old CNI
NIH
guy,
had a monetary
our favorite,
relationship with the
and
Wuhan
a
Institute
couple of
through
other
the Eco
guys.
Health Alliance. During the committee's initial
Talking about
origins
origins
hearing
of COVID,
in
sorry.
March, I asked
I'm
former
not really
CDC
using my
Director
words this
Dr.
morning.
Redfield whether the NIH was funding or had funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute, and he told me, direct quote, "No doubt."
I am.
unquote,
I was telling him the
NIH was
past feels pretty
funding
good.
this research
I mean,
in
so far
Wuhan,
so good.
refuting Dr. Fauci's claims. I'll start with you, Mr. Ratcliffe. Do you agree with Dr. Redfield?
I do.
Given what we know now, if you were in Dr. Fauci's position, would you have denied that the NIH's role in gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab?
No.
Do you think that Dr. Fauci lied under oath?
No, I want enough.
I think that some of Dr. Fauci's testimony is inconsistent with
Really?
some of the intelligence that we have.
So
that
under oath,
remains,
you're saying another person lied.
classified, as well as inconsistent with some information that is publicly available.
Do you think that President Biden should declassify all information related to COVID origins, every single document as was requested and passed by the
Do you think that
legislature?
sounds like a good idea ever,
Well, with the caveat that
Director of National Intelligence?
we always have to be careful about protecting our sources and methods.
Apparently,
particularly,
Maliotakis
those sources
doesn't
and
give a
methods,
shit.
as it
So
relates
fucking
to
let it loose,
what the
babe.
intelligence community uniformly agrees is our number one threat from a nation-state actor standpoint. But with that caveat, providing as much information about our intelligence as possible while preserving those sources and methods should absolutely take place.
Thank
You're
you.
right,
As soon
Jeff.
as possible.
Acting
Mr. Feith, do you agree with Dr. Redfield's original testimony that this funding, which very well likely played a role in the virus, came from actually, let me back up and fill you guys in. So even more troubling at the time.
What the fuck is the kid
expiring
behind her
hearing,
looking at?
Dr. Redfield
What is he? Has he
testified
never
that not
been in
only
this
did
chamber
American tax
before?
dollars fund gain-of-function
Is this
research
ceiling
through the
interesting?
NIH, but also from that the Wuhan lab received money from State Department, USAID, and the Department of Defense. Do you agree with Dr. Redfield's testimony that this funding, which very likely played a role in the virus, came from these government agencies?
My understanding is consistent with what you've read back in terms of the many funding sources that ran, from Washington to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and certainly if the COVID origin is indeed a lab leak from there, it was from, bat coronavirus research programs, some of which were funded by the United States government.
Okay, because we had previously heard about the NIH funding, but up until that hearing, I had not heard that it was potentially the State Department, USAID, and the Department of Defense that had also funded Wuhan lab activities. So the U.S. government determined that the Wuhan lab collaborated on publications and special projects, top secret projects, with the CCP military since at least 2017.
Well, Marie, it must be fucking fascinating.
Knowing this,
And it
for
must
what
be the nicest
purpose would
sconce
U.S.
on the
Department
face
of
of the
Defense
fucking planet,
funding be provided
because
to the Wuhan lab?
I don't even know how to describe him, but I will find a word.
Well, I think for a
can't
full
let it
answer,
go.
I defer to folks from DOD and from the DOD, biodefense relevant components, but in principle, the kind of broad theme of the funding, as I always understood it, across different parts of our government, NIH and USAID and state and otherwise, was based on a certain theory of pandemic prevention by scooping up these viruses, playing with them in the lab, and then trying to design vaccines and therapies. But there were always warnings that this was extremely dangerous work, and that the work courted exactly the kind of danger that appears to have happened in Wuhan.
So this guy's
And from our
basically
perspective, at the parts of the State
either a
Department that don't
snitch or a-
specialize in this, part of what was
You
most
better remember
troubling
he's
is that
under oath.
when
That's all I'm gonna
COVID
say.
broke out in Wuhan, practically on the doorsteps of that lab, we did not have folks from other parts of the government raising their hand to educate the non-experts across the government in how plausible this was and how it needed to be taken seriously.
Under the Trump
In fact, the
administration,
folks
you
from the
mean?
other
Is
parts
that
of
what
the
you
government that
mean?
work these issues generally were deflecting attention, and that cost us a lot of time and understanding that was really damaging.
All right, well, I've run out of time. And Mr. Ratcliffe, you have anything to add to that? Because I saw you nodding your head. If not, I'll defer back to the chairman. Thank you.
Now recognize Dr. Barra from California for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot happened in the last 3 years. 1 million Americans died. We can go back and relitigate the past. I can go back and look at the prior administration that we set up an Office of Pandemic Preparedness that was there solely to advise the NSC. That was disbanded. That was a mistake. We raised alarms at that time. We raised preparations. I held the first hearing on the novel coronavirus at that time in February of 2020. We pushed the Trump administration to do everything they could to get our scientists to the hot zone, et cetera. So I can very well argue the lab leak theory because, China did not cooperate. They did not let folks get in there, et cetera. I can also make a case for why initially folks thought it jumped from an animal to a human.
Okay, Rip.
At this point, I think, as Dr. Lowenthal said, I don't think we're ever going to get an answer because I don't think China will ever let us get to the hot zone, will ever let us interview folks. I don't even think those scientists probably are around. I don't think the data that we would have to look at is there. So I think we have to take both theories seriously. I think the intelligence community should continue to try to get an answer with high confidence. But Mr. Feith, as you accurately pointed out, any bad actor out there in the world just saw what a virus did to the entire planet. What keeps me awake at night are these biothreats, are the fact that a lot of this equipment is readily available. I think it's legitimate for this committee to discuss and educate ourselves on gain-of-function research. There is a legitimate reason to do this, to help us develop the counter tools, et cetera, but we should debate what kind of labs should do this. What are lab standards, et cetera? How do you make sure labs like Wuhan, which clearly did not have the precautions in place, are not doing research that might potentially allow something like that? Those are all legitimate areas, Mr. Chairman, that we should be thinking about policy on. We should be
100%.
putting protocols in place, et cetera. We should be working with the IC to assess these threats. Mr. Feith, let me ask you a question. We have to work with the international community. There's a reason why the United States government partners with labs around the world, because we do want to have these early warning systems. We do want to go to where these novel viruses are emerging, whether man-made or naturally jumping from animals to humans, because we'd rather discover it over there. We'd rather have early warning systems abroad. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think broadly, biosurveillance is extremely important. As you've said, I think that there are, though, especially in light of COVID, clearly very important consequential questions about how broadly that kind of pandemic preparedness work should apply in terms of creating in laboratory environments certain viruses of a sufficient
waiting for the
lethality and
answer.
infectiousness that might be completely unlikely ever to emerge in nature. But having created them in a lab, we've delivered the world a risk that wouldn't have otherwise existed except with an
That wasn't
infinitesimally
his
small
question.
unlikelihood.
So I think that's accurate. Should we be doing that type of, we can certainly have that debate. And if that type of research is taking place, what are the exact highest safe standards that have to exist if that research is taking place? That said, there's nothing that is going to prevent bad actors in other countries and other, individuals from doing this type of research. Director Ratcliffe, would you agree that, we ought to be really concerned about biothreats going into the future within Congress?
Absolutely.
And what types of steps would you take? We've got to work with the international community to develop those standards. We've got to work with the international community to try to detect these risks and bad actors early on. And what are some recommendations you might have?
Well, to that point, I would agree with that, but the facts that are not in dispute here and have been acknowledged by those international organizations, including the World Health Organization, was that they were lied to initially by Chinese officials and that they were coerced into making or not taking certain actions that they later regretted. And so some of those world organizations, like the World Health Organizations, have corrected and have now tried to bring about China's participation. I think, from a common sense standpoint, Congressman, if to this question about the origins, if China had exculpatory evidence that showed that this was of natural origins or that there was not a lab leak, you would expect that they would share that information with international organizations, which they have not. They have not shared it with anyone.
100%. And again, China's acted irresponsibly here. They put the entire world at risk. I would not trust them as a legitimate partner at this point. That said, we would hope that at some point, if they look back at the damage that happened to their own country, that they would be forthright working with us and working with the rest of the world to get to the bottom of this and prevent the next pandemic. So I'm out of time, but again, this isn't about trusting China. It's about actually preparing and preventing the next pandemic.
I now recognize Dr. Miller Meeks from Iowa for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Dr. and Chair Winstrup. I will be signing on to the letter just as an aside, so thank you for that. And I want to thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Dr. Barra, for his comments as well. Almost 2 years ago, we had a hearing, this committee had a hearing into the origins of COVID-19. Unfortunately, it was only attended by Republicans. But at the press conference following that hearing, I could tell that people were thinking of this as a partisan issue. And why it's critically important that we understand COVID-19 origins is to prevent future outbreaks and global pandemics, precisely that. And why? One is that we know that there was a lack of disclosure. We know that international health regulations require 24 hours notice. And certainly, we were not notified of this until late January, even though I think the evidence points to the virus circulating in the fall of 2019. We need to know, as previously mentioned, because of biosafety laboratory research. Is there research being conducted? We understand, even in the best laboratories, there can be leaks. But Biosafety Lab 4 work was occurring in a Biosafety Lab 2. And the international community has a vested interest in both disclosure and that the proper type of research is occurring in the proper biosafety lab. And then 4, as previously mentioned again, and I think needs to be underscored, the ethics of the type of research that is being performed. This is not a Republican issue. It is not a Democrat issue. It is not a United States issue. It is an international issue, and the international health organizations have a vested interest in disclosure immediately, in biosafety lab, and in the ethics of research. And Mr. Ratcliffe, I want to thank you for testifying before the subcommittee this morning and supporting our investigation into the origins of COVID-19. When the former CDC director, Dr. Redfield, testified before this committee last month, he stated that when you look at the two departments, the FBI and the Energy Department, they have the strongest scientific footprint of any of our intelligence agencies. And I think the way they got to the answers of low probability and moderate probability is their internal scientists did the science. And there are some in the media especially who insinuate that a low probability or moderate probability means no probability. With your background and experience as the Director of National Intelligence, can you elaborate on the scientific expertise within the Department of Energy and the FBI and why their conclusions on COVID-19 origins would be noteworthy and it doesn't mean not probable?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. So from initial starting standpoint, as has been talked about, some agencies haven't made any assessment at any confidence level. When assessments are made, they can be made at a low confidence level, they can be made at a moderate confidence level, or they can be made at a high confidence level. And in this case, you referenced the moderate and low confidence levels that the FBI and the Department of Energy respectively have made. Those are based on scientific information, and none of this is political. None of this is disputed. There is currently no environmental source identified for COVID-19. There is no intermediate host that has ever been identified. There is no reservoir species that has ever been identified. And COVID-19 was never known to exist in any animal or species before the pandemic began. Those are scientific facts that are not disputed, and there's nothing political about that. That factored into the determinations that have been made. And what I talked about before about this shift taking place, the things that I just related, early on, the intelligence community was briefed by various scientists who said, those answers will come. They referenced SARS-1 and MERS outbreaks and saying, look, it may take several months, even a year, sometimes even longer to identify an intermediate host or a species. We're now at 3.5 years, and every day that passes makes it less likely that there's anything that will ever tie this to nature, whereas on the other side of the ledger, it's overwhelming when you look at China's actions and the circumstances surrounding what was going on from a biosafety standpoint at Wuhan, the massive number of coronaviruses, the massive numbers of bats carrying coronaviruses that were brought into Wuhan. All of that weighs heavily into making assessments at some confidence level that a lab leak was the origin for this pandemic.
So it sounds like that you would consider the opinions of these components to be taken seriously, and I would say that in reference to the letter from the Chinese embassy, that at minimal, the WHO now recognizing its earlier mistakes would diminish the influence of the Chinese Communist Party within the WHO. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Kuda from Hawaii for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we develop policies to better prepare us in the future, it is crucial that we do so without fanning the flames of anti-AAPI extremism that festered during the pandemic. Anti-Asian rhetoric espoused by those at the very top of the Republican Party in the pandemic's earliest days have had very real-world consequences on our AAPI community here in the United States. In an effort to deflect from his administration's botched pandemic response, President Trump looked for a scapegoat and a way to score points with his base. And in doing so, he recklessly villainized AAPI people for his political gain, making our community human shields and red herrings to distract from his inability to deal on all levels with the public health crisis, including understanding in the very earliest days the origins of COVID. For example, within a matter of days, President Trump using the phrase Chinese virus on Twitter, anti-Asian rhetoric on the platform grew exponentially, according to a study conducted by the University of California, San Francisco. And in the summer of 2020, President Trump began referring to COVID-19 as Kung Flu at campaign rallies across the country, ratcheting up vitriol among his right-wing base. This hateful rhetoric online has had deadly consequences. According to the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, hate crimes targeting members of our AAPI community increased by 339% from 2020 to 2021. Words, my friend, matter. We know that the CCP did not cooperate with international efforts to understand the origins of COVID-19, but President Trump made it worse. His words help perpetuate the CCP's misinformation campaign and assign blame for the COVID-19 pandemic on Asian American communities, and in doing so further hindered our nation's ability to implement an effective, evidence-based public health response. We must recognize the consequences of our words, the impact they have on the communities we serve, and how it shapes the national conversation on issues of critical importance to our health and our security. Dr. Lowenthal, you've warned about the dangers of politicizing intelligence and national security. As we seek to engage in a thorough, fact-based analysis, what are the real-world consequences of distracting rhetoric and politicizing intelligence regarding the virus's origins?
Well, as I said, it makes it very difficult for analysts to do their work. Because if they know that what they're writing or what they're briefing is going to be questioned, not because somebody disagrees with the substance, but disagrees with why they're being told something, it makes it increasingly difficult for analysts to do good work because they are worried about the consequences. Nobody wants to be vilified, either as an ethnic group or professionally, and so that becomes a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Lowenthal. There are clearly troubling consequences, as you noted, of this rhetoric, both for the value and ability for us to do the work, as well as for our AAPI community here in the United States, as well as we've all talked about today, our intelligence community's efforts. How can we make sure we course correct what has been happening to both ensure the safety of our communities and preserve the integrity of our intelligence work as we seek to fully understand the origins of COVID?
Well, the issue of vilifying communities is beyond the scope of the intelligence community. That's not our responsibility. That's a leadership issue. That's a political leadership issue. In terms of the partisanship, I mean, you have to hope that people on both sides of the aisle recognize that analysts are not out there trying to grind an axe. They're trying to present the best intelligence they have at the time with caveats and with uncertainties, and that they're doing this not because they're being pusillanimous, but because they really don't know the answer. And I've had to deal with senior officials many times, and I know this is frustrating, that you want an answer, and sometimes we just can't give you an answer. And that creates a tension between these two communities, between the policy community and the intelligence community. But that is the reality of a lot of the issues on which we work.
Thank you, Dr. Lowenthal. It is my definite hope through these discussions that we're having that we can put the harmful rhetoric aside that we have seen and focus on the work that matters, protecting our nation's public health and preparing for future public health crises. We can be tough on the CCP and their lack of transparency and cooperation with pandemic-related investigations, but we must do so without putting at risk the safety and well-being of Asian Americans and our communities. If we fail to do this, we are only strengthening the CCP's efforts to distract and to mislead, and gets us no closer to fully understanding the origins of COVID and allowing us to do the good work of preventing future crises and being able to respond to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Lesko from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over 1 million Americans died. Millions more got sick, some with long-term effects from COVID-19. It is absolutely vital that we determine what happened. What did China do? Did people within our own government cover up information because they had professional conflicts of interest or for political reasons? The ranking member says COVID-19 should not be a political issue. I agree, but with all due respect, sir, I contend that it is you that is making this a political issue. You said that the only reason we are having this hearing today is because of President Biden wanting to get to the bottom of it. With all due respect, are you kidding me? You have been in the majority, the Democrats have been in the majority for the last 2 years, and there has been no hearings on the origins of COVID while you were in the majority. My first question is for Mr. Ratcliffe. Mr. Ratcliffe, in your testimony, you wrote, "The challenges that I and other senior Trump administration officials encountered while in office include legitimate concerns about the closely held sources of our intelligence and the sensitive methods used to obtain it, as well as illegitimate roadblocks related to professional conflicts of interest and partisan politics. Can you please elaborate on the conflicts of interest you encountered?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Good to see you again. I referenced in my opening a report from the Analytic Ombudsman who found that person, by the way, is a career individual. It's not a political appointment. That person is charged with refereeing disputes about assessments. And it was based on his investigation that when it comes to the issue of China, some of our intelligence was being suppressed because there were analysts within the community that felt like that some of that intelligence may be used by the Trump administration in ways that they disagreed with. And that is clearly inappropriate under analytic judgment standards. And again, that's not my opinion, that's the independent opinion of the Analytic Ombudsman.
My next question for you, Mr. Ratcliffe, is you mentioned in your written testimony that CIA analysts on China were reluctant to bring forth the information. Do you think you ever got all of the information that they uncovered from China related to COVID-19?
Well, I think that, intelligence is such that we're constantly gaining new information, even where we have limited sources and methods. I do think that there were headwinds to get information. I endeavored to be made aware of as much as possible. And ultimately, that's what led to the process where I worked with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on the State Department fact sheet to put out the information about the coronaviruses, their similarity to what became COVID-19, researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology becoming sick, and the other information that was included in that fact sheet so that that information would hopefully drive further declassifications of intelligence to the American people and would drive congressional hearings going forward. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened the way that we anticipated.
Thank you. Mr. Feth, in the January 2021 fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which you helped to write, it mentions WIV researchers who got sick in 2019 with COVID-like symptoms, which we've talked about. Can you tell us more about these sick researchers?
I can share the view that I think that the sick researchers are probably still today the most potentially probative part of the story that we are yet aware of. It's been suggested already that the passage of time doesn't help in finding a confirmed answer here, and that's certainly true, and that's probably true also with respect to some of what we want to know about these sick researchers and what tests were taken and what material and evidence would have been available from the autumn of 2019. But still, what we know is that there is additional information that the U.S. government has that was not able to be specified at the time in the fact sheet that was released in January of 2021. But part of the hope in doing the fact sheet, as Director Ratcliffe just noted, was that it would bring interest and, frankly, pressure and help make the case for additional disclosure, including by the Biden administration once they came in, interest by those with subpoena power elsewhere in Washington, because it certainly, bowled us over, frankly, to find in the autumn of 2020 that there was, after all, U.S. government information about a cluster of illnesses in that lab, which is exactly what you would expect to happen if the origin of COVID came from a laboratory accident where a worker became ill knowingly or not, and then took the virus out into the community and had it emerge in Wuhan, a place where there's really hard to imagine any explanation for a bat coronavirus emerging for the first time on Earth unless it walked out the door of the lab.
Thank you very much for all of your testimonies, and I yield back.
Now recognize Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. Let me be clear. The work that this subcommittee is conducting is critical to ensure that the destruction that was caused by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and our subsequent response is never again repeated. To quote from the Lancet COVID-19 Commission, identifying COVID-19 origins would provide greater clarity into not only the causes of the current pandemic, but also the vulnerabilities to future outbreaks and strategies to prevent them. Beginning with my service on the House China Task Force and throughout our investigation on this subcommittee, I have had consistent concerns with the NIH biomedical research security and how the NIH interacts with other elements of our government on research that could raise national security concerns. For this reason, last Congress, I introduced the Safe Biomedical Research Act, which did become law, that required both the NIH and HHS at large to consult with the director of the Office of National Security within the Department of HHS and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, the Director of National Intelligence, the Director of the FBI, and the heads of other appropriate agencies on a regular basis regarding biomedical research conducted or supported by the NIH that may affect or be affecting other matters of national security. Director Radcliffe, since this was not law when you served, do you feel that these requirements would have been beneficial to ensure research being conducted by the NIH was being properly vetted for national security risks?
Yes.
Overall, what was your experience with the NIH, and were they cooperative during the initial outbreak on matters such as lab leak theory?
To be candid, some of the information that came from officials there was inconsistent with what later became intelligence and later became publicly known through open source intelligence. As has been discussed here, there are questions about relationships, including scientists from the NIH, and whether or not they had an interest in one theory over another, and how that would have been or should have been disclosed.
In December of 2022, then Chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Adam Schiff, released an unclassified report on the origins of COVID-19, where he wrote, "At the onset, it is important to note that the first warning signs of an emerging novel virus will almost always come from public health authorities and their unclassified reporting." Director Radcliffe, to your knowledge, what mechanisms and processes exist between the intelligence community and public health authorities, such as the CDC, to coordinate the aforementioned dissemination of knowledge about the identification of novel diseases, particularly in countries like China?
Well, with respect to China, particularly, it is not unusual for local officials to actually suppress intelligence from national leaders until a problem can be arrested or remediated. Sometimes lives depend on that. It's one of the interesting things about the events that took place and the fact that, as Mr. Feit testified, researchers became sick within the Wuhan Institute of Virology with symptoms that were consistent with COVID-19. There has been public reporting about intelligence that those patients, that those researchers became patients and were hospitalized. So without confirming the accuracy of that, what I would submit to you is, if that is in fact the case and those hospitalizations took place, the lab results and tests from those patients, if submitted for genetic sequencing, would be dispositive of the issue of whether or not those initial or patient zeros worked at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I would submit to you that in China, there are not HIPAA considerations that prevent the Chinese government from accessing that. I would submit to you that if this took place, they have the answers to that, and I would submit to you that if the answers were exculpatory in nature, that information would have been shared by the Chinese government, which it has not.
Had that information been shared early, Could this have been a regional, a local endemic, as opposed to unleashing this pandemic onto the world?
Absolutely. That is just one of many factors, and unfortunately, actions that the Chinese government took or did not take. They misled. I referenced their conversations with World Health Organizations. They urged that a public health epidemic not be declared earlier. They misled international scientists about human-to-human transmissibility and what they knew about the COVID-19 virus. All of those things could have minimized and prevented the spread of this disease and surely would have saved millions of lives globally.
Had China cooperated and not suppressed actions by the World Health Organization, could this pandemic have not spread worldwide?
Yes.
Again, I thank you for appearing today, and Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I now recognize Ms. Green from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, for the record, to address something that one of our colleagues across the aisle was talking about, which was Asian hate in reference to President Trump. President Trump never spoke any language of racism or hate. He did, however, call, and many of us have called the COVID-19 virus the Wuhan flu, the China virus, because we feel it originated from China. I'd like to also state for the record that many viruses and diseases are named after the area that they come from, like the West Nile virus from West Nile, Uganda, Rocky Mountain spotted fever from the Rocky Mountains, Marburg virus from Marburg, Germany, Zika fever from the Zika forests of Uganda, Japanese encephalitis, German measles, and I could go on and on and on. We're really tired of the racism and name-calling, and it needs to end. But we're really talking about the origins of COVID-19 here today, which is shocking to me because, honestly, we've been talking about the origins of COVID-19 for 3.5 years. And every common sense American that I know pretty much understands where it came from. Came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and doesn't really care if the intelligence community says it did or didn't. I would like to point out that here we are. The intelligence community is able to figure out immediately who was leaking classified information in a Discord chat, but yet still doesn't want to say whether it came from the lab or didn't come from the lab. The intelligence communities seem to release or not release information based on how the information will affect the government that it seems to protect. Yet, unfortunately, so many times, it doesn't release or not release the information the people that it serves, and I'll remind everyone, is paid for by the taxpayers of America. I would like to point out that the State Department fact sheet on January 15th, 2021 knew a lot of information about the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So that means our intelligence community knew a whole lot more before that. They knew the U.S. government believes that there were several researchers inside the Wuhan Institute of Virology became sick in the autumn of 2019. Before the CCP first reported cases of COVID-19. They also knew that the CCP was preventing journalists, investigators, and global health authorities from accessing the Wuhan Institute of Virology. They also knew that starting in 2016, well before this, the Wuhan Institute of Virology was researching the bat coronavirus with the closest relationship to SARS-CoV-2, 96.2% similar. The Wuhan Institute of Virology has published record of dangerous gain-of-function research. And the State Department memo also said that the U.S. government determined the Wuhan Institute of Virology collaborated on publications and secret projects with the CCP military since at least 2017. And you know what else we know? We know that Dr. Fauci in the NIH funded through grants, Eco-Alliance, with the gain-of-function research. We know that for a fact. Our government paid for it. Our taxpayers, unfortunately, unknowingly, paid for it. So we know all this to be true, and we know it was going on at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Mr. Lowenthal, with your dedication to being an analyst of information, why is it so hard to determine whether COVID-19 came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology or not?
Because the Chinese will not give us access to the information that we need. If they gave us the kind of access that Mr. Feith was talking about, if they gave us samples, if they gave us access to the records, and you will never be sure with the Chinese whether they're giving you the access that you want. We're never going to be able to say with a high degree of certainty. It's not. May I respond to something else that you said in your comments, Ms. Green? There is a vast, vast difference between tracking a leak on a social media site and determining the origins of this disease. And to compare the two is entirely fallacious, ma'am.
Dr. Lowenthal, you've said that you keep your intelligence claims and information nonpartisan. In 2018, Mr. Lowenthal, you were quoted in the New York Times saying that President Trump is the best president that Russia ever had. That sounds pretty political to me.
But I was no longer an intelligence officer at the time, ma'am. I'm a private citizen. I'm entitled
Well, I
to
think
my
you have a
opinion.
difficult time keeping your political opinions out of your political analyst. Mr. Ratcliffe, you are quoted as saying, to this day, the CIA, unquestionably the world's premier spy agency with an unrivaled capacity to acquire information and near limitless resources to do so, has continued to state that it does not have enough information to make any formal assessment. To put it bluntly, this is unjustifiable and a reflection not that the agency can't make an assessment with any confidence, only that it won't. Could you elaborate, please, Mr. Ratcliffe?
Well, I've talked about the overwhelming evidence on and intelligence on one side of the ledger that supports that the lab leak is the only plausible assessment at this point in time, and that conversely, that there really at this point isn't anything that ties COVID-19 to nature. I talked about the fact that no environmental source, no intermediate host, no reservoir species, nothing has ever been published that COVID-19 existed in any animal or species before the pandemic began. We make assessments all the time in the intelligence community with a fraction of the intelligence that we have available to us here. Again, I think this is a matter of won't, not can't, and I think that that it's unjustifiable when we're talking about 1 million Americans dead and as many as 10 or 15 million worldwide, and this contradiction that the current administration is taking through the intelligence community and that you've heard here today, that we'll never know the answer to this unless the Chinese cooperate, is a contradiction with those that say our goal here is also to prevent a future pandemic. We'll never be able to prevent it if we don't get the answers that we need with respect to how this happened in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe. I think it's an issue of won't, not can't as well, and perhaps we need to look deeper into whether was China trying to sway possibly an election, a presidential election, or was it some type of bioweapon? I yield back. Thank you.
No, it was some
I now
torp.
recognize
It
Ms.
was a
Engel
torp
from
of
Michigan for
something.
5 minutes of question.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to
Maggie.
both you and Ranking Member Ruiz for holding this hearing, because I do think this hearing matters more than anyone does. Unfortunately, discussions, debates, and investigations in this country have become highly politicized in every arena. Okay, in the Congress, we expect it. But I hope we can minimize it on this committee, because I am worried about the next virus that's already out there. We're reading about them popping up everywhere right now, and I think we all want to be prepared. What worries me the most is what's happening in the scientific community, where it's exchanging of ideas, researched and shared data has found clues, discovered cures, reached consensus. And this arena is becoming so highly politicized between virologists and researchers, public health officials, national security experts, and, oh yes, the politicians,
flu. No, I'm
that
kidding.
I think we're in trouble.
But it works.
To quote the Wall Street Journal this morning, these divisions and a lack of transparency from Beijing have hobbled efforts to determine how the virus first infected humans. I hope our committee can work together to address that. So today, I want to focus on a couple things I think we can all agree on and raise a couple of other issues. First, China has not been forthcoming. I think all three witnesses would agree to that, and I think everybody on this panel would agree to that. I strongly echo my colleagues' calls from both sides of the aisle that we need greater transparency from the Chinese Communist Party regarding the Wuhan Institute of Virology, especially if we want to prevent further pandemics. And the further we get away, the more complicated it becomes. Second, here's a reality. With respect to our witnesses, I do not believe that we have certainty in either direction as to how this virus started. Lots of us have opinions. Lord knows how many papers have been written, intelligence investigations undertaken, studies abound. And as we've heard today, some are firmly in the camp that it was a lab leak. Some say it appears to be a zoonotic transmission from an animal. I've been up endless nights. I'm not a scientist, but trying to study it, talk to people. But I think here's a fact. No one definitely knows. A report by the Senate Republicans that was released yesterday on the pandemic's origins said, to quote, after 18 months of research, the team that worked on the Senate report acknowledged it was unable to definitely pinpoint the source of the pandemic, which has killed, everybody here has talked about the million Americans, but it's killed 6.9 million people worldwide. We should all be worried about this and want to stop the next one. I think there are areas of agreement. While the intelligence community has not reached a conclusion on the exact origins of the pandemic, there appears to be a scientific consensus that this specific virus does not appear to have been developed as part of biological warfare. Now, let me be really clear. This doesn't mean we don't have to worry about other forms of biological warfare. But in this instance, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence declassified a statement states, quote, we judge the virus was not developed as a biological weapon. And other foreign countries and other scientists, there seems to be consensus on that. Next, some of my colleagues have pointed to the fact that the bat coronavirus, known as coronavirus RATG13, shares 96% sequence, similarly to the SARS-CoV-2, which is a virus that was responsible for COVID-19. To be clear, there is scientific consensus that this while everybody would say, oh, well, that's where it should be, that 4% difference represents decades of evolutionary distance from the virus that caused the COVID-19 pandemic. To put it in perspective, the National Human Genome Research Institute has found that fruit flies are nearly 60% genetically similar to us as humans. We're different than fruit flies. And third, while my Republican colleagues have attempted to draw conclusions based on reports of the Wuhan Institute of Virology researchers falling ill with symptoms consistent with COVID-19, the Office of Director of National Intelligence declassified assessment clearly indicates this is not diagnostic of the pandemic's origins. In fact, for the record, in November of 2019, I had 103 fever for 3 weeks. I ended up at infectious disease doctors at the University of Michigan and here, and no one knows what it was. And all the autos are located in Wuhan. But that's anecdotal. That's not a fact. We don't have facts. So, and I also want to say that, you know, in 2018, we were getting warnings from the State Department of the lack of safety at the Wuhan airport, or at the Wuhan lab, and what were people doing? So I'm going to ask one question quickly. Dr. Lowenthal, is there any reason to doubt the validity of the intelligence community's determination on anything I just described?
No.
So I guess I'm going to have to conclude because I'm out of time. I could keep going, but I would like to submit both the declassified Office of the Director of National Intelligence Assessment and the peer review paper published by more than 20 leading virology researchers titled The Origins of the SARS-CoV-2, a critical review into the record. And I'd like to ask the chairman if he might ask his Republican colleagues on the Senate side if they would share their study for the members to read.
Without objection, and the other is public.
So I think it would be good for all of us to circulate it. With that, I want us all to work together. I take this virus very seriously. I don't want to see it again. So we're not going to solve it partisanly. We're going to solve it working together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Dr. Jackson from Texas for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. For over 2 years, many Americans, just like myself, have been demanding that investigation into China's role in the development of this vaccine, or this virus, and their efforts to cover up the virus after the fact that it was released, leading to this global pandemic that have killed millions and destroyed billions of lives. We've been demanding that for a while. I'm glad we're doing this now. I think we're way behind the power curve on this, but I just want to start off by saying, other than the Chinese government,
I don't think it was Ambien this morning that he took,
most
y'all. I
aggressively
don't think it
trying
was
to actively
Ambien and
spread
Jack. I think it was a little
misinformation about the
Adderall
origins of COVID,
and
trying to actually
Captain
create and
Morgan.
spread
Or no,
what they would
maybe
have
it
you
was that.
believe
What's
was
that rum that tastes like
scientific
coconut?
evidence or
Malibu.
scientific opinion.
It was a little
And I'm
Adderall and
referring in
Malibu
particular to
rum
things
this
like
morning
the
for
proximal
Dr.
origins
Ronnie. You know what I
document,
mean,
a
y'all?
document that was
Oh,
intended to
yeehaw.
provide fodder to harass, label, threaten, cancel, destroy anyone with any other opinion, specifically an opinion that this came from a lab, from the Wuhan lab in particular, an opinion that we know now was accurate. The people that were most interested in doing just this were people like Anthony Fauci, Francis Collins, and others at NIH. It was Peter Daszak and Eco Health Alliance. It was Dr. Tedros at the WHO. And of course, it was our unbiased and purely factual cable news networks like CNN and MSNBC. Director Ratcliffe, do you know if there were any instances of the U.S. intelligence agencies, did they share information, did they cooperate or collaborate with any of the entities that I've mentioned or the individuals that I've mentioned to either suppress or get out information that was contrary to what we're talking about today that we know to be the facts?
Put in his question.
As I understand your question, Congressman, were any of the scientists or individuals associated with any of those groups?
Look at Krusty Granny. She's like, I have got to go.
Were there interactions with the
They did have interactions. I don't know the answer to all of them, but some of the individuals that
I checked my purse for
I know, for
candies.
instance,
I asked
Dr.
Brenda over there to see
Peter
if she had
Daszak,
any. I asked
Dr.
that young lady
Farrar,
over there, but she just looked at me like I
Dr.
smelled
Gary,
bad.
I believe we're all at some point in time briefing various entities or agencies within the intelligence community about this virus.
Well, one of the things I'm wondering, like, you know, we're looking back now and we're realizing that some of these intelligence agencies probably had enough information to make a solid determination that this most likely came from the lab in Wuhan as far back as a year or more ago. My question is, were they sharing this information with these people that were putting out contrary information, that were being propped up as the experts,
not like the
that were
robot
giving us things
ones,
like proximal origin, using it as evidence to completely undermine what I think the intelligence agencies knew to be the truth a long time ago? Was there an active push within the? And I ask that because you may have realized, you know, after the fact, because I think you had mentioned at one point that even within the intelligence agencies, you as the director of national intelligence were being kept in the dark on some things, or not being fully briefed, or maybe not being read into everything that was going on, because people that were subordinate to you were doing things maybe for politically motivated, or they were saying that they thought that they didn't want to draw politics into it. But I think, in my opinion, they were politically motivated themselves. Was there any effort on the side of the intelligence agencies to correct what was misinformation, what they knew to be misinformation at the time?
Well, I can only speak to the personal knowledge that I have, and you know, the efforts that I engaged in was, as we found information and intelligence that was inconsistent
we have a question for the chat.
Some of the individuals
would you rather MTG be president or something
had
necrosynthetic
stated.
I know what
we
my
went through a
answer is,
process
but
to declassify as much of that so that you would be aware. Or the State Department fact sheet that has been referenced a number of times about researchers being sick at the Wuhan Institute
Jim,
of
I just don't
Virology,
know what those sources are. I just have to
including
check
the one
them out.
most
Sorry.
similar in nature to what
Nick
became
Robot,
COVID-19
2024.
and the Chinese military's involvement. Those were all pieces of intelligence that I worked to get out publicly with Secretary of State Pompeo through a declassification process. So from my standpoint, my personal knowledge was where we became aware of inconsistencies like that, we did our best to make that information available publicly.
Thank you. I mean, I guess what I'm a little bit worried about is I'm just worried that there was a process here where the intelligence agencies were purposely not sharing information or not coming forth with the information that they knew to be true because they were being influenced politically by what was going on in the White House or elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think that, as again, I didn't just, there were instances that were documented by the analytic ombudsman that reflect the fact that when it came specifically to China, the country of China, that some of our intelligence and our analytic judgments were impacted by partisan politics and the desire for intelligence not to be used by one party as opposed to another.
Right, and I bring this up because I think it happens in this administration for the last 2 years. It's happened in the military. I think it happens in our intelligence agencies. These are people that we pay to be nonpartisan, to protect us. We pay them because of their expertise so that they can make sure that our national security is intact. And I think that if there's any of that going on behind the scenes, we need to get to that. People do not need to be making decisions based on their political beliefs or their political alignments. If it's going to impact, something like, our response to COVID.
I agree completely.
Thank you. I yield back, sir.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. I do want to start, Mr. Chairman, by just responding to one of the committee members who just made some comments trying to link the origins of COVID to some of the national security leaks that are very concerning that we've been discussing recently. It's important to note that this committee itself cannot have credibility to discuss sensitive intelligence information if members of the majority are going to publicly defend people who continue to leak top secret information, which is in violation of their oaths of office. This member of the committee, these members of the committee have defended Jack Teixeira, who has been arrested for leaking classified information. Let's be very clear, just to clarify that, he was no whistleblower. He wasn't telling the truth or trying to serve the public. And all the evidence shows that he has recklessly shared classified information to impress friends in a private chat, of which was also racist memes and jokes. If he is found guilty, he should be held fully accountable under law, and anyone who defended him should be ashamed. And so, again, we want to ensure that if we're going to actually talk about important information, the origins of COVID, we should actually focus on COVID, on the pandemic, and not trying to link this to someone who betrayed our country. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Chair, for continuing this investigation. So important to where we need to go in the future. Director Ratcliffe, I promoted you maybe in one way, but you mentioned some of the stuff coming up with that China did to cover up a lot of what happened. We know they hoarded PPP, they silenced dissenters, they blocked investigations into the Wuhan lab. They've, as you mentioned, blamed service members. They've destroyed data, and so where we don't have maybe evidence of the definitive evidence of the origin, it certainly seems like we have evidence of a cover-up. Now, I'm aggrieved by that, but I'm not surprised that godless communist countries do bad things. What has been extremely concerning and surprising, I think, to a lot of Americans is to see how certain aspects of our government has, in a way, misled them through the last few years. And you've mentioned that you have pretty high confidence that this did not have natural origins. Now we have the Department of Energy and the FBI now say that the lab leak is the most likely scenario as well, which, you mentioned all the apparatuses at our intelligence, world-class, world-leading tools that our intelligence community has, and it boggles the mind of the American people to see that 3 years later, the intelligence community is finally coming around to where the American people were, about 3 years ago. Could you speak to, can you elaborate on how you developed your degree of confidence to the extent that you can? I realize there's information you cannot share. But.
Well, I've talked a little bit about it today, but I think, this highlights one of the, the comments that the Congresswoman from Michigan was making earlier about no one can know with certainty. I actually agree with that at this point in time, but we don't have to in making intelligence community assessments. We have to have some level of confidence. It can be low, it can be moderate, or it can be high. So I have been very clear that when we look at all of our intelligence, much of it is circumstantial, and with circumstantial evidence, you can never know with certainty. But that doesn't mean that you cannot make an assessment with some level of confidence. And the more I have learned about this, and the more I have seen, and again, as the person who had more access to our intelligence for the first year, as much as anyone in our government, my level of confidence became higher. The things that others were supporting for a natural origins approach have fallen away, and some of the people that were promoting that have been revealed to have had conflicts of interest in perhaps promoting that as a theory. But again, I go back to the fact that at this point in time, 3.5 years later, no scientist in the world can point to anything from an environmental standpoint that ties COVID-19 to nature. On the other side of the equation, you have all of the things that we've talked about, China's obfuscation, and the fact that they have the best access to the intelligence that would be diagnostic and dispositive, and yet they have shared none of that with us. And if they had any that was indicative or diagnostic that this was naturally occurring, why wouldn't they share that? If there was no one to blame for this pandemic, why wouldn't they share that information? I think the answer is that they know certainly, or they either they don't know the answer or they don't want to know the answer, because like me, they know that the intelligence certainly points to lab leak as the most plausible assessment, the only one supported by intelligence, science, and common sense at this point.
Now, you developed this high degree of confidence. Could you speak about when? Was it earlier or later in the process?
You know, when I became the Director of National Intelligence, I had seen the prior assessments. I had been a member of Congress on the intelligence community. I said, show me all of the intelligence that we have, and I was frankly surprised how little we had supporting natural origins, how much we had, circumstantial or otherwise, that supported the lab leak. And over time, again, some of the explanations for natural origins became less and less likely. Again, I was told that some of this would appear over a course of months. We've now been 3.5 years, and we haven't identified an intermediate host, a reservoir source or species, any of those things. So pretty rapidly, which is why I talked about the process that Mike Pompeo, Secretary Pompeo, and I went through to declassify some of this with the hope that the next administration would declassify more information while protecting our sources and methods, and that this body would hold hearings. Unfortunately, 2 years went by without any hearings in this body into the origins of COVID. So, you know, I'm grateful that we're getting there, but these are things that should have taken place a long time ago.
Now, you've alluded that even as the DNI, you had trouble sometimes getting information from the intelligence community, and could you speak to that?
Well, I think there was at times reluctance, and you know, as I've commented, that you know, the independent analytic ombudsman found that there were instances where, particular to China, some intelligence was being suppressed so that it could not be used to support policies that the administration in which I was serving, the Trump administration, could use that, and that was improper. You know, and I think I've addressed that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, to me, that's one of our major concerns from an oversight perspective is looking into, you know, an intelligence agency that seems to gone wayward in some of these aspects. And Dr. Lowenthal, while I certainly appreciate some of your comments, I think the intelligence community may have drifted since then, you know, and so it's important that we look into this. I'm sorry my time's up. Thank you, Chair.
I now recognize Dr. McCormick from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ratcliffe, Mr. Honorable Ratcliffe, thank you for your service in Congress. Also, thank you for your service as former Director of National Intelligence during a tumultuous time during the origins of this disease process. Recently, Director Wei confirmed the FBI report stated that the COVID-19 pandemic was likely the result of a lab incident in Wuhan. Based on your knowledge, do you agree with the report from the Department of Energy as well?
I agree with both the FBI and the Department of Energy.
Thank you. In your testimony, you stated, and I quote, "Our intelligence has led to a demonstrable shift whereby a few of the intelligence community's 18 agencies are now publicly assessing the COVID-19 virus originated from a lab leak in Wuhan." And as this shift continues, the day will come when every single agency in the intelligence community will make the same assessment, end quote. Do you think there is another federal agency close to falling on the side of the Wuhan lab leak theory in the near future, and if so, which one?
Well, I've talked about, again, I'm not in the intelligence community now, but of course, have friends that are career individuals still serving in agencies. My understanding is that that in most of the agencies, there is a shift. More and more analysts believe that a lab leak is the most plausible, if not the only plausible assessment to make, and that it's a minority in most agencies that are holding on to the idea that this is naturally occurring. I would hope, as I talked about, the fact that the CIA would make an assessment at some confidence level, and based upon my personal knowledge of conversations about analysts within that agency, I believe that a great majority of those analysts do support the Department of Energy and the FBI analysis, and it is a minority opinion that is currently holding back the CIA from making that assessment that a lab leak is the most plausible.
And certainly, in your estimate, in the last year, is there some new information that occurred, or do you think the CIA could have come to that conclusion probably about a year ago or so?
Well, I think we certainly could have, all agencies within the United States intelligence community could have made an assessment at some confidence level a year ago on this in favor of a lab leak. My understanding specifically from the Department of Energy that there was new intelligence that persuaded them to make their assessment of a lab leak. So new intelligence is always being gained, but again, from my standpoint, the more time that passes, the further we get without anything tying COVID-19 to nature. So I talked about no environmental source, no intermediate host, no reservoir species, none of that. It makes it less and less likely that this was a natural origin.
I think as a physician of emergency medicine and as a scientist, I think I thoroughly agree with that assessment. And in fact, I think it could have been reached a long time ago, in my opinion. I think the fact that we're even having this conversation is absurd. It's very easy to identify whether there's animals in the wild that have or have not this disease. The fact that the Chinese have literally spent years and incredible efforts trying to obtain that information and have received zero information supporting one theory, whereas we know there is an incredible amount of evidence on the other side of that points to one thing, and that's a CCP cover-up. This unfortunately leads me to the conclusion that the efforts of this administration, Dr. Fauci, the WHO, and multiple bureaucracies are willfully or ignorantly colluding with the CCP. That's what bothers me. Director Ratcliffe, as you know, this committee was formed on the basis that we would seek the truth to create recommendations to face the future pandemics. With that being said, I have one last question for you. In your opinion, what reason could the administration, public officials, and many of our federal agencies have for hiding the truth from the American people? And if you can't speak to that, what effect do you think this has on the American people's trust of their public health officials and the government?
Well, I would say that China has been identified as our #1 nation-state adversary. They've been described by the current administration as a strategic competitor, but our intelligence clearly tells us they are an adversary. Their public actions very clearly dictate that they are an adversary, and I think that the current administration, for whatever reason, has been reluctant to confront China on any number of issues or transgressions that have taken place publicly, from spying, a spy balloon that flew over the country, threats against legislators in this body from landing in Taiwan. The list is long, and there hasn't been an effort by the current administration other than to say we're not seeking conflict with China. And I think that that has continued with respect to this issue into COVID origins.
I agree with you. I don't think we can learn from this if we're not being honest. We can't prepare for the next pandemic if we're not being honest. We have obvious answers that we want to ignore. I think we've been biased. I think we have to really acknowledge this. If we're going to prepare for the next virus, Mr. Chair, I think we cannot disallow that we've already had multiple viruses from animals in the past, but we're not doing what we need to prepare for with Wuhan leaks and disallowing gain of function. With that, I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Moskowitz from Florida for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The American people deserve to know the origins of the COVID-19 virus. I happen to believe, based on the evidence that is available, that it's most likely that it came out of the lab than not. But for the families who lost loved ones to COVID, they don't have an answer. For the businesses that were shut down, they don't have an answer. For the folks in nursing homes who couldn't have their loved ones visit them, they don't have an answer. And I know all of this because I'm the only one in Congress who ran a COVID-19 response operation as the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida. I'm the only one who had to go to China to buy masks and buy nasal cannula oxygen and buy ventilators and having to buy viral media and universal media and having to get all of that stuff from around the world, competing with everybody but Antarctica, because this country was not prepared to take on a pandemic. Those families deserve to know. My dad, like some others, was diagnosed with cancer during COVID-19. We couldn't be with him in the hospital during treatment. Those families have a right to know. Students who weren't in school have a right to know. But also, I think the American people have a right to know why so much misinformation was spread about COVID-19 in this country by President Trump. Let me just read some of the greatest hits from President Trump. China's been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi. Okay. I just spoke to President Xi last night. And you know, we're working on the problem, the virus. It's a very tough situation. I think he's going to handle it. I think it's handled very well. We're helping wherever we can. Just had a long conversation with the president of China. He's strong, sharp, powerful, focused on leading the counterattack to the coronavirus. He feels they're doing very well, even building hospitals in a matter of days. Great discipline in taking place in China. President leads strongly in a very successful operation. We're working closely with China to help. I think China was very, professionally run in a sense. They've got everything under control. I really believe they're going to have it under control very soon. In April, supposedly it's going to die with the hotter weather, and that's a beautiful date to look forward to. But China, I can tell you, is working very hard. We have very few people in this country with COVID, and you know what? They're getting better. They're all getting better. I think the whole situation will work out well. We pretty much shut it down coming from China. We only have 15 people with COVID. And, 15 within a couple of days, it's going to go down to 0. That's a pretty good job we've done. It's going to go away, hopefully at the end of the month, and if not, hopefully soon after that. I could keep going. This goes on, and every day it goes on, there were more and more cases in this country. And so we have to find out why the president was spreading that information. We heard about this paper, Proximal Origins paper, in the committee. And we heard from members that this paper specifically said that they didn't want to investigate the lab leak at all. That is not true. Here's the quote from the paper. We must therefore examine the possibility of an inadvertent laboratory release of SARS-CoV-2. So I don't know why we continue to spread this misinformation. I also think one of the things we should learn, because the document that Mr. Radcliffe has been reading from as part of his testimony suggests, Analysts appeared reluctant to have their analysis on China brought forward because they tend to disagree with Trump administration policies. Well, one of the things I also think we should investigate is, did the professionals not share the information they had with the president because they didn't trust the president because every single day he was going out saying this stuff? Or better, going out and telling people they can drink bleach, or they should just go out and put light in the body and we'll get rid of COVID. I mean, this went on for a long period of time. So yes, we need to investigate. We need to investigate the origins of COVID. We need to know what we knew when, and we need to share that with the American people. And we need to know why President Trump, who was in charge when COVID happened, he was in charge when COVID got out of control, why he didn't tell the American people the truth. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Jordan from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ratcliffe, I think Dr. McCormick was on to the right question. It seems to me the fundamental question is why? Why did they lie to us? And why is it taking so long? You point this out in your testimony. Why is it taking so long for every government agency to admit what we all know? Because belief in a lab leak as the origin of, as the start of this, is not a conspiracy theory, is it, Mr. Ratcliffe?
No.
Why is it taking so long then? I mean, you knew that early on, right? If I look at you, you knew that you were confirmed, I think, in May of 2020, and you knew that within weeks that this thing came from a lab. In fact, you say that, I think, in your testimony. You say a lab leak is the only explanation, only credible explanation. If this were a trial, the preponderance of the evidence is all on the side of the lab leak. You knew that within weeks, so why did the government not tell us the truth?
Well, I think, you know, when you look at the intelligence community report that the Biden administration put out in October of 21, they acknowledge that China's refusal to cooperate, but the report ignores what I think is the inescapable fact and reality that if the CCP had anything exculpatory, anything at all, anything that would be helpful to showing that no one was to blame for this, right, that this occurred naturally, that they would share that. And, you know, why not share data, samples, research, everything that tends to show that they had access to, that would tend to show that this was naturally occurring and tend to show that lab leak theory really was a conspiracy theory. But they didn't do that because they couldn't do that. And to me, that's why making an assessment with some level of confidence is something that should have been done a long time ago by the intelligence community. Yeah, we need to protect sources and methods. It's why Mike Pompeo and I labored over how much of this can we put out, hoping that it would drive the next administration coming in to declassify more information, which they haven't, and would drive congressional hearings into the origins of this, which it didn't.
Here's what gets me. So the Director of National Intelligence knew this thing came from a lab. The Secretary of State knew this thing came from a lab. Common sense tells you this thing came from a lab. And frankly, even the guys who called us names knew it came from a lab because we have their emails. We have their emails from the start. Mr. Gary says, I don't know how this happens in nature. It'd be easy to do in a lab. Mr. Anderson says, this is not consistent with evolutionary. Everyone knew at the get-go. You knew at the get-go. And yet, they tell us just the opposite. Why?
Well, you left out the top public health official, a virologist, Dr. Redfield.
Dr. Redfield knew. He's testified, yes.
Also testified. So you did. You had the top diplomat, the top of the intelligence community, the top public health official, all telling you with some confidence level that the most likely origin of this was a lab leak. And I think that, you know, unfortunately for political reasons and political narratives, it was difficult.
So did you talk with Dr. Fauci during this time frame when you get in May and over the next several months? Did you talk to Dr. Fauci anytime?
No.
Never spoke with Dr. Fauci?
No.
Do you find that strange when he's out saying something directly contrary to the Secretary of State, to the Director of National Intelligence, and to the top virologist, Dr. Redfield, that Dr. Fauci wouldn't talk with you?
Yeah, to be clear, there were folks within the coronavirus task force that were communicating, you know, medical and scientific information to the intelligence community, not me directly. but none of that information was frankly consistent with what we've talked about, what the intelligence showed. Again, some of those individuals, to include Dr. Fauci, were promoting the idea that this was natural origins, and notwithstanding the language that was read, they were referring to it publicly as a conspiracy theory in certain conversations.
Dr. Collins called us
and interviews.
conspiracy theorists if you believed in the lab as the origin. Tell me why do you think Fauci and Collins took that? I got my theory, and I think I'm right, but I'd like to hear from the Director of National Intelligence what he thinks Fauci and Collins' motivation for sharing false information with the American people.
Well, I think the best evidence of that is their own conversations, which say that they didn't want unwarranted or unwanted, or I think the term was unwanted attention to the relationships that were taking place between Western virologists and those working within the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and funding sources for some of that research.
Our money to a lab in China that wasn't up to code, that was doing gain-of-function research, and that's where this thing came from. That's what they didn't want us to know. Do you agree with that, Mr. Ratcliffe?
I do agree with that.
That's important. Thank you. I yield back.
I'd now like to yield to Ranking Member Ruiz for a closing statement, if he would like one.
Thank you. As I have said since the Select Subcommittee's first hearing, our efforts to understand the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic should remain evidence-based and free from politicization, partisan rhetoric, and conspiratorial accusations without proof that seek to vilify our nation's public health officials. We should not politicize intelligence and turn the origins questions into a partisan blame game. Instead, we must let our nation's scientists and intelligence professionals do the work necessary to promote our understanding of the pandemic origins without political interference. And while the experts work to determine how the coronavirus came to be, we should focus on putting people over politics. We should develop forward-looking, evidence-based policies that will keep the American people safe from future pandemics. And we should take an intelligent, strategic approach to competition with China and the challenges posed by the Chinese Communist Party. Instead of fanning the flames of extreme rhetoric, we should build on the progress we made over the past 2 years under President Biden to ensure America's interests flourish domestically and abroad. Now, more than ever, we must double down on our commitment to scientific integrity and put the needs of the American people above political theater. Let's reject extreme partisan rhetoric and work together to save lives. The American people deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I serve on the Intelligence Committee, and as a physician, when the pandemic began, there's no doubt I took an extreme interest into what was going on. Mostly, what I was interested in was what was going on physiologically, causing so many people to die. Interested in finding out ways that we could maybe find treatments for people that actually worked. And started doing research. Lockdown came, nothing else to do. Just sitting at home, going back and forth with another doctor from Ohio who actually got on the phone with infectious disease doctors in China. We began our COVID-19 origins investigation in February of 2020. And we found an article during that time that I had never seen before, medical article, research article, published by Ralph Barrick from North Carolina and Dr. Zhengli Shi from China. An article that showed that they were able to create a chimera, which is gain-of-function research, where you take
Ay,
virus,
caramba.
parts of it.
Everybody was at the office saying, "Can I have doctor on my little sign? Can you put doctor on my little sign? Can you put
I'm
doctor on
not
my
the one
little
who found
sign?"
it first. The other doctor did, and he called me and said, "You won't believe this," and sent it to me. And I thought, oh my gosh.
He sat on the finest toilets
extremely
and read the finest websites.
Fast forward after a FOIA request was able to reveal some emails from Dr. Fauci, Christian Anderson, and others going to the end of February of 2020, where Christian Anderson said, "This thing looks engineered.
Hans Christian
reacts
Andersen came back from the grave and said,
contacts
"Not
his
only did I
deputy.
write The Little Mermaid, and I'm
Capital
probably like
letters.
a
Be
problematic
ready. I'm
motherfucker,
paraphrasing. I can't remember
but I
exactly
think
what the email
I
said.
also want to weigh
Although
in
I
on
do
this
know the
virus."
email had an attachment to it. And it had the attachment of that very article about the creation of a chimera.
And I got
Oh
it
my goodness. I
directly
would
from
hope
Steve Bannon.
that when Dr. Fauci saw that or became aware of it, maybe he just became aware of it. I don't think so, but maybe he did. That he was as alarmed as I was. So you take that article, the question from Christian Andersen, or the statement from Christian Andersen saying this thing looks engineered. And what does this very group do within weeks? Come out and
If
say,
we're going to place orders for magical animals,
Dr.
I would
Anderson
like to order, let's see,
had
everybody
said
drop your
that
magical
he was
animal
focused,
into the
he was going
chat
to
that you would
focus to
like to see
disprove the lab leak
re-engineered
theory.
through gain of
Lab
function.
leak
Gain of
theory.
function might as well yield some like hippogriffs or something, right?
What is the motive for that? That is very reasonable to ask that question. Mr. Moskowitz, I guess, wasn't here for the other hearings. He's not on this subcommittee regularly, so he doesn't understand that that's actually what Christian Andersen said, that I'm going to focus to disprove the lab leak theory. And they wrote Proximal Origins, got it published. How can we not question this motive? And if we are going to do all that
I
we say
keep
we want
thinking
to
of
do with
that
this
like
committee,
Danny Kaye movie
move
about Hans
forward,
Christian Andersen. I think
we
there's a
have to
song in it.
consider these
I'm
types of
Hans
things, the
Christian
motives,
Andersen.
whether they're political or personal,
I'm Hans Christian
so that we don't let
Andersen.
someone else do that again in the future. I mentioned I'm on
You know what,
Intelligence
Gal?
Committee, so
I
I'm able to get
genuinely hate
intelligence that
these
others weren't
fucking
able to get.
people. I mean, there
And under
is a level of
chairmanship, there was
hatred.
an unwillingness to
I'm
investigate this
sorry,
together.
Mom. I really
The
am.
good news
She
is,
said
in the
be
Intelligence
nice.
Committee, that rift is now gone,
Oh,
and we
God.
work together very well.
It's okay.
But at
You
that
probably
time,
gave
since
all
there
that
was two
research to
separate
people
reports
like
coming out
in
of the Intelligence
Hungary,
Committee in the
whatever.
House,
Where's Viktor
Democrats
Orban? Like,
reported,
Viktor Orban's
and their
people are
report, they
like working that
concluded
shit
there
out
was
now.
no need to search any further for the origins. What good would that do? Well, that's changed, fortunately, in this committee and across the entire Congress, and apparently with the President of the United States as well. And I'm glad he ordered the 98 Commission, but to date, I've seen less from the Commission than I've seen on my own work on the Intelligence Committee. And when I ask questions of some of the people from the IC, they tell me it's their policy not to answer my question.
Those are going to be lit.
Although you referenced it before, you know what the statute is. They cannot have that type of
Orban.
policy.
I'm Viktor Orban. I
And that's
am
why we want to
president
know
of
more.
Hungary.
Fortunately, I
My
have been able to
language
work
is
through some
so
of that to some
difficult to
degree
learn.
with
It
Director
is
Haynes.
just like
And I give him
Finnish,
credit for being
because
open.
Finno-Ugric
But
is a
overall, let me
class
just say
of
this. I am
languages, which has
grateful
always
for this
fascinated me.
opportunity
That
that
there's
we
only
now
2
have
languages in this
in the
entire
House.
class of languages.
It's
Did I
long
just say
overdue.
that? That is fucking fascinating to me,
And
but
I'm grateful to
we
Speaker
all know I
McCarthy
love languages. Okay, I
for putting this
digress.
select
I'm
subcommittee together.
Hans Christian
And I'm grateful
Andersen,
for
and I
Dr.
wrote
Hayes.
a
We've been a
report.
friend for
I
a long
said,
time. We've worked on a lot
everybody
of
is
health issues
bad,
together as
but
physicians.
this thing is
And
just
I
a
believe that
flu.
if
I
we
don't
continue
know
to
what
work
he
together,
wrote.
we can produce a product. You know, the pain of this pandemic, in one way or another, has understandably evoked emotions from everyone on
I
this
think we
committee
need
and
to
everyone
open
in
the
Congress and
Kraken
everyone across
Brewery. How
America.
about that? We'll have
At
a
the end of the day, I do
microbrewery,
believe we
and we'll
can
call it the
and we
Kraken
must produce a
Microbrewery.
product of truth and
Oh,
accountability.
it's all lies. It's all
And I'll keep
lies.
repeating what I'm after. I want us to be able to predict a pandemic, prepare for a pandemic, protect ourselves from a pandemic, and prevent a pandemic if we can. And with that, I yield back.
Oh no. No, that'd be a big no.
I want to thank all of you for being here today and for
We're going
being
to watch a
witnesses for
bonfire
celebrating
on
and
the
appreciate
beach after
what
this.
you
Well,
have done
oops, I knocked
and
a
what you
can
say
over my Diet Coke. Dang it.
and
Now I have
participating.
to wipe
And
that
with
up
that,
because I
this
spilled
meeting
a
is
little
adjourned.
soda. Goodbye. Visyatlatashra. Visyat. Visiatlatashra. Is that right? Visiatlatash. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, my darlings. Hold on. I'm hoping this is gonna work. I don't really know. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. No. Share this tab instead. There. With a beachfront view. Doesn't look real, but you know what? Is anything real out there? More steam. Yeah, we need more steam. I agree with that. Oh my gosh, do I agree with that? That is what I agree with. Do, 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 do. He's blinding us with no science. He's asking us to buy his crap. He's trying to fake us. I don't know. I can't think of anything to sing relevant to that. Ooh, but this is a good warm up for today. Because if I don't sing today, I'm already 2 weeks behind. Why can't I get my act together and stand up and just sing it out? What is my fucking problem? How is everyone? Be sure. Oh, see, yeah, no, that wouldn't. Marie, you're amazing. You're amazing with the Hungarian cracks whip. I know, right? Well, you're not wrong. Jesus. What's this? She blinded me with some. This is just my warm up. I'm warming up my voice. I guess this could be a sunrise on the East Coast. I don't think I lived on the East Coast on a lot, and I've seen a lot of beaches. Not all the beaches, but I've seen a lot of beaches. I don't think I've seen a beach like this on the East Coast. I'm just saying. Just looking a little West Coasty. I would, yeah, Marie. Well, but you know what? You're French, and frankly, you could fucking read, well, goddamn anything. You could read anything, and it would sound so beautiful and lyrical. So you could read in the phone book in such a way that would probably make people cry. I'm not kidding. But I appreciate that. I actually do too. I appreciate just being able to say a couple of phrases. And of course, I like the fun of trying to match the accent, but I don't always strike it. No, you do not like tourists. I know. Gal, I'm so sorry. Gal, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know that Ratcliffe does that to you too, in addition to all of this COVID, because if you know, you know, Gal in real life fought a lot to get COVID protections in her community in northern Florida. So whether you know it or not, this is something that's also really obviously near and dear to all of our hearts. But she was also, like many of you, boots on the ground to try and help people, especially in a very difficult part of the country, northern Florida. So it is maddening. Yep, that is maddening. You go hug those babies. Are the babies? Oh, the babies are at school. It's a school day. It's Taco Tuesday. I love you, gal. I love you. They blinded me with no science. They're lazy, so they'll kill us all. They just want to make money. They don't care who, blah, blah, blah. I didn't have a last line. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, I can't imagine the anger as a parent to a young child. I didn't have a young child at the time. I had a full-grown adult, and I was still frightened for her. So I can only imagine what having like a small child would have been like. It is Tax Tuesday. Well, yes, is it? Yes, it is. It is indeed Tax Tuesday. Fascism in motion. Yeah, all these little things, right? You know, yeah. I'll tell you about it sometime. Yeah, I would like to hear it actually. I would like to hear it. I talked to a lot of teachers during that time, so I got some of their perspective, but hold on, sorry. Um, but I didn't have a lot of parents with young children directly in my life at that time. So, yeah, it would be interesting. But no, I actually was surprised to see this. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised with Jim Jordan. He's trying to just do whatever he can to cause as much chaos as he can because he's scared. So I get that. But boy, there sure wasn't enough, like, so when the Trump administration did X, Y, and Z, and when the Trump administration did B, Y, and do, Microsoft Teams, oh, hells to the yeah. I cannot imagine. Oh, God, Microsoft Teams was tough for me in 2020. Microsoft Teams was tough for me in 2020. I hated Microsoft Teams. In fact, Microsoft Teams causes a lot of PTSD. He likes it. Yeah. Yeah. Blinded me with science. I think it's a mix of a lot of bad intention, obviously, right? Power money. Power money pussy. But I think it's also laziness and stupidity. Hi, Spinnaker. I think it's also laziness and stupidity, frankly. I think a lot of what right wing politicians do is kind of rooted in a few different motivations. And one of them is, well, two of them, I guess, because they're different, are laziness and stupidity. So I can imagine that that's what we're dealing with. But Chinese police stations and what else? Bud Light, Budweiser, I don't know. Is it Bud Light or another beer? I don't know. But whatever, the beer. And what else? What's our third distraction? Let's see. Can't think of one. I'm sure there's one. She blinded me with dazzle, disinformation overload. We're drowning in our lies. There's no one to say no more. They're blinding us with dazzle. I guess I should change the caption. Bleep. Oh, here we go. This is the one. Just vibing. That's what we're doing. We are just vibing. Congressional hearings, but are they listening? I changed the title. Congressional hearings, but is anybody listening? Is anybody out there? I'm afraid to share anything really meaty because I don't want to get like big in trouble or something. Oh, you know what? I think I can watch Politicon though. Do you guys want to watch Mary Trump? You know how I feel about her, but I will watch her if you. Oh God, I'm gonna be honest. She's got mostly like the annoying people on. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really want to watch her. Oh God. JJ's working in Fort Lauderdale helping. I'm not going to say the funny story I have about him. I shared it in Weeds. But I was watching a little bit. I caught a little bit last night. I must tune in at the most opportune times for these streams because I promise you people, I do actually do other things than watch Chudley YouTube streams. But I do end up tuning in at the most interesting times. Oh, let's stay on the beach. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I mean, I just don't want to. We'll stay on this is a nice beach. I'll be honest, I kind of like this beach. She blinded me with science. But we should be soothing ourselves. Make sure you're soothing yourself, however that happens to be. Or maybe you're just putting this on in the background. You know how it goes. I just want to be in the top 3. Just kidding. Put me on listen. Listen to the crackling fire. We'll do ASMR. I'm going to buy some of those ears. What are those ears those girls use? Or they guys too. You know what? Wait a minute. I have never seen an ASMR guy. Why is that? Sorry, that's my phone. I have Roy Scheider saying you're going to need a bigger boat as my text tone. Because I love Roy Scheider so much. I hope he wasn't problematic. Because if Roy Scheider was problematic, I'm going to be really sad. But in the interest of just vibing, what is the stupidest thing you've tuned into a Chud stream, Lolo? I've seen accidents. People falling and slamming kids. Those are pretty bad. Oh, those are ears on headsets? Oh, okay. I'm not going to do that, Spinnaker. That is creepy as fuck. I'm sorry. It's fine. But I think it's funny. But I've never seen dudes do it. Anyway, what's the stupidest thing I've tuned into? Wait a minute. Let me just think about that for a minute because I've seen some pretty stupid stuff. I'd rather go back in time so that the chuds don't get like angry, but I'm going to tell you what I was listening to last night was hilarious. Oh no, Karen, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sending healing vibes. Look at the kitty came in right when I said, Karen, I'm sorry. So Samwise is coming over to make sure you're okay. She's okay. She's laying down. It's okay. All right, he's going to hang out just in case. How did we get through a whole convoy? Okay, so here's accidentally get filmed on a poo bucket. Well, we almost had some bathroom filming, but it was just nonsense. Gravity is not friend of Dom. No, not really. There's not a lot of friends of Dom right now, are there? But anyway, I don't want to talk about people who aren't here, and I don't want them to be here. But how did we get through? Okay, here's my question: how did we get through a convoy without a pileup? I'm so grateful, by the way. First of all, I never wanted to say it out loud for that very reason. How? How did we get through a good, 4 solid months of driving? 4.5, maybe 5? I will. Samwise. I won't. I won't. I will not. Yeah, Samwise is just hanging out over my shoulder. There was, well, I mean, Joe hit a car. Man, I was watching Joe live at that point when he hit the car, when he got the super chat from Darlene. I literally was watching live and I went back and screen recorded it. But yeah, right? With only one like serious rear end, Max. I don't, professional drivers. Yes, thank you, Oomph. I'm sorry. What am I saying? What we're dealing with is like the most amazing drivers. Oh, maybe I saw that. I don't remember. I just am really surprised that there weren't more like very serious accidents because there was so much distracted driving. It was insanity. Insanity. But I gotta say, Max, I don't know if you tuned in last night. I don't want to go too far because I don't want to get on anybody's radar. But the fact that the fender came off, they were down to $15 between the four of them, to the point where some rodents had to oh, okay, maybe there were oomph. I don't remember that. I just probably didn't pay attention. I mean, I remember breakdowns and shit like that. But to the point where at one point the rodents had to whatever Cash App $8 so that the other people had not been overdrawn by $6. Oh wait, so that actually means that since the rodents then had $7 and the other people had $2 left after paying their overdraft, that they had $9 between the four of them. And then the plastic fender on the camper ripped off during their drive. And he knew where it was, but apparently it got so tense in the car with Jen not remembering that 2 seconds ago he told her that the fender had ripped off the car and that they were going to go back for it. He went on mute and then came back and said, "Never mind. Who needs a fender? Ha 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 ha." And merrily they went along their way. Now at that point I did tune out because again, I come in, I land, I laugh, and then I leave. Land, laugh, and leave. That's my MO. I'm a land, laugh, and leave kind of gal. So exactly. And it was a psycho. And here's the thing, Max. I think there was a meltdown coming. Yeah, they're broke, they're homeless, and they're here to help. Oh, it was a hit and run? Spinnaker. I didn't see that. See, the thing is I went in late, so I didn't actually see what happened, but I did see the aftermath. I saw the fact that they're indeed. So I'm sorry, and I hope no one was hurt. But I no, Rip, no, sweetie, no, mm. This is a trailer. Bye, gal. I love you. Hang in there. I'll check in with you later on. Hang in there, sweetheart. Right? But yeah, land, laugh, and leave. This was an actual like trailer that has, you know, those fenders that are over the back wheels, the smaller wheels, those little meet. They're like meet. They're like little roofs almost. Roofs. How do you say that? Roofs. And then you would but when he showed it, you guys, like here's show business. Can I just explain a little bit of show business? I'm not in show business, okay? I'm not in show business, but I'm close enough to it to know just a couple of little secrets. And one secret is here's two secrets. One is in comedy, you don't repeat a joke. If it lands, it lands. If it doesn't, you move on. And the second thing is you are the controller of your own narrative. You control the narrative because you control the camera. And yet, these morons, okay, here's I'm just giving a lesson right now. Number one, they just did like 5 minutes, I guess, of their foibles and explained to us just how inept they are as adults. And then, surprisingly to me, which is what I heard, and then at that point I pulled back. Well, an anti-humor. You okay? Well, whatever. Oomph. However, yay, necrosynthetic. Um, you he had an opportunity to control the narrative and really take advantage of it. But not only did he not do that with presenting all their idiocracy, if that's a word, until they become funny. Okay, Rip. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, you fake comedians. Just kidding. I'm a fake comedian too. So but whatever. That's not the point of why we're here today, is it? Get your own show. The point is that I have a feeling the two of you would definitely get along, by the way. I'm just guessing here that Rip and Oomph would actually kind of hit it off. Actually, there's a few of you that would hit it off together. But anyway, that's not the point. It's not a fucking like find a friend service, okay? Get a grip. He then said to his people, "Okay, I'm going to go off now. I'm going to end the stream." And so I left because I thought, "Oh, he's ending the stream." It allows me to make other people consider my perspective just because they want me to think they are cool. I definitely do that. I definitely want people to think I'm cool. But I also do have some really, I mean, I really do believe what I say. Is that but I also, I mean, of course I want to be cool. But I also know that I have to believe the things that I say, otherwise it's going to come out that I don't believe them. That's what I feel like. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's an ultimate thing. And what I try to do is play everything in my head. Like, what's the 6 o'clock news story on this? Would I feel comfortable saying this to everyone on the 6 o'clock news? And if I would, then okay, that's a good gut check. And if I wouldn't, then I probably shouldn't be saying it. And I should probably think about why I'm saying it. I mean, that's just the way I've run my life. Ask anyone I've worked with. I say that to people all the time. If you want a judgment gut check, just ask yourself, can I say this on the 6 o'clock news and feel okay about it? It's a good place to start. Anyway. Oh, thanks, Vinegar. I'm not really that cool, but I try. But he had a chance to bilk his crusty grannies for dollars on dollars on dollars. Like he basically erected the strip pole and then said, "Good night, everybody," without taking off a stitch of clothing or offering one lap dance. You have no idea? Well, but yet you know they're methed out. I think that's actually really good. I think that's a great way to spend your time, necrosynthetic. I think that's amazing. I think that's absolutely amazing. It is selfish of him to end this. Well, no, it's actually not. It's actually a great service to humanity that he ends it fully clothed. Believe me. Believe me. This is not something that is for it's NSF humans. NSFH. Not safe for humans. Not safe for human eyes. NSFH. NSFHE. I think cool is totally relative. I think, yeah, I think it's all relative. I mean, really. Oh my God, there's times I feel like woefully uncool. And I think there's a certain point in a generation that the generation is uncool by definition. Does that make sense? Like you're swimming upstream if you are a boomer and you want to be cool. You just are. I'm sorry. Them's the breaks. That's life. That's what people say. Hello. I want to sing. I mean, I need to sing. I shouldn't say that because I actually have some assignments to sing. But they're not assignments. I actually am really looking forward to singing them. I'm just a little intimidated, like, because I've been rehearsing this one piece and it's just not sounding like I want it to sound. And so I'm frustrated by that. But as they would say to the chicks, just shut up and sing. I'm not ready to make nice. I'm not ready to back down. I'm still mad as hell and I'm not quite sure. Round and round. Oh, it's too late to say. Oh, I don't remember the words. I probably wouldn't if I could. Ooh, I know. I know. I know that. I'm not trying to portray that there is external pressure on me. I make jokes. This is my own pressure, but it's really truly because it just hasn't sounded like I want to sound. Right, right. Well, I don't. This isn't really commission. This is a collaboration, so it's not a commission. So the timing is really of the team. The timing is of the art. The art will appear when the art appears, kind of thing, and that's cool. No, they're not assignments, at all. But you feel an obligation to your collaborative partners always because you respect their time and energy. Let's put it that way. Cool oldies exist. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and the art appears when the art appears. I really do feel that. I feel that in my soul. I'm never anxious about art ever. I'm anxious for me to collaborate. Yeah, I don't work well for hire. Oof, no. Oof. I mean, art to me is just what's coming out. And if it comes out, blarg. I do like finishing stuff. But then sometimes we were talking about this. Sometimes there's like a letdown after you release a piece of art or something. There is kind of a letdown around that. Like there's all kinds of like vulnerability and anticipation and exhaustion or dissatisfaction or excitement. You know what I mean? There's like all this mix of beautiful kind of chaotic feelings about creating. But it can be a little bit of a letdown. I've been working to start my own clothing line. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yep. Empty time. What's empty time? Oh, I probably forgot the reference I was making. When it's really good, you'll know. And the thing is for me, like whatever I create, we create as a team. We're working on a few different projects. It doesn't have to be anything. It doesn't have to be anything. It just is what it is. Robotic clothes. I don't want robotic clothes. Maybe clothes for robots, necrosynthetic. I just think the table is now here's the thing, necrosynthetic, I understand you want that collaboration piece for and that I feel like if you put it out there, that's still going to come, right? You can always do that X thing. What's that X thing they do? But at the same time, I feel like from an art standpoint, I feel like it is totally totally a big table, right? Like the table is large around art. I hope. Yeah, yes. I hope. I hope it's a long table and that there's a seat for me. Is there a seat for me? Sound like one of the characters from one of those Adventure Time or whatever. What is that? Is there a seat for me? I don't know all of them. Karen, I'm supposed to do other things right now as we speak. I know. Well, we're just sitting on the beach for a minute. That's all. You're just taking some beach time. Look at the little sparkles coming up, or not sparkles, but whatever those are. Embers? Look at the little embers coming up from the fire. That's so cool. KMS, how are you? You're back. You're back. Stay on the damn beach. Those. Oh, that's cool. I like that AI is opening a whole world of art for artists that don't necessarily want or have or are inclined. My cat. Get down, please. Can you? No, stop. That's not something for you to play with. Samwise, stop eating. Oh my god, excuse me just a moment. Hold on. Hold, please. Sorry, I wasn't. I went to get my coffee pot. Sorry. How is my Oh, hi KMS. My wrist is great because I actually think this cast is going to be just what the doctor ordered. And of course, I'm not going to enjoy it in about probably a day. But yeah, at this point procrastination is my core identity. Max, that's so funny. But what was I going to say? Yeah, coffee pot. It's a little tiny coffee pot. It's not a big coffee pot. Two of my favorite coffee and pot are two of my favorite things. You have a really cool shirt printing project using Pretty City of Orlando. Oh my gosh, that's really cool. Oh my god, Karen. I would wear one of those. I would buy one of those. You make weird synthesizers and then poke them through a leather glove. Oh my god, Necrosynthetic. Do you have a website or an Instagram or anything, Necrosynthetic? Or when you do, yeah, I was gonna procrastinate, but never mind. I'm gonna wait. Don't give your right name. The cops are flying over with the helicopter. Bye. Hi, kitty. How are you? I want to see my little boy. Here he comes. We say that all the time. It's from some cartoon, but we sing that all the time when the cats are around. I want to see my little boy. Here he comes. Need a what? Need a what? Need a theremin in the cast stat. What's a theremin? Oh my god. I know, Camus. I got my fucking cast. I'm so grateful. And the people who did it were very, very nice. And the guy was like, "What color?" And before he finished his sentence, I said, "Pink." And he's like, "Thank you. You are so easy." Like, everybody makes me run through all the colors. And I just want to say thank you. I'm not kidding. He really said it. Ba, 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 ba. I have several websites. Most of them are the names of chuds. Oh, right. I love you. I forgot you do that. It's hot pink. My favorite KMS. Ooh, the Beach Boys. Oh. Ooh, okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, it can't be other color. Mm-mm. Yes, you are a rather skilled tracker necrosynthetic. I know of your websites, and I know you mean their real names, darling. I know it. I've seen it. Oh, that. No, I don't want that. That sounds terrible. What a terrible thing. I used to see a pretty manhole cover in the parking lot. I kind of want to do that, but I don't want to get hit by a car. Oh. Wipe out. Oh, have I heard that? The 80s hip hop group called the Fat Boys. I wonder if I've heard that. Tesla's student theremin made it. Oh my God. You smart dudes are fucking with my intact brain, but not terribly strong and pretty fucking high at this point. Yeah. Yeah, the Fat Boys. I remember them. Do you remember the times of your life? The Fat Boys. Let me look up. I don't think I can sing them because I wouldn't do them justice, you know, but there's that. And of course, we'll get like strikes and shit. Yeah, Wipeout. Oh my God. I'm going to try. Hold on. Can you guys hear it? Can you hear it? Sorry. Wait, can you guys hear it? Hold on. In trouble, but it's okay, 'cause why not? We're on the beach. Oh, you can't hear it? Damn it. Okay, hold on. Okay. Shoot. Damn it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna share it. I'll just copy the link. I'll just copy the link. Because again, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm a little gun shy today about losing my fucking channel. Yeah. I'm sorry you can't hear it. But now you can play it. Wait, which movie? I'm so sorry. What am I talking about? Oh, Disorderlies. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. I haven't even thought about that movie. Rels cross-examined the PB trial. Got nailed. Love to see it. KMS. That's fucking awesome. None of that is being televised. They're doing a play-by-play though, KMS on Twitter. Is that what you're watching or how are you tracking? Oh, that's who this band is from. Sorry. I'm so dumb. They play poker for the guy. They take care of prescriptions as chips. Huh? Well? Hmm? Yes, Necro. Yes. Do it. Do it. Do it. I dare you. Look at the weird top of the fire. Do you guys see the top of the fire and how it's like linked into the I think there's like subliminal messages in this fucking fire. I just thought I saw something. But anyway, do you see how it's like linked to the horizon? Do you get that? Am I the only one picking this up? There's a call-in number to the trial. I tried to. Oh, okay. I wonder if we could call in. I guess you can't. I feel like we got in trouble when we even showed. Does anyone? I know Baldy was in there, but I think we all got in trouble for showing like who was at court during one of David Riddell's appearances because we all took screenshots of the Zoom. And then they put out this message saying, you are not allowed to share any images of the court proceedings on social media. And I know Baldy and I were ones who did. I know other people did it too, but I just remember Baldy. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, the good old days. I love cheesy hip hop. I love hip hop. I really do. Tech Nun. Ooh, okay. Been streaming that. There's a call-in number. Yeah, I'm not sure if you're supposed to be zooming that. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you're not supposed to. Although you know, democracy. But, you know, democracy. So there's that. I do. I do indeed. I do have those. You play goth, industrial, EBM, dark electronic. Necrosynthetic, I don't think this falls into that category, but one of my favorite artists is Gold Panda. Corgam needs TTS, yes. That would be epic. But Necrosynthetic, do you know Gold Panda? He's my favorite. He's one of my favorites, actually. I just love him. I saw him actually live in New York at the Bowery, and it was fucking amazing. He was amazing. Yeah, I made my daughter go with me. Actually, she was fine going with me, but she's not really necessarily a Gold Panda fan. She's not really a techno, whatever. I don't know what you call that. I just feel like it's house music. I don't know. What is that? Actually, it's not house music. Bear, 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 bear. Brr. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please, hold. I love Industrial Front 242, Nitzer, Ebb. Ooh, see, I don't know all those names. I have a very, very woeful knowledge. It's kind of like a wide and shallow versus select and deep. And I admire people that can go wide and deep. I think that's amazing. Wearable instruments. When was that? I wonder. Hey, Kat, please don't do that. That's not going to happen. You're not getting in that closet. It's not going to happen. No. Sorry, I've got to make the noise. Come here. Samwise, come here and talk to me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Persons remotely accessing are reminded of the general prohibition of photographing, recording, and rebroadcasting of court proceedings. Well, that means don't do it. Don't do it. You stepped out of a dream. Wow, how do I have so many notifications? That's funny. Sometimes I'm funny. Not all the time. Not all the time. You can't be 100%, baby. Helpful. 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 Probably not. Probably not November, because I would have been off Twitter by then. Bear, 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 bear. Whoa, 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 whoa. Doodly doo doo, doodly doo, doodly doo 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 doo, doodly doo. Well, we're not going to break rules, darlings. We're not rule breakers. We're not heathens over here, you know. We're just vibing. See, read the fucking caption. We're just vibing towards a more perfect union. I think, indeed. Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna drink more water. You know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drink more water, and that's what I think is something that I should be thinking about, because drinking more water is important. So I totally think people should drink more water. I'm just saying. But yeah, I don't have any more. I don't have any other than that. I don't have any more wisdom than that. Wait, here we go. Your job interviews are conducted in poorly lit clubs in a private booth over drinks. No matter what time of day, it comes with a job. That would be, I mean, actually, I feel like I could, even as an alcoholic, I could work in a bar, because I really have I've been in bars with people and hung out and stuff like that. and I really have no desire to drink. It's kind of funny. Now, put me in a weed bar and watch out. But oh, the next 2 interviews go well. You'll be back to full-time DJ. Oh, Necrosynthetic. I hope that's good. Oh, I hope that's good. I saw my life with the Thrill Kill cult within the last 10 years. Karen, you are such a naughty girl. Going to big concerts and stuff like that. Small club in Sanford, Florida. Oh, that's interesting. Florida has good. Oh, that's pretty good. I would think there's a big subculture of good, and by subculture I mean, people just doing their thing. So it's less of a subculture, more of a just doing your thing culture. It's more of a I am being polite. You already. Oh yeah, totally. Actually, you know what? I Necrosynthetic. I totally understand that. I don't begrudge you any of that. And it would be hard to just go, oh no, I'm sorry, I don't drink. I mean, that would be awkward. So it's probably, if I were you, I'd probably just take it and not try and pretend I was sipping it, but just not sip it. So I don't know. I don't know how I would do that, but I wouldn't drink it because my liver. I like my liver. I like my liver just how it is. Just healthy enough. Just good enough. Just good enough. Fingers crossed, indeed. Fingers crossed, friend. Fingers crossed. Do 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 do. Is there any news happening? Anything we should be paying attention to? Because goodness, we don't want to not pay attention to things on the news, do we? Or we can just stay here. This actually is a really good vocal warm-up for me to help me feel a little more in my voice. Breathe. It's important to breathe. It's important to breathe and keep breathing. Oh, I was looking through the Dominion voting systems Fox News defamation lawsuit, a primer by Matt Gertz. Oh, I love Matt. Matt used to get, or I guess he still does. He gets confused for Matt Gaetz a lot. Bye, Rip. Is there any positive news happening? Well, this is happening. The Dominion. Oh, no, they're on Twitch. Max, they're on Twitch. That's why. Necrosynthetic is on Twitch. You're not blocked, darling. Don't worry, darling. What were we? Oh, Dominion. Yeah, so I was going to go through the Dominion thing. So why don't I just do a little bit of that? Yes, Neon. I love those names. They're just like really like legit. Oh, no, I don't. I do not have an engagement this morning. What are you talking about? Ridiculous. That is an incorrect statement. What? Oh, yeah, Dominion. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna put the fucking link in the fucking chat for you. Upset stomach. I did have nausea, Karen. I did have nausea. I didn't have, you need to call and get checked out, Karen. If you're having chest pressure or anything like that, you need to call 911 and just have them come and check you out. They will do that, Karen. And I am now going to worry until you tell me that you are getting, or that someone is with you. Because I love you. And I don't want you to have heart aflutter. But it generally, I don't recall any heart palpitations or other dis-ease. But I did have an upset stomach. So. Oh, you got COVID from the hospital. Oof. But Karen, kind of keep us posted, darling, to the point that you want to. I don't need to pressure you, but you can also message me. Just want to make sure you're okay. That's all. So I am thinking of you. Okay, so let's talk about this Dominion Voting Systems $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit against Fox News over conspiracy theories the right-wing network promoted about the company's voting machines in the weeks following the 2020 election. This was to pump up then President Donald Trump's false claims. I'm not really reading, I'm kind of paraphrasing, so just so you know. Oh, I was going to put this in the chat. I didn't do it. I'm sorry. Did I do it? No, I didn't. Now I'm worried about Karen. I know. Okay, it's heartburn. I don't know. Well, of course, Karen, but try remedies. Yeah, or an ambulance. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, Karen. I'm not telling you what to do. But I'm also empowering you as a friend that it is okay to reach out if you think you're not sure what is happening. Okay, good. I love you. Okay, I'm not going to worry about you. I'm going to stop mothering you. Karen's got a mother, everybody. She's already got a mama. She don't need us. She don't need us. We're not a mother. We're not a bother. Or, I mean, we're just a bother. Okay. Oh, Max. Come on, girl. Get that. I'm glad you're getting it. It is terrible, the things that happen in hospitals. Oh, I'm sorry. I was back. Karen, I was giving a device to pull into. Oh, that little thing. Yeah, I remember that. Right. Exactly. KMS. This is a good one. This is good. Heart and stomach. That's right. But Karen is a big girl. Karen's a big girl now. You know what the wrist, you know what the broken wrist is good for? It can hold the vape. It doesn't require excessive finger movement. Don't do that. It doesn't require excessive finger movement to operate the vape. So, good news, everybody. I found a purpose for my weakened limb, my soon-to-be robotic limb. I was dancing with my darling to the Tennessee waltz. Okay, wait. Oops, we were talking about Dominion. Okay. I was doing ASMR Dominion. Well, my cats are doing ASMR by going up in the window. Hey, can you get down off of there? You're like killing my vibe. You're killing my vibe, man. You don't stop killing my vibe. All right. On Tuesday. Okay, wait. Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis denied Fox News and Fox Corp's motions for summary judgment to dismiss the case on March 31st. Kat, I need you to get down because you're really upsetting. Okay, thank you. Okay. He granted in part Dominion's summary judgment motion, ruling that Fox published false statements about the company which harmed it. The trial will focus on whether Fox acted with actual malice in publishing those falsehoods and is reportedly expected to last for weeks. Weeks! Okay, let's see. Oh, I see this. They have it all listed out. This is very good. This website's very good. How Fox Smeared Dominion. Oh, I see. They have all of the links in that document that I just linked. They have all of the links to other articles. Oh, this is really well put together. Our archive below. For more, check out our website about the lawsuit. Fox New. Wow, these guys are like intense. I'm sorry. I'm gonna share this tab because it's funny. This is the website I'm looking at. Let me show you. Fox New. Foxnew.com. Unfox my cable box. That sounds funny. Dominion Voting Systems is suing Fox News for defamation over false claims the network pushed after the 2020 election. A judge has ruled that without a doubt, Fox News knew that Trump lost the election but helped him lie about it anyway, almost 800 times, according to our analysis. And Fox hosted Trump campaign officials such as Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani dozens of times to advance lies and conspiracy theories. But behind the scenes, hosts and executives knew their claims were absurd, kooky, mind-blowingly nuts. There you go. Thank you, Raj. Totally off the rails. Oh my God, fucking lunatic, says Sean Hannity. Fox knew the truth would impact its bottom line. After Fox called the election for Biden in Arizona, that was a real big moment. Tucker Carlson said, "Do the executives understand how much credibility and trust we've lost with our audience? We're playing with fire for real." Fox knew the election wasn't stolen. Fox lied for profit. Fox operates as a GOP propaganda. Yeah, well, duh. Duh. No, we're going back to the fire. That's just raising everybody's blood pressure. It is actually, it is how women experience, yeah. It's good to be cautious with those symptoms. It's true. It's true. It's very, very true. Do 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 do. I was dancing with my darling to the Tennessee waltz. Ooh. Well, the LA City Clerk Council meeting is on. That sounds fascinating. I do like to check in on them once in a while and see what's happening in the city. Well, Jersey J is still helping with Samaritan's Purse. I think Samaritan's Purse is... I don't know about them. I just don't remember now. I'm getting my Samaritans confused. I'm getting them quite confused. Now, you know who I can show is people like... diddly-dee-dee-dee, diddly-dee-dee, diddly-doo, diddly-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Mommy. Stepmom murder trial. Oh, I just can't stand Mary Trump. I'm sorry. There's something about being a Trump, growing up a Trump, and then deciding I'm going to be anti-Trump and still making money off of your anti-Trump. So you made money off of being a Trump. You're now making money after being an anti-Trump. Not that I begrudge anybody making money. I guess that's not really fair, right? But I don't know. It just seems kind of, I don't know. It seems kind of smarmy to me. My stomach's growling. It's time to eat breakfast. It's time to eat something. I have Cheerios. I should eat some Cheerios and oat milk. I think that's what I'll be having for brunch. Bottomless Cheerios. And by bottomless Cheerios, I mean a bowl, a normal size bowl of cereal. I mean a TV size bowl, probably. That's probably a better reference point. It's the TV size bowls of cereal. Can you hear the birds? I hope so. I don't think you can. But there are birds behind me. They're probably drowned out by my stomach growling. I hope not. Oh, I got a Truth Social notification. Let's see what it is. Let's see what's happening over on the right-wing extremist sites. Let's just check in with our friends. Oh, fuck. Russian court upholds U.S. reporter Gershkovich's detention. Moscow court upheld the detention of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who was arrested last month and is being held on espionage claims. That's fucked up. That is so fucked up. I wonder if they let you upload your own music yet. I've been really getting into oatmeal. I love oatmeal. Oh my God, Karen, that sounds so yummy. I'm not big, I can't eat honey anymore because for some reason I get very sick with honey. So I can't even have it in like a smoothie or anything. I haven't tried with agave. I usually just get them unsweetened. But I don't know about agave. But I cannot eat honey, which I think is odd. But, oh my God, I love fruit and oatmeal. Welcome to the Cereal Show, where we talk about cereal, but not in a Proud Boy way. We talk about it in a, just what kind of cereal do you like way. I kind of like oatmeal and Cheerios, frankly. I used to like, when I was little, I used to love Captain Crunch. I have to say, the Gal Squad will make accounts and set up shop and expose sites in real time that I'm mostly brave enough to visit as an archive. I know. Sometimes I'm surprised by the, I guess, bravery of the Gal Squad members who just attack right-wing celebs. Oh, and the fact that, oh, yes, no, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. They go into, oh, no, yeah, no. Yeah, and I don't have bad ones, but I'll tell you right now, those ladies, they've got some seriously fucked up account sites. It is bad. Clay is the ninja. Clay is everywhere and nowhere. Clay listens and has contact with people that you would not believe. You just wouldn't believe it. And then Tina, Ghost of Tina on Twitter, her threads are like fucking novels. They're like War and Peace every fucking day. And you need to read them. You need to follow Tina because she's very frustrated that she thinks nobody reads her stuff, which is ridiculous. Oh, good, Karen. Karen, don't lie to us just to make us get off your back. But I understand that if you do it. But Tina creates these threads that are just so fucking epic. I love them. And of course, Gal's just amazing. And J Rance. J Rance is also one of those quiet researchers, and she's an epic troll. She has an epic, epic troll. Yeah, I know. I don't ever have anything. The only thing I ever have to offer, Rip, is when Tina mentions the fact that I told her that I captured that one part of an interview with Brandon with no D House from Lindell Network and Sydney the Kraken Powell, the crack in my ass. Hey, that's a good one. Sydney, the crack in my ass. I was like, it's back. You're so funny, Karen. I love you. I love you. Um, yeah, Sydney. So I had this one snippet of tape where Sydney is talking to Brannon and talks about the fact that the CIA owns Serbia, and that was literally my one. I still don't actually understand why that's so relevant. I think she just does it to make me feel important. And I appreciate that. That's like a genuine friend move. Like a genuine friend move is to take like a touchstone like that and bring it up, because I will tell you right now, and she knows this, right now that makes me feel important. So I just appreciate that she takes time to make me feel important. That's like taking time to give someone a gift. And I actually believe in doing that. I love highlighting other people's stuff because it makes me feel like I'm trying to make you, I want you to feel important. I want you to feel that. And not that you're not, oh, that sounded terrible. Not that you're not important. I just want you to feel the love. Is that better? Oh man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I don't say anything right. I'm a terrible communicator. Wait, what happened? I'm on Twitter. I'm just trying to check out what the fuck is happening. Ron Johnson? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go over here. I just want to check out some shit.
A full investigation. There's so many irregularities here. There's so many allegations that need a full investigation. And that's really why I signed on to Ted
January
Cruz's effort.
27th, 2022.
Let's at least do a 10-day emergency investigation. Let's organize this. Let's lay out for the American public.
Oh, this was
I
a
don't know what's going to
stupid
happen
shit.
on January 6th.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ron, June 21st, 2022. Fuck you. Fuck you, Ron. Check my Rumble where I save shit they want to delete. Yeah, yeah, you do. All right, let's see what's happening on. I don't know how. Which one is better, For You or Following? I don't even know. Clayburg. This was funny. Clayburg and Ruth Ben Giat, which is like totally awesome and true. Oh, I should be in my other account. I'm hoping there's no. Get down! Hate that. I hate messages like that where it does that. The IRS over-audits black people. Why won't the GOP say anything? Yeah, why the fuck won't the GOP? Well, we know why. Oh, I can't. I can't with these children being killed. Dominion has 7,021 exhibits. A judge has ruled that the Dominion has already proven the fraud fraud claims, so Dominion won't have to prove that. It's a given. And they have 7,000. Holy poop buckets. That's amazing. Let's see what's going on here. Liverpool. Liverpool 6, Leeds United 1. Liverpool 6, Leeds United 1. I can't find the present moment on it. I can't find the present moment on it. Thank you, Oomph. I can't either. I don't know. I keep trying. Following is who you follow. For You is what Elon wants you to see. Okay, well, then I know where I'm going to. Following is who you follow. Okay. I hope I was on the right one because I'm classically not on the right one. Let's just check. Oh, good. Okay, there we go. Well, now I'm on the right one. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Okay, explore. That's what I was doing. I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot. Hannity is trending with 12,000 tweets. That's kind of a high number, actually. What happened? What happened? What's what? Oh, don't settle, Dominion. What's this? Mayorkas. Oh wait, that was today. Oh, that wasn't today. No. Meh. This is nothing. Who cares? No, that's nothing. That's not really any claiming. Anaheim. Why is Anaheim claim? Why are we trend? I'm not Anaheim. Oh, BTS is coming. That's why. Okay. And oh, NCT is coming. I'm sorry. I thought that was BTS. I'm sorry. I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer. I don't know. Why is Social Security trending? Just announced. Lindsey Graham just said Social Security and Medicare are entitlements and he doesn't need them, so they should be cut. Well,
Security and other entitlement programs are worth saying. Entitlements are going to consume the budget. Right now, we're at 2050, we're going to have 185% of debt to GDP. Medicare and Social Security and other entitlement programs are worth saving, are going to consume the debt. We're down to a small fraction of the federal pie to run the discretionary part of government. So entitlement reform is a must for us to not become Greece. So entitlement.
Ooh, invoking the Greece model. Oh, Lindsay. Crazy Ivan, yay! Yeah, you can get I will give you Premier League scores here on Lolo's Lounge. Let's take a football break. No, we won't. But we won't. I actually really love the World Cup, though. I will say I'm a big fan. I used to be a Zinedine Zidane like fucking fangirl, out of control. I think he's problematic now, so I don't think I can be a Zinedine Zidane simp anymore. But I'll tell you right now, that guy is hot as fuck. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Look him up. Zinedine Zidane. Actually, I think he's the captain of the French team still, isn't he? Or did he get fired? Or what happened? He likes to headbutt people, so I don't think he's actually a nice person. But I don't know that. But he's really, really handsome. Oh my God, he's so handsome. But anyway, yeah, let's find Zinedine Zidane. Let me show you what he looks like. Let's see. Zinedine Zidane. Zinedine Zidane. Zinedine. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, here we go. Here's his official. Oh, stop it. Stop it! Okay, bye. I'm just gonna stay here all day. Oh my God. 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 Let's look at his media. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy fuck. Oh no. Ladies, screenshot. Ladies, he, she's, and theys. Anybody out there? Oh yeah, I'm liking that. I'm gonna share that or retweet that bitch. Zinedine Zidane. I actually think he is incredibly happily married. Wait, I need to back. Oh, he's manager at Real Madrid. Oh, he's currently, yeah, I think he got fired, right? I think he got fired. Graham gets a pension for 3 promotions he got in the U.S. Air Force. Oh my God, I didn't know he was in the USAF. He didn't say that quote, but that was the gist. He was the manager at Real Madrid, but is currently unemployed. Yeah, I think he got fired, but I'm enjoying him on my screen right now. He famously headbutted. I know. I saw that. I watched that fucking World Cup, and I was like, no, don't get kicked out of the game. You're the only cutie that I want to look at. And he's like, no, I'm going to headbutt another one. So anyways, Zinedine Zidane. Yeah, I know, right? I wish he'd be my fucking 90-day fiance. I'd tap that. No, actually, again, I think he's incredibly happily married with a beautiful, beautiful family. And we wish him all the best, as is David Beckham. I don't know if it's a really great wife. I don't know how Victoria is. Maybe she's lovely. I don't know. They've been together forever, so they probably have figured shit out. It's pretty cool. The shame watching shows I never tell people about. Do you watch 90 Day Fiance? I don't watch it all the time because I end up getting not very entertained by it. So let's go back to the beach for a minute. Back to the beach. Yep. Oh, sorry. Did I scare you? Did I scare you by singing? Oh, wait. I think that we have a Zinedine Zidane update here. Contrat jusqu'en 2025. I don't know what that means. I'm going to translate the tweet. Zinedine Zidane at PSG. I don't know what that means. Contract until 2025. What is PSG? Oh, is that Is that Paris? No. Is that Paris? Is that the Paris team? Is that what that is? Wait, I'm coming back to chat. I'm sorry. I do like watching soccer. I really enjoy watching soccer. You've never watched it or any of its 5 spin-offs? Never would I find. Okay, Necrosynthetic. Yeah, he's at PSG. That's it. It is Paris Saint-Germain. Oh my fucking god. Well, that's big. I guess he wasn't that bad. Oh my god, I'm losing my voice. Already. I'm ready losing my voice. Oh my god, that's hot. Now I can buy a PSG thing. I can buy a PSG jersey to sleep in. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't. They're too expensive. Have you ever looked at the price of jerseys? They're dumb. I admit I have. I'm sorry. Once, maybe. Yes, I actually like. I'm gonna admit that I've watched the Pillow Talk episodes. I'm sorry. Parasocial mom. Parasocial. Parasocial gorge. Parasocial gem. Parasocial gamut. No, it's Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain. It's been. I mean, it's nice that he's back in France. But I do think he had some problematic statements or whatever after, but I don't know that for a fact. So I may not. I may have to end my obsession with him, which is fine. That's fine. We move on. We move on. For me, it is more of something like I get all of the humor out of social engagements without any of the dumb fights or stress. If you annoy me too much, you go with. That's so true. It really is true. My mom used to love watching sports on TV. And I thought, wow, it's just not necessarily. They do have great jerseys, though. They're pretty cool. Thank you, Ivan, for understanding my baser instincts. But my mom used to watch live sports all the time, and I was like, gosh, are you really that big of a sports fan? Like you're so, like she would watch a lot of live sports on her. I mean, she worked full time, but she would watch them when she was resting. And she said, no, I just like the concept that they're happening right now. I love the concept that something is happening right now and that I'm watching it. And I thought, wow, I understand that. I understand that. She didn't live to see the internet culture really take hold. And we were never a family that really got into that. But, so I don't know what she would have thought of like today's parasocial interactions. I think she would be not happy. Let me put it this way. I cannot, for the life of me, see my mother sitting in chats the way some of these older women sit in chats. I cannot see it. My mother did not suffer fools gladly. And she was far left also. So there's that. But I see the attraction of wanting to be, if even tangentially, witnessing something that other people are also witnessing at the same time. I don't know. There's a sense of community, I guess. And it's just been heightened by the, kind of the internet. And then kind of gotten over its skis in many respects. I don't know. I don't know. Is that all there is? Oh, I hate that song. Yeah, PSG has great jerseys. What else is happening to me? And this guy, I I don't know how to say his name. I don't want to say it because it might even be a bad word in French. In fact, I don't want to say this tweet because they're not even. Oh, wait, they'll translate it. I was going to wake up the neighbors. This guy says, J'allais révéler les voisins. J'allais révéler les voisins. I was going to wake up the neighbors. Because PSG now has great Zinedine Zidane. I don't know what his nickname is. I think it's Zinny. I don't know. Maybe it's not. That would be a good nickname because his name's hard to say. I hope nobody gets sand up their butt. I will say this. Back when I was in Liberia, another Liberian story, when we would go to the beach on the weekend, a couple times that I was there, and, you know, the dudes would go surfing and whatever. Well, actually, the ladies too. Why am I saying that? Everybody would go surfing. I didn't want to because, frankly, the waves were really rough and the reefs were really sharp. And I was like, no, nah, I don't need a staph infection here in West Africa. That's not something I need to get. But no, thank you. So anyway, at night, we would have these huge bonfires on the beach. Oh my God. And we would do that fire spinning thing, you know? Well, actually, we just get really high. And then we would just play with fire. Let's put it that way. That was really what it came down to. But we would do that fire spinning. And I do have a picture of myself doing one of those fire spinning things on top of an overturned boat, making a heart shape with my fires, with my blazing torch. Basically, we were so dumb. How did I allow that to happen? Playing with burning logs. Jesus Christ. My life has been. Hey, come on. No, we're not doing that. You can't go in the closet right now. Stay out of there. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, a dance on fire with ropes? With fire on ropes? What? Oh no. That seems ridiculous. Come on. That seems absolutely ridiculous. I don't understand that. These were logs. These were like the logs you see on that fire, probably not that big, just a little smaller. And then we would spin them. I mean, they weren't, well, I can't say that. Some of them, sometimes they were blazing. God, that would hurt. The poi dancers use Kevlar. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, we didn't. We used wood. We used wood. Oh, disgusting. Oh, God, you guys, stop. Oh my God. Karen and Rip, I'm putting you in a corner. You're grossing us out. Oh my God. Yikes. Yikes, Mikes. Oh yeah, we never did finish the Dominion thing. But anyway, Dominion's in big fat, or no, Fox News is in big fat fucking trouble. Now, will there be another Fox News to take their place? Abso-fucking-lutely. So guess what? It's not about stopping speech. It's about teaching people how to understand it. I'm not sure I want to know what a flesh pool is. Yeah, I don't. No, let's not. The wicks are made from Kevlar soaked in fuel. Oh. Oh my God, Rip. What would the parrots think? Parrots will be so disappointed in you. Going to flesh bowls. Jesus Christ. What is this world coming to? Ooh, I should probably, well, I'm going to take a little break before I sing. So I'm still on break, but I am singing today. And this has been a fantastic warm up. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I am, oh, fuck, I got to figure out the car. Wait, I got shit to do. I got to figure out the car. I got to get my car. I have to get my car because if I don't get to see some flowers for Max Flower, I actually am going to be disappointed in myself. If an entire like spring season goes by and June arises and we have not been to a place that has massive amounts of flowers, I honestly want to make that happen for all of us, not just for Max, but especially for Max, because Max deserves to see as many flowers because she's doing really a lot of good things for people in her life. And I appreciate that about her. And I would like to do that. I would like to fulfill that. I have a couple of promises to fulfill, which are joyous, but I'm anxious to fulfill them. Does that make sense? Yeah. Miles to go before I sleep. Why don't we read some poetry? Let's read some poetry. Let's see. What is a poem? Poem of the day. Oh, Sex and Taxes. Okay, here's the poem of the day. I haven't read it yet, okay? So you have to forgive me if there's anything naughty in it. Yay for Max. Antelope Valley, that's right. I know. Oh man, I'm going. I promise. Okay. Here we go. This is the poem of the day from the poetryfoundation.org. I will link it in the chat so that you can copy it for yourselves. Here we go. Flowers for Max. Flowers for Max. It may be a filthy poem. You don't know. You don't know. But here it is. Let me read it for you. And again, I haven't read it, so I'm going to probably butcher it. Let's hope. Let's hope for disaster. Okay. Sex and Taxes by Kevin Cantwell. Plum black and the blush white of an apple. Shoulder, melon and cream, in tones to list, the flesh in light. Washed colors off at last, and texture sheer with damp. I slowly pull from you with your quick help. Weekends ample procrastinations to forget the least of what we want to do. April. Half a blast of cold, half new light, green and simple. Now dusk, now fear. We pencil what we owe on this short form, our numbers good enough. The gooseneck glare undoes how we spent the day. Each bite, each bee-sting kiss, each bitten O, all aftertaste. Later, at the drop-off, postmark Q, we joke, now we can die. There you go. Snaps up. That's a amazing image. I love that. I hope your tax filing day goes thusly. How about that? I wish everyone such a blessed tax filing day as to enjoy the procrastination, I guess, as much as possible in whatever way suits you. Because that's clearly not available, accessible, or desirable to everyone. So I can acknowledge that that might be true for you. And you, thank you, and you as well. Yeah, I don't think that's not the way I'm going to be spending that day, but yeah. Snap, snap, snap. It's the tax filing blues. I've got the tax filing Tuesday blues. Why do you want more money from me when you take it every time? Why do people not still have voting rights? Why are children hungry? Why doesn't everyone have access to health care? It's Tuesday tax day. Sending your dollars to the man. What will they do? How do we tell them what's important? Voting rights, equal rights, human rights. Drag isn't dangerous, but domestic terrorists are. Ooh, ooh. I agree, Rip. I love my doctors. I have Medi-Cal right now, and I love my doctors. Tax and tacos. How many of you really have tacos on Tuesday? Can we be honest? Oh, good. I hope so. Can or cannot? I hope you can. Oh, good. I'm glad. I want this to be soothing. I know. Because if you have to have a tab open, sometimes you don't want it to be shocking. I understand that. Oh, I have lost a lot of viewers, though. But I understand there might be something really exciting happening. I get it. I'll get it. But we'll be the quiet. What is that? They used to have those radio stations called like the Quiet Storm. I'll try not to sing about taxes though. Oh my God, Vietnamese street tacos. I don't even know if I've had that. But I'm going to tell you right now, I would fucking eat them. Pillow talk. Pillow talk for yeah, the Quiet Storm. And now we can't even use that KMS because they fucking ruined it. Because the fucking right wing fucking ruined it. You did? Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. And did they say thank you? Thank you very much. And they said thank you very much. The Light FM. Yep. Well, welcome back to the Quiet Storm. But not that storm. The other storm. Where we do did you miss my poem, Oomph? You missed my poem reading? About sex and taxes? Oh, you need to rewind. That was a good poem. I think you've already done your taxes, but Mike Pillow Talk. That's right. That's what I'm doing. My clematis needs a longer trellis. You read it. Okay, well, you have to. I think you. Okay. It was filthy. You should have been here. It was. It felt filthy. But I don't know. Or it didn't. I don't know. Well, I guess you'll just have to find out. It's not too far back, I don't think. Do 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 do. Everybody's vibing. The cats are vibing. The birds are vibing outside. It's what, 10:36 here on the West Coast. 1:36 on the East. Very much in between and outside of those as well. Yeah, no, I think this is good for me. I'm happy. I do, and I will adult at some point. It's true. But I'm okay here for now. Just sitting by the fire. Let's see. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh yeah, what's the Beach Boys song? Am I the only one that likes Beach Boys? It could be. It could be. I mean, I don't like the new Beach Boys. I think they're dumb, but oh, I didn't know that was on that album. Huh. Anyway, sorry, just going over discography for the Beach Boys. But we can just stay here by the fire. Ooh, 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 ooh. I don't have any plants. Oh, that's not true. I have a tree. Ah, I gotta water my tree. I have a tree. I have I don't know what it is. It's like a palm, kind of, sort of. It's little. I forgot to water it. It's forgiving, but it's not that forgiving. I need to move it. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move it outside. I bet you it'll be fine. That's what I'm gonna do. Is it sunny? It's sunny. You guys, we could go outside. I think I might I'll put on this as a break, but I might take a minute and set us up outside. Would that be enjoyable? Again, I realize there are many, many pulls on people's time, so I don't begrudge you. But if you have an opinion about going outside, it looks like the sun's coming out. And it might be a nice time. I think I'll do that. Just means that I'll be off screen for about 10 minutes while I get it all set up. Is that okay? I mean, of course, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Okay. Let's do it. Let's sit outside. Yes. 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 Okay. We're doing it. I'm doing it. I'm going to have to mute because I'm going to bang around and that'll disrupt the fire. I know, but I'll have to be quiet. I won't be talking. That's all I meant. I just found a container of seeds. I don't remember what they are, but I wrote special. Special. Okay. Can you hear me? Papa, can you hear me? Okay. Oops, that's me, all right. Shut up, girl. Shut up, girl. Okay, I'm gonna put my glasses on, and then, oh, I wish I had I don't have a downtown view set up for you yet, but I'm gonna get one for you. Hold on. I'm gonna turn my I mean, am I running for something? That's what I want to know. Oh wait, I have to take my little caption off. Oops. Oh man, I don't want to do this. Wait, where's the captions? You know what it is? I can't tell where my mouse is. It's so sunny out. Oh my god, fuck you. Come on. Cursor. Cursed by my cursor. I think my eyelash is falling off. I'm pretty sure it is actually. Now that I think on it. I don't think it. I know it. Okay, that's fine. It is what it is. It is. Okay, where is my... Oh, there it is. Cursor. Come here, cursor. Captions. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Ugh. I just can't. I need some glasses. I'm sorry. Now I can't see the chat. God damn it. It's just one fucking thing after another, people. I can see it if it's bigger. I wonder if I can see it if it's bigger. That's what she said. I don't know how to do this. Oh, wait. That's how I do it. There it is. Okay, you can hear me. Okay. Can't see you yet. I grow a fair amount of... I can't read it right now. Because it's not showing. I know. I thought I'd just go on camera to prove to you kids that you don't have to be perfect to be on camera. I'm doing a public service. I want another... I need to see what is your comment. Look at, I'm gonna put two glasses on. I grow a fair amount of what started as sun gold for Jonah gold or Jonah gold in different and have probably straight somewhat Jonah businesses. Wait, you've genetically or organized your plants? Oh, you've done that? Is that something you've done? Oops, I almost put you in timeout. Sun gold for variety for the small size for best flavor. Sun gold. I haven't. Oh, tomatoes. Oh, I have not grown tomatoes because my daughter has some reactions to nightshades. So I do like a good tomato though, a nice tomato. I like a nice tomato on sandwiches. I used to not like that, and then I started liking it. I'm sorry, I have to do my double glasses. I really apologize. Oh my god, Max, I also almost put you on a fucking timeout. What the I gotta work. Put that down. I haven't bought slicing tomato. I love the tomato talk. We're growing 5 acres of sweet corn this year. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh, hybridized. That's what I meant. I grow hormone that started a single. Tomato, okay. I thought it was a potato. I mean, I know what kind of seeds I have, I just don't know what kind of weed. Oh, I see, okay. I fenced in my yard and just repaired my house so it reaches to the back. Oh, well, this is the area I have to put a little garden in, so this is what I've got. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not the best green thumb. I have the best intentions, but I don't have the best green thumb. 5 acres, that would be a dream. My girlfriend, she passed away from cancer, but my bestie in Maine, she had I think a couple of acres. God, I loved it up there. I love Maine. Maine's really beautiful, unfortunately. It's a bunch of young people. Good. What? Good what? I need to. Maybe the brightness can be turned up. Can the brightness be turned up? I have 2 little gardens. I can't. I should put my glasses on. Girls who wear glasses don't get passes. Girls who get glasses, who wear glasses get sunstroke. I'm just kidding. Whatever it is, it's special. I have 2 little packs of corn seed. Last year got 4 ears. That's it. Get rid of the fire and make yourself big. You don't want that, Karen. Oh, I love butternut squash. I love squash. Squash is nice. Yeah, I'm with you, Rip. I'd have to be planters, which I could do. We just haven't made that the priority since we moved in. Oh, that's really nice, Tom. It's more important than ever. It's more important than ever to help everybody out. Make sure everybody's got vegetables. That's nice. I think that's nice. Oh my gosh. It's a little DIY. Yeah, I need to, I'm going to figure out the car when I'm going to pick it up. It better be tomorrow. Let me tell you that. It better be tomorrow. Oh my God, I keep almost putting, the cast almost puts people in timeout. I just want you to know. It's not me, it's the cast. Actually, it feels better when I put it. Look, see, I blinged it out. Did you see that? I kind of put some, I started the blinging of the cast just because I was bored. Okay, wait, I have no land. I have planters, me too. We donated, okay, that we talked about. Fruit trees would probably do great there. You know, I was thinking of a lemon tree. I mean, I think that's cliche. Everybody does lemon trees, but I actually think, well, first of all, I use a lot of lemons in everything. So, I mean, I could use lemons every day, frankly. So I don't think it's that. And I'm sure I would love to share them with my neighbors who are amazing cooks. Yeah, I know. You have, Hoof has trouble with animals, and so does Max. Groundhog and a deer problem. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that in Maine when I had a house in Maine and we had a garden. Oh, this is what's happening. We've got just a little blip. Um, and everything was eaten. Oh, we're just going to keep our sunglasses on. Or my glasses. Everything was eaten all the time. It was basically, I'm as big as a micro SD card. Oh yeah. Well, that's probably a good setting. We could do this, but it'd be like, oh wait, I can't do that. Actually, I don't know if I do that. Oh God, I really don't think I should do that. There. It's too big. I do that, Tom. There are too many now. Yeah. Animals just need to feed, I guess. Yeah, see, I think that's too big. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think that's fine. See, it's actually like I'm sitting on the beach. Oh, wait. Ooh, 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 ooh. To figure out how to do my you name the ground on Jerry. No, okay, kitty. No. Oh my god, these cats want out so bad. Birds are out. I'm sorry, I need my sunglasses. I need my sunglasses. Mm. Mm. Well, I hope you guys are having a nice day. I am procrastinating. It is true. It is true. I'm procrastinating. How about you? I've got things that I should be doing that don't get accomplished if I am sitting here. And yet, look at the sky. Oh, let's turn more towards the sky. Oh my god, you guys, I'm so sorry. There's the sky. I'm so sorry. It's so nice. I should set up my other camera so that we have a nice view of downtown. I'd like to be able to set up a camera high enough that you could see something of the sunset. I'll try and do that. I'll try and do that. I don't want to be just ahead. I don't want to be just ahead. Trivia was so fun last week. I'm so happy. Everyone was so lovely. That was fun. I don't know how it was to watch because the space is being the audio, but that might not have been as enjoyable. Because I don't think the action would sync up with the words. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't come and get me. I'm not ready. Why are the clouds coming? No, no, no. Sun, come back. Please. I need the sun. Wait, I'm sorry. I should read some of the chat. I can't see it for some reason. Oh, here we go. Plant your corn. No, I can't do that. I need the groundhog. Any animals I trap, I release into what I call the witness protection program. It's funny. Plant your corn, but I think the areas are smaller. For the planting. Oh my God, my dad, because my dad was an agricultural engineer and a farmer growing up as a kid, pig farmer. So, oh, it's getting cold. What the fuck? Come on, Los Angeles, get your shit together. Anyway, in our backyard, we always had corn and roses and all kind squash and everything. Every inch of it was covered with crops. And I remember every year, oh my God, this is like one of those traumatic childhood memories. It really is. I'm not kidding. He would make me, because he knew it made me vomit. I mean, it really was just to torture me, let's be honest. He made me put the fish mulch down. Have you ever worked with fish mulch? It's disgusting. It's probably like chumming in a fishing trip. But I would have to lay the fish mulch down, and I literally would vomit at the end of it. And I would say to him, "Don't make me do that." And he'd be like, "No, it's got to get done. You got to do it. You're the only one around." Anyway, that's my trauma. Welcome to my therapy session. Talking about my father making me do things, making me put fish mulch on roses. Shoot the squirrels. Oh my god, oh, too many crickets. I would actually shoot groundhogs if I had a gun and was permitted. I hate them so much. Okay, you two. All right, stop it. Yikes. It did better than previous attempt with fewer smaller rows, but pretty haphazard. Yeah. Yeah, fish blood. Oh my god. It's no. It's a no. 4 rows by 10 feet is a minimum for good yield. Wow. So it's because they're planted too close together, Tom, that the yield was smaller? Is that what it is? That's interesting. And kelp and bat and worm. Yeah, no, Rip, it's disgusting. 4 by 10 feet is a minimum for good yield. I'm growing more raspberries. Oh my god, my mouth just watered. Raspberries and blackberries. That sounds so good. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would be angry. I don't know. I have one of those, like, I have a sister that lives in Maine. Oh my god, my hair looks like shit. I have a sister that lives in Maine, and she's like the squirrel whisperer or a chipmunk or whatever they have there. They have all kinds of shit, actually. She lives near the woods. But she, like, she's like fucking Cinderella. She'll sit there and, like, they'll be like, dee, 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 and all the woodland animal and creatures will come up to her. I don't think she gardens, like food garden. So, no, actually she does. But she probably is like, she's like so far to the animal part that she wouldn't do anything. No, insufficient number of plants in my case. Okay, all right, understood. Not enough plants. Okay, so it's really not, it's just not the spacing. That's interesting. I just thought maybe there was something about the spacing that might have something to do with it, but I like comfrey leaves preferred by chop and drop. Yeah, well, my dad was a torture master, so that's the way that went, Max. I didn't have the luxury of having a father that would allow us to use normal fertilizer. He just picked the most disgusting thing possible and said, "You should be the one that sprays this fucking gross powder all over the ground." Oh my god. I am telling you, the chemicals that my father exposed us to when I was a kid, I have a wait a minute. So the other thing we used to have to do, my father's dead, so there's no, you can't hold him accountable for this behavior anymore, but what he used to do was he had his own okay, so my dad worked for an agricultural engineering firm, and his job was to design large farm equipment, right? So he's designed large irrigation systems for farms in mostly in California, Central Valley, and he engineered, so he would invent basically, and he invented this, or he said he invented it. I saw the patents. I don't really know. But anyway, the sequematic valve part of a sprinkler is something that he was involved in. I'm not going to say he invented it because I think he lied, but I don't care. It doesn't matter. Probably the guy who invented it is dead too. Anyway, so sequematic valve and sprinklers. So when he left, he got fired from the corporation he worked for because they stopped doing agricultural products and started doing defense products back in the, let me say, maybe it was, no, it was probably the 80s. I don't know. I think it was the 80s. I don't really remember. I don't know. I was mad at him at the time, so I don't really care. Anyway, wait, I want to catch up with people because you guys are talking about good stuff. Insufficient number of plants. Okay, too high won't take macronutrients. Too low pH in there and it won't take micro. I have a well I could use for a source, but usually got enough rain. I think I might have pH backward. Outdoor, it will level itself out, Lolo. Oh, okay. Indoor roses, or the other thing, it's like living with an alien. Yeah, I don't. No, we had roses. He had rose bushes in the backyard. Anyway, and so he, yeah. Well, I wouldn't be that excited. Anyway, so he worked for this corporation that was initially doing like farm equipment and shit, and then over the years turned to defense contracting. And he was a peacenik. You know, my dad was a peacenik. And so he said, fuck no, and he quit. Or no, he got fired. Because he refused, that's what it was. He refused to work on defense projects, and they fired him for refusing to work on defense projects. So he made a big stinky wink about it. Anyway, then he went nuts. And, but part of the thing he did was that he had a sprinkler business with my brothers and my sisters. And I was too young to actually like work on the installing sprinkler systems in people's like big homes and stuff, like digging trenches and shit. I'm serious, like the whole fucking shebang. It was fine. I mean, it was a good business, but it was not a good business, if you know what I mean. Anyway, but my job was to help make the sequematic valves. Now, do you understand that when you are working with sequematic valves, you're using like the most toxic glues and shit? Muriatic acid was everywhere in our garage. Let me just put it that way. God, I think back now and I'm like, what? How? What? But literally, what we were doing was building stupid sprinkler systems. I was building sequematic valves. I could probably do it today. If you asked me to put together a sequematic valve, I might actually be able to do it from muscle memory. Brick cleaner, yes, it will fuck you up. I know. I remember dropping all kinds of things in it to see what it would do. I think it's funny. I think it's funny. Is anybody still watching except for me and Rip and maybe Maxon? 11. I don't know. TSP. Yeah, it sounds like that. No, no, no. This was no, Max. No. This was actual muriatic acid. Full on. I'm not shitting you. This was the fucking 70s and 80s. Well, 80s probably at this point. No, these were hardcore chemicals. I mean, and the garage had decent ventilation if the door was open. I'm not kidding. I will get people to corroborate my story. Oh my god. I'm telling you. I'm surprised I'm still here. Well, I guess I'm not surprised that my brain is fucked up. Look up the valve, Jen. Yeah, sequematic. Yeah, muriatic. Sorry, Rip. It's muriatic acid. It's so awful. It's corrosive. I mean, it's not like, eat your, well, I guess if you soaked in it, it would eat your flesh. But you never soaked in it. But I've gotten a plenty on me. I can remember that, and it burns. I can remember that. I didn't enjoy working with it, if that makes any sense. What? I'm so hungry. I need to eat. And I need to figure out how to get my car back so that I can go see Super Bloom for Max. That's what I need to do. What's going on there? Nothing. I thought the cats were up to something. But I'm kind of enjoying this. So if you guys don't mind, I'm just going to hang out here for a while and avoid massive amounts of responsibility. What else should we talk about? What else is happening in the world? I'm not really in touch with the news. I should figure out. You know what else I want to figure out is where I'm going to go next. Where should I go next? Well, I mean, I need to go to the flowers, so I probably will drive out there. forgot to drop a nitric acid on my forearm years ago. It will burn straight through you. I was like, oh my God, Tom. Jesus Christ. That's like fucking alien movie shit. Don't do that. Oh my God, that was a little chilly. Stop, wind. Come back, Mr. Sun. Come back. Mhm. Here comes the sun. Ooh. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. That's a good song. What are those lyrics? Oh, hello, you dropped something. Here comes the sun. Ooh, here comes the sun. And I say, okay, that's, I can see that. So, nope, can't see it. It's alright. Little darling. Oh God, I'm not sounding good today. Ruh-roh. Okay, wait. I need these lyrics on a screen that I can see. My settings. My settings. Where's my settings? Wait. Oh, wait. I don't know if I do this. If I... Yeah, it doesn't look either. Hmm. 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 Damn, girl. Okay, wait. I think I can switch. No, that's not gonna work. Oh God. Okay, wait. My screen's too dark. You know how you have dark bit mode? Oh, yeah, fuck it. You don't know. Oh no. You don't know. You don't know. There we go. Here we go. All right. I think I can even see it if I have these on because it's too bright out here. Nope, I can't. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Ooh, here comes the sun. And I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to their faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been there. Oh, here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, I feel the ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Ooh, 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 ooh. I say It's alright. Wait, said something funny. I can't see. I can't see. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, you do not. No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, the kitty's like, I'm on it. I'm on it. I can't see. Let's see. Boom is laughing crying. Lysergic della What are we talking about? I'm really wondering. Hold on. Now we need to go back. Hold on. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Oh my god. Ah! Everybody's falling. Stop falling, everybody. You don't have to fall. You don't have to fall. You don't have to do it. Come on, let's do it. There's really nothing to it. Come on, let's do it. I feel like, well, I did just, yeah. Yeah. Ah! She's a high girl. She's high. Hi, girl. Hey, girl. Okay, wait. Is it Friday? Is it Tuesday? What day is it? I can't see any of this. This is so disappointing to me. This is so very disappointing. Oh, wait, here we go. 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 Oh, here we go. 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 I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I don't. I think I need a hat. I think I need a hat. It's very sunny out here. I think I need a hat. Okay, wait. Let me look back here and see what's going on. I need to like stare into it. So I'm going to take off my camera for a minute because I need to stare. Okay. Wait, because you guys are being funny and I want to be funny. I'm having FOMO. I'm having chat FOMO. Okay, they use the clean defense. All the acid talk. We talked a lot about acid. Oomph says nothing stronger than lysergic. Well, if we had any, we'd be doing it. I want to buy more land and grow food and rent. Tom wants to start a compound. That's great. We're going to do that. Lolo's home for badasses, remember? My sister and her husband are getting dual citizenship in Italy? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. I do love I love the southern Spain. I really do. That's really cool. Yeah, Oomph wants that lysergic, man. Lysergic diethamide. Oh, you've met a few times. Oh, a few hundred. Max. Oh, wow. Ooh, party animal. My parents never played the Beatles, so when the movie Sgt. Pepper came out, I bought the soundtrack and thought the Bee Gees and Peter Frampton wrote all those songs. Oh yeah, it won't. It won't even eat through the blotter. Suck. That sucks. Do you guys mind if I wear 2 pairs of glasses? Wait, I think I need a hat. I'm gonna go get a hat. I could bring the other camera out. I need a power source though. Oh, fuck. Where's my other thing? Dumb fuck. Okay, I'm coming back on camera regardless. I don't really even care what it looks like. Okay, I have a hat in case. I'm thinking that I might need the hat. I might need the hat. You want a leather top hat, but more Abe Lincoln than GNR. God, my fucking screen. I need a maid. Not a maid. I don't need a maid. I'm just kidding. I really don't. I need a screen cleaner. I need someone who comes by and cleans the screen. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Oh, stop doing that to the rug, please. Hey, 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 Christopher Gustafferson. Hey, stop it. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Ooh. I have a perma thing. Who's hat? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, I hate ticks. Very, very, very terrible, terrible ticks. Here, kitty, kitty. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Ooh, oh, would you stand up and walk out on me? Would you please don't? Although if you have to go to the bathroom, I mean, you know, thing's a thing. Do your thing. Do your thing, babe. Do your thing. We should get back to free love. No, we shouldn't. I'm just kidding. I have no interest in that whatsoever. I'm just kidding. Woo doo doo doo. I was just thinking of what 60s concepts are out there. Never mind. Brr, 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 brr. I want to go to the beach, but we can't. We can't go to the beach because mommy doesn't have her car. Mommy, if you got your car, you could take them to the beach. If you got a car, you could take them to the beach. If you got your car. What was that show, the weed guy who visited? Oh my God, I love that show. High Maintenance. High Maintenance on HBO. That was such a great fucking show. Oh, hello, LAPD. How are you, darlings? How are you, darlings? What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? I suppose I should look up another line to that song. Oh, but it happens all the time. Oh, I get high with no help from my friends. I'm gonna try with no help from my friends. Do you need anybody? I just want someone to know. Could it be anybody? I don't remember the line. Oh, we'll get high, gonna help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. I'm gonna try with the help of my friends. Hi, Crow. What you doing? How you doing, bud? How you doing, Crow? One of the tattoos I want to get is I'm actually not like, I mean, I'm a Beatles fan because right, Beatles, right. But I'm actually not like a diehard, you know, like, oh my god. Like I like my music comes from all like decades and stuff. Like I love a lot of modern stuff like right now. But anyway, I don't know why I said that. But there's a line in the Beatles song that I want as a tattoo. I'm very high. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. What's the name? Um, play it. That's what I was going to call it. But the tattoo I want to get is of the line, "The love you take is equal to the love you make." And that's a tattoo that I want to get. Can't seem to get. Oh wait. Oh, I see. Er, er, er. Oh, I can't do it. I'm gonna get broken up on this one. No. Oh, whoops! I was waiting. They used real apartments. What is that? Oh, the week guy. They used real apartments. Yeah, they did. No. Anyway, so I'm gonna stop this because this is weird. So why am I doing this to you? Oops, shit. Oh, right. Oops, no. Ow! Sorry, I had to stop that. Yeah, the love you take is equal to the love you make. That's what I want my next, or a tattoo to be. But that's not happening right now. It's on the list. Let me put on. Bum, 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 bum. I shouldn't smush my curls. I'm smushing my curls. Don't smush the curls. Yeah, itchy nose. I don't want to fight. I heard one. Oh, what was the one I heard the other day? I was sitting. I was sitting with with the guy I'm doing the podcast with, and we were at this bagel place near where we record the podcast, which I love this bagel place very much. Anyway, the woman who owns it is like this really fucking awesome Like she's just really badass. She's like old Hollywood kind of chick vibe. I mean, she's probably, I don't know. I think she's older than I am, I guess. Yeah, she's older than I am. Anyway, she owns the place, and I had my bag. I brought a bag because I bring like my laptop and my iPad and shit to the podcast session because it's a long story. We got people on Zoom, and I got the script and all this stuff. Anyway, so the point is that we were sitting in this cafe just chilling before we went to record, and she comes over and she picks up my bag off the floor, and she's like, "Don't put your bag on the floor, because when you put your bag on the floor, you'll end up nothing but poor," or something like that. She said it was much more clever, but I'm like, wow, I forgot that one, because my mom was all into that stuff, all into like the whatchamacallit, like superstitions. She was all into that. Like, don't put shoes on the bed. Don't rock a chair with no one in it. Don't have a redhead be the first person who comes into your house on January 1st. What the fuck was that all about? What was that all about, Mom? What's your problem? What was that, by the way? What's the conspiracy behind the... I'm going to go get the other thing I need. Because I'm going to show you guys like other stuff on there. I want to see if this will work. Shit. Hold on. I'm getting so fucking technological here. Oh wait, I gotta check my power too. Fuck, man. If it ain't one thing, it another. Do you guys ever watch that show EastEnders? I don't think this is gonna be fun. Let me just see if this one works. I'm very scared about this. Let's see. Let me see what happens when we do this. Hold on. I'm gonna take myself off. Kind of, sort of. Where the fuck? I need like a. Oh, you know what? I need this. Look at. I'll do this. Now I can see where everything is. Oh. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! What happened? What happened? What happened? Sorry, I have to like be disgusting for a minute. Just show you my stomach. I can't find my fucking cursor because it's so bright out here because it's so sunny. Okay, so then, okay, fine. Then I won't do that. All right, I'm gonna have to do this. Hold on. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Oh, I did that. Oh. Hi, what are you doing? Okay. Try not to hurt each other, please, and kill each other. You need to wear a hat, little computer. I have to treat it. Oh, what are you talking about? Does it stay like that, or do you have to treat it? Oh, you guys are already on something else. Okay, hold on. Dur, 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 dur. Really? Oh, really? Comes another helicopter. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what I did. Oh, I see what I did. That's nice. Oh, try to do this. Woo! I want to make sure you're not like pointing at anyone's like windows, but I don't think you are. Okay. Great. And then that, and then, oops, no, that's not it. There. And then we add little tiny baby Lolo. Where's baby Lolo? There's baby Lolo. There she is. Oh wait, we can make this one bigger now. Oops. Oh man, you're just not gonna help me, are you? We can make this one bigger and we can go like this. So we have all of the best of all of our worlds. And there's my hand right here. See? Isn't that cool? Let's see, what else is happening? Anyway, I'm going to smoke. I've done my work. Oh, you know what else I need to do, though? I do need to get some power. Hold on. Excuse me. Oh, I'll get a snack. Now we're cooking. I have snacks. I have tortilla chips. Oh, my computer. Yummy. Does it wear off after time, Max? And do you wash it? If you wash it, does it wear off faster? I have questions. I don't know. That's what I wonder. I'm sorry, this is going to be crunchy. I'm probably not making really crunchy. So many things. Oh my God. Oh, I constantly am putting people in timeout. I'm constantly close to it. Thumb Tifa. I call it Thumb Tifa. I'm just like this. You know, it's like the sun is such a wonderful thing. I understand it's, you know, everything has a downside. There's nothing, there's no 100%. There's no 100%. Oops, my tummy's growling. My tummy's saying, I'm sorry. Did you think that this was breakfast and lunch? That was a thought, honestly. I hope that camera doesn't fall or get blown out. It's my daughter's camera. I don't think so. I'll secure it. Come for the burp burp. Ah! Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. You'll have to excuse me. Did we gain? I like that we're just all vibing here. I'm really happy about that. Thank you to my vibe. Welcome to my vibe. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Awesome. Stop putting stuff down. Oh. Okay, let's sit down. sleep stream. I'm just kidding. It is so nice out. Yeah, I think I really enjoyed doing the streams out in the world. Those were fun. So I think I have a lot of places on the list, starting with blooms, but then moving into like architecture that is really beautiful and landmarks that are of relative interest to a large group of people. I think Haggard is coming through in April, but I don't know that. He may have changed his plans. But we were gonna do something and go to like the tar pits or something. And so we could film that. And then when it gets to be summer, I mean, I'll go down, maybe I'll go down and see Foggy, clearing the fog. He's been on camera before, so he could go on camera. I don't think Haggard's been on camera before, so he probably won't. But Fog would, and we could do some stuff from Orange County, from Huntington Beach, and that area where there are plenty of Nazis. Plenty of Nazis. We could get in some real trouble down there. Fan mail from some flounder? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah. And then, oh, the Santa, no, the, gosh, what is it? Is it the Santa Monica? I guess it's like the Santa Monica Farmers Market. Or, it's a farmer's market, like a legit one, but it's nice. And it's near Venice Beach. So, Max, also to your point, we could go to Venice Beach and see all the humanity that exists there. And then I really thought I would like to take people up into the Hollywood Hills because it's really beautiful up there and so quiet, and there's some beautiful walks. So I thought we could do that. Obviously, the beaches. There's a great beach up north of us a little bit. Oh, but it's before Malibu. It's not near Malibu. It's south of Malibu. But it's a really nice. My daughter had a film shoot there. So my daughter got a gig as a data wrangler, which is it's a reference camera on set for visual effects. And what the reference camera does is collect the same shots as the main unit cameras, but does it in a 360. So that when the VFX artists go in and do their work to adjust the visual effects, they have a 360 degree reference point for the shot. And they can recreate what they need to recreate if it's impacted by the visual effect. So it's called data wrangler and reference photography, and it's something that she's done on set, and she and I don't know where I was going with that story. Shit. Oh, it wasn't that good then. Maybe. Sometimes those stories just aren't that good. Yeah. What was I talking about? Was it a dumb movie? this is part of my brain that I really don't like. When I was recording the podcast, and I know it happens to everybody, I'm not saying it doesn't, it just feels a little different. I mean, it just feels very frustrating, is what I mean. So, as a human being frustrated, I just would stop and like I was on, we were riffing and doing some riff sessions, and I just would stop and like couldn't remember where I was going at all with the story. It wasn't even like I had a glimmer. And I'm sure it's just brain fog or it's post COVID. It could be long COVID. I had COVID in November. It could be long COVID. I didn't get that sick with COVID. I took Paxlovid and I was like immediately better. I mean, I'm still contagious. But I didn't feel creepy. Anyway, yeah. And then I was talking yesterday about this road trip. I am really excited for this. I really want to do this. It might be done in a smaller fashion. I'm not saying it has to be the whole thing. But I would like to go see some. Well, this one friend was asking me to come and see her. So I probably would do that. Oh, it's coming off. I would probably go and see her. Oh my gosh, this whole eyelash is falling off. Crazy. Crazy. I should do a tutorial on how to not put on eyelashes. Here's my tutorial for not putting on eyelashes in 2 seconds. It's just so much easier than mascara. I'm sorry. It's like boom, boom. Done. Done, done, and done. Thank you, son. The world is full of unintended consequences. Sunburns, for example. The sun isn't intending to be mean and hurt you. Sorry, double glasses. Can you hear the cats? I should probably go fix this. Oops. Oh, yet again, I almost put some in my timeout. I have no idea. Whoops. Where did it go? Well, I really have nothing to say, but somehow I don't think that matters. Somehow I think it might be better that way. If we're just quiet. Many texts. But I'm getting many texts. And I have my double glasses on, and it is not helping. Why, yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. You are correct. promise I won't fall asleep. I could probably not fall asleep with a stream on. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't understand people who can do that. I don't feel this way. This is very nice. I'm definitely into this. Oopsie. If I had to move to another country, I'd move to Chile. I used to know a guy from Chile, and he described it so beautifully. I blame forgetfulness on menopause. Maybe that's what it is, Jen. It might be menopause. That sounds great. Move to Portugal. Oh yeah, I only went to I don't know why this isn't going. Why isn't the chat moving? I only have gone to Portugal to see like Gibraltar. We went. My dad and my brother and my daughter and me went to Europe. Did some. It was really the girlfriend tour. So if we're going to be honest, it was visiting all his girlfriends, and he had a girlfriend in Spain. And he loved Gibraltar, so we went to Gibraltar with those goddamn fucking monkeys who I hate. I can't stand those Gibraltar monkeys. Now, granted, they belong there and I don't, so I was happy to leave. So I was very happy to leave. Oh, you know what? I can just do that. Dome. The dome. What's going on? Okay, thank you. What the fuck? Yeah, those monkeys are terrible. I hate those monkeys. Fuck those monkeys. And I'll stay out of their place. I don't care. We're not moving. Let me try this. Hold on. Is the universe expanding right this minute? I probably shouldn't mess with anything. I can't mess with it. Is the universe really like freaking out right now? Is there something happening that I don't want to be aware of? Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? Oh, I can't remember. We all got time enough to cry. I didn't like that song either when I was little. As I was walking down the street one day, I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Okay, that's it. You guys, I should get to adulting. What the fuck is wrong with me? I don't know. I gotta fix these eyelashes. Alright, that I do have to do. God, be a professional for once. Oops, I almost lost my hat. Why, I almost lost my hat. Maybe I should wear my hat. I think we've passed the point of no return, ladies. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. Sorry. You've already lost. Some reason this is not showing the chat. Because there's more chat on YouTube. What are you doing? What you doing? What you doing, darling? What you doing, darling? Or maybe I'm not even live anymore and I'm just sitting here like a dork. That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. Probably not even live. Probably maybe I am. Wouldn't that be, that's a good Twilight Zone. Like a good Twilight Zone is like you think you're live streaming, but you're not live streaming. Wouldn't that shit? Okay, stop. Okay, that's not really what I wanted. Stop. I just want to see what's happening, that's all. But the sound's good. I don't check my Twitter DM. Oh, that is very true. Shit. Okay, well let me do that. I'm not very good at all that. Okay, I can't multitask like that. You're asking a lot. I'm just a hi girl. Where's my DMs? What is my DMs? Oh my god. What is that? Okay. Oh, we're talking about trip. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, it's not scrolling. Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. I'm glad you confirmed that. Thank you, Ted. I'm so sorry. I kind of noticed that, but here's the thing. Oh my god. Let me tell you exactly what I thought was going on. Can I tell you guys what I thought was going on? I'm going to be really honest with you. I thought that you guys were just pretty much done. And while you were being nice to have me on in the background, you were not going to engage, or there was probably another chat to engage in. I just pretty much assumed that was the case. And it's not from self-esteem. I'm not saying that. It's just from pure experience. I'm not weirded out by it. I'm just telling you that's kind of what I'm thinking is happening. I mean, I do. Oh, I have 8 people. 8 people are watching. That's fantastic. Okay, wait. I need to find. Hold on. I need to figure out this whole chat bullshit. What's going on? Why is it only the old chat? Maybe it'll do the new chat now. It might. It might. It might. Or else I'll just watch it on YouTube. Lolo live. Lolo live, and she's ridiculous. Okay, wait, let me catch up now. Jim gets around. Oh, Costa Rica. I spent a really boring month in Costa Rica with my father. What time was it? I don't even know. Lately. No. Okay, so clearly the chat's not working, so we're going to turn that bitch off. I mean, the chat display. I'm going to get a new restreaming platform. This one has been very disappointing, and it hasn't allowed me to do anything mobile because it keeps crashing. So if anyone has a recommendation on a platform for streaming, I would highly recommend giving it to me because Restream.io is not working out for me. It's just not. Let's see. Lately, the travel has been destination weddings. Well, those are fun. I don't travel anywhere. I mean, I don't even really want to. I'm going to be honest. Although I am looking forward to seeing friends this summer. I'm going to try and do that. I know you wouldn't ghost me. You're not an Irish ghost, are you? You're not gonna Irish ghost me. An Irish goodbye. I can't see Rip Blipman giving me an Irish goodbye. Let me see if I can read these without. No, I can't. Give me an Irish goodbye. God, I look like I don't even know what I look like. I'm looking at myself on screen like, what? Maybe I should turn this a little that way. No way you would ghost me. Yeah, it did get sticky. I do remember getting on the Boston to San Francisco flight though on United when I lived because I lived in Maine when 9/11 happened, and I remember having to go to the Bay Area for a wedding. It was family member, so it was important. It wasn't a friend. I mean, I was like in the room. So, yeah, we flew that flight a month after 9/11. No, 2 months after 9/11. My sister and I, and we were like, okay, this is what we're doing for love right now of this person that's getting married. We're getting on the same flight that they flew on that morning. Crazy. Crazy, baby. I mean, really, I don't think there's a good reason. You don't have to get married. You could just make a commitment to someone and say, this is my lifelong commitment to you. Goodbye. Hi, Heidi. How are you? Oh my God. I haven't seen you in chats. How lovely. What an honor to have you. Yeah, Karen, we're not doing that. We're not doing overtime. You're doing what you can do to get through. That's what you're doing. It's the 80% girls. We're the 80% girls, and that's good enough. That'll do it. That'll do. It's not anymore. You don't need to do anymore. You don't need to struggle. It's not fun. Why were all the Southwest flights canceled this morning, Jim? What happened? I think it's nice you did. Thanks, Heidi. I appreciate it. Nice of you. I hope you're hanging in there. Doodle-doo, 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 doodle-doo. The breeze is a little cold, but the sun is so nice and warm. It's a perfect spring day, really. Really, it's a perfect spring day. Very blessed. Blessed. No, I'm not. Fuck. Shit. Very lucky. Lucky it's a nice day. I don't know. Am I? Are we? Is it a nice day for everybody? No. No, it's not. Oh my god, where'd I put this? There it is. Everybody needs to travel. Don't put it off. One day you'll be drugged up and fuck yeah, you will. Fuck, Jim. Oh yeah. Well, no. My worst customs experience was West Africa. That was my worst. Well, no. Soviet Union was the worst customs experience, or whatever immigration experience. I mean, no, that wasn't that bad, but Soviet Russia was not fun. West Africa, not fun. Liberia. I suppose you can't say that about all West African entry points, although most of my friends did say it about all West African entry points, so there's that. But I mean, people exercise power where they can. That's what I've noticed. If people can take a power position, they're going to take a power position. No, I'm not a Soviet emigre. I was only there for a few weeks. Well, excuse you. I'm on a phone. Entering Zaire, they confiscated our passport. Yeah, see, no, that's the thing, Max. That's the thing. I don't like those little rooms in those little tiny airports. I don't like them at all. I'm not going in them. Can't make me. Yeah, I'm not digging on the. Can I hold your passport? No, no, no. You can't. You can't hold my passport at all. Nope. Oh, it's all bribery. Yeah, and it wasn't even like I learned at one point. It's not even that it was perceived to be a negative thing. It was just a way of doing business. Yeah, it is a good entry. It's pretty much the way everything is. The power company shut off our power and demanded money to get it turned back on, but then never turned it back on. That's life. That's what people say. Yeah, they do. God, they always do. And they're always asking ridiculous questions. It's like assuming you're a drug trafficker. Boy, that's a great picture, you guys. That really came out nice. I really hope that camera stays. Let me see if I can get into it. I can't get into the picture. Whoa. Better watch that. It's not really working. Oh, I'm on YouTube, so you can't see me. Oh, there it is. There's my arm. Better watch it. I want to go to the beach. I don't know what I would do on the beach. I'm going to be honest with you. What would I do on the beach? I would love to teach international business. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a master's. I never got my master's, and then I turned around when I was like in my 50s or like a few years ago, and I was like, why didn't I get my master's? And I was always too busy, or I didn't have enough money. It was either that. I was trying to raise my kid alone because I raised her alone, and so everything went into her. And I was exhausted. I was lazy, and it was too expensive. But I kind of wish I did, I guess. I don't know. Do I? No, I don't. Now I don't. Now I'm glad I did. Because I couldn't use it if I did. If I had it, I wouldn't be able to really use it. I went to Stanford for a few weeks. And it's not that they kicked me out or anything. But I went to the nonprofit program for the the leadership program for executive program for nonprofit leaders. Yeah, ENPL. And it was great because you were there with like 30 other people, and like half of them were from across the world, mostly Australian, and the rest of them were all over the United States. And like you stayed together for 3 weeks on in the graduate student housing at Stanford, and you went to courses like every day, and with really great people teaching them. Like Stanford people, I guess. I mean, some great, some not so great. Whatever. I don't really have that much. I don't have that much like awe over academia, but there was like some names. But anyway, it was just really interesting. It was great exercises, and it was it was like an intro to different deep dives in nonprofit leadership. So like one was an exercise in running your own refugee camp, and how particularly the exercise was, how would you move a large influx of people through your intake process. And each team had to come up with an intake process, and the modeling would show you whether or not your intake process would have been successful under the conditions that were described. And it was fascinating. We lost, by the way. Everybody died. But that's why I don't run a refugee camp. But the point is that it was a great experience from that standpoint. And the people that I met, oh my God, those Australians, they can party. I wasn't drinking it. No, I wasn't drinking at that point. So I had to just watch everybody get fucking hammered. And those Australians, boy, they can really put away the old beverages. It was fun. They were a ton of fun. Great people. And I'm still friends with them now. It was like 10 years ago or something. Still friends. I'm still friends. And they were really cool. God, man, they were really cool. There's a lot of people doing great work in the world, who have to kiss ass for every fucking dollar that they get. And it is the saddest thing to me about working in nonprofit, is that you're constantly kissing people's butts. I mean, I guess you're doing that in a lot of places, but for your very existence, for your payroll, to make payroll. So really, was it that far away from giving blowjobs? I don't know. Oh, I know. I'm on Top Chat. That's why. I'm like, why is the chat not moving? That's why. Because I don't. I went to business lunch with a guy that had a PhD from Stanford. When the check came, he pulled out a tip card from his wallet to figure out the tip. Whoa. That's. I think I had an ex-husband that did that once, but he was a lot older than I was. Interesting. Very interesting. This is kind of like the left version of that woman that's in Arizona doing the sunrises. If you know, you know. If you don't bother. IYDDB. IYDDB. If you don't bother. I'm going to start using that. Well, if anything exciting's happening, do let me know, because we certainly could figure it out. Let me see if anything else exciting is happening here. Oh, it's Dapper Day at Disney, which is actually kind of cute. When people get really dressed up, it's kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see, anybody on? Anybody live? What's that? Anthony Aguero? I follow him. I can't stand him, but I follow him. Yes, it is. Anthony Aguero is in El Paso. He's probably there with Horio and Joe, right? Joe's down there with him. White House holds news briefing as debt ceiling fight. Oh, good. We're in for a debt ceiling fight. How fun. Great. Love it. Love it. There's some weird cases happening, and that's not it. Biden gives remarks following executive order on expanding something. I don't know what the fight is between Disney and Ron DeSantis, and I don't care. Can I say that? I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Sounds like Disney's winning. Sounds good to me. Let's see. Why is not breathing? Mickey versus Meatball. Valkyrie's playing. Oh God, weird incels are talking. We've got live incels. Nope, there's nobody else that I see that's live. Although I don't follow all of the chuds. Ooh. In fact, no, that's true. I do have subscriptions to chuds. Do 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 do. I wish I could bring the cats out here, but I think they'd just jump the fence and then it'd be a real tragedy. And I don't, nobody wants a tragedy. Nobody wants a tragedy on their hands. A cat tragedy, a catastrophe. Sorry. I mean, I like pets. I really do. I love all animals very much. I'm just not like a tied down to a pet person. You know what I mean? I know what you know me. Anyway, yeah. Let's just get high. Come get high with me. Come get high with me. Get high today. Get high with me. Come on, let's smoke and smoke our cares away. Get high with me. Let's buy some weed today. Get high with me. And we'll just dance away. I think I want to get a job. You know what, you guys? I mean, I wish I got paid to do this, but I don't think this is actual work. I'm going to be honest with you. These streams to me are so much fun. They're just like fun. I'm just having fun. But so I woefully don't put any work into them for you, and I apologize for that. But I hope to put in work for Friday so that you have a product that you can really look forward to. Consistent, just like I want to be the Applebee's of your Friday nights. I want to be that consistent. I want to be that exciting, consistent theme restaurant you go to where you know that the quality is going to be the same every time you go, but it's still going to be incredibly fun. I mean, is that so bad to aspire to something like that? I don't think so. I don't think that's a bad aspiration for a content creator, frankly. I don't feel like I create all that much content, to be honest with you. I'm just shitballing most of the time. But it's good for the soul. This is all good for the soul. Those two, always fighting. My dog doesn't make a sound. He never has. He's a mix between a Chihuahua and a Rat Terrier. We think he was arrested, and he never made a sound. Isn't that interesting? Does it say not? Uh-oh, I've got a call. Not without a catio. Ah, that's cute. Another mass shooting. Oh no! Where? 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 Maine. That's where my sister lives. Where? It's a small state. Well, I'm sure it's not her. She's not involved. News. Really? Oh, here we go. Fuck! No! No. Okay, I gotta go. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta call my sister. Hold on. I'm gonna mute. Okay. I can't get, well, I mean, it clearly probably doesn't at all involve anyone I know in Maine, but it is a very small state, and I have a lot of people who I love very much who live there, and I have very many people who live in Yarmouth, which is where the shooting took place. It was on 295, and then I guess in Yarmouth at a home related to the shooter. He's in custody, so that's good, but I would like to hear from my sister and make sure that she was not in any way impacted by this, because again, that is a small area, and that is actually not where she lives, but because I don't want to dox her, but it is way too close. So I'll be happy when I can just hear her little gooby voice. I know, right? I wish I could walk in front of that fire. Man, necrosynthetic, I would love that. I would love that. And you know what else she could do? She could answer the family text. Like, that's what else a sister could do. Now, granted, I am related to all Luddites who fucking hate their phones and put them away and don't actually carry them with them. Now, I understand that that's the healthier way to live your life. I get it. Oh, that's so funny. Um, but she won't, because people don't fucking look at their phones. Right? Okay. Well, we'll just wait. We'll just wait and we'll smoke. My last lemon pound or London pound cake. This is my favorite strain. I've never heard of it before, but then I got it, and it really kicked my ass. And things don't usually kick my ass. And I just, sometimes you need a good ass kicking. You know, sometimes you just need to really fucking have your ass kicked. But I'm happy to smoke it with you guys. That's fine. It's not drugs. There's no drugs. 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 Like that scene in Community or Parks and Rec. I love her so much. I'm so happy Marcel the Shell got a movie and got nominated for a fucking Oscar. That is like, that makes me so happy. Jenny Slate. I fucking love Jenny Slate. Let me tell you how much I love Jenny Slate. I fucking love Jenny Slate. Anyway, her character in Parks and Rec and drugs. Drugs. Give me money. Give me money. Give me drugs. Drugs. I can't even say it like she does. Drugs. How's my day treating me? My day's treating me pretty good. I mean, I'm chilling. I'm not working. I mean, this is my work. How bad can it be? This is amazing. I'm wearing shorts and a tank top for work. Well, not work because I don't get paid, but you know what I mean. For what I hope will become work someday. Actually, not this part because I don't think I'm like funny. I'm not trying. We had a couple good moments, didn't we? Oh, what's this hat? It's so big. Oh no, that's not my head. I can't tell what my head is and what the tree is. Ooh, ooh. Oh, you know what? I could probably get it away from like this part. I'm gonna watch it with me. Let me see if I can do that. Let me see how it needs to turn. Like ever so slightly. Nope, a little more. Yeah, that's pretty good. You can see more skyline. It's so pretty. Isn't that pretty? For some reason, I know. I really want to go on that. I hope everyone else's day is going well. Do 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 do. Looks like it's gonna rain, doesn't it? Look how pretty that one cloud in the front is, or at the top of the screen. Gosh, isn't that stunning? It's just so pretty. Part of it's hard for me to tell whether or not it's a cloud or just a fingerprint on my screen. It might just be a fingerprint on my screen. Oh no, that's a cloud, all right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a cutie cloud. That's what that is. I don't know. This is not a great look, but how's your day treating you, Necrosynthetic? Did you create any robots today? I hope it's not time to get a sweater. I don't want to put on a sweater. Don't make me put on a sweater. Stop it, Mother Nature. I should probably get a little lap blanket. A little chilly. A little chilly. There's this house like nearby that has these really, really big dogs that live at it, but they have a really big yard to play in. So I don't feel so bad. But I don't know how often they get to play in it. Because I hear them bark a lot. I think they're more for protection than they are for pets, but I don't know that. Yeah, I think I'll get a little wrap. Sorry, you can't come out here. You'll be very naughty. I already tell. I can tell. I can tell you. I like this thing because it has holes in the arm, and it's like it's like a baby's blanket. But yeah, no, that's it. Oh my gosh, you guys! Yay! I got a cast. Yay! It's all done. Yay! Mm. I think this hat's too big for me. I can't really see. There, that's better. The thing is I know that when it gets to be like the height of summer, I'm going to be very sad about how hot it is. So I feel really like I need to be super grateful for days like this where it's just a little bit cold. So that, Necrosynthetic, is the inner struggle I'm having right at this moment. That's the struggle. It's real. It surely is real. Boo, boo, boo. Things it hurts. That's another song I don't know the words to. Some days it hurts. That's a song I'd like to sing. I don't even know. I must understand. I am sorry. That's a really nice. It seems like a fun song to sing because it goes all different places. I like songs when they go all different places. Like, makes me happy. It's fun to sing in your throat, in your body. It makes your body feel good to go all those places. Some days it hurts, but I am sorry. I am what you are, what you are, what you are. You make it. Oh, you make it. Oh, some days it hurt. I can't even get that. That's a really tough little combo there. Some days it hurts. Maybe it would help if I stayed in one key. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, the chat is definitely not working and the other God, and I've missed everything. Yep, I sure have. Okay, well, let's catch up with the chat that I haven't been looking at because I thought, again, you guys maybe just have stepped away and had found something funner to do and had me on just because you were being nice to me, which is incredibly great, and I'm really grateful for it. But no, it's just because I was in the wrong fucking screen. I don't want to talk about it. There it is. Some days it hurts. That's hard. Do. Yeah, I'm waiting for my fucking sister to fucking pick up her fucking phone. I'm really upset. Right. I don't know why she won't fucking call me, but no one else in my family seems to be upset, so it might just be me. Chuds are the convoy people. Yes, Karen. They're not still doing it. No, Karen, they're not. They're sitting around taking a bunch of pills and accusing each other of weird things that are meaningless in the bigger scheme of things. So it's a big nothing burger. Don't even worry about it. Marcel the Shell with shoes on. So cute. Singing vibrates bones in your skull that make your brain release. Oh, well, that's it then, Max Flower. There you go. Max nailed it. Oh, bye, Rip. I'll see ya. I'll see you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. No problem. Some days it hurts. No, must carry on. I don't know the words. I am sorry. You are one, you are one. I don't know. You are what you are, and you make it, and you make it hard. You know what I would do? I would over communicate. If you have that feeling, it's okay to over. I mean, they'll tell you if they don't want you. Although that's not true. I don't do that. I try not to. I probably do that. Oh, it's so hard. But you make it hard. Oh, let's look up the fucking lyrics to that. Well, I'm waiting for my fucking sister to call. What's the name of that song? You are what you are. You are what you are. You are what you are. It's probably not. It's probably some ridiculously different title. Frank Zappa. Oh, what am I gonna turn up? Oh, that's so not it. That's not it. Okay, so it's really only example. I don't even know what band that is. What band is it that sings that? What's the name of the band that sings that? Sometimes it hurts. Na, 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 na. Is that Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young? I'm sorry. I'm a hippie, but I'm not that hippie. I don't have like a big, catalog knowledge. I think get Spotify. Let's see. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh shit. I'm gonna like show my lack of understanding about 70s rock right now. Let me tell ya what I. Oh, this is because it's not here. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Really, how embarrassing. I don't even know what that song's called. Do you guys know what that song's called? I love how you see my back when I'm bent over. It's lovely to see Karen alive. Always. One thing I check for every morning is the obituaries to see if any of the lounges have passed, and gratefully none of you have. Gratefully. Okay, it's not going to happen on Spotify. That's what I'm working but that's not what I. What is the name of that frickin' song? Is it Judy Blue Eyes? No. Oh, it is. Okay, this is the song. Oh, oh. Getting to the point where I'm not want anymore. I like the harmonizing. I am sorry. Sometimes it hurts so badly I must yell out loud. Okay, then it's coming back to me. I am so something. I am yours. You are mine. You are what you are. But you're mine. You make it hard. These 70s kids, they just wanted to. Whatever. Oh, well, this is his love song to her, right? Like he wanted to marry Judy Collins or something. I do love this song. I gotta admit, I've always loved this song. I am yours, you are mine, you are. No, it wanted to stop. But you are, you make it hard. Oh. We're gonna get a copyright claim, but it's okay. I won't get shut down for this. Whoa! Oops, I did that. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's over. Anyway, that's the song I meant. I like that song. I kind of look like a truck driver, don't I? Am I giving you convoy chud vibes? Tomorrow's the trash heap. I don't even know what to do for it because I kind of want that show to be. I kind of want that show to be a little more serious too. Serious, structured, not structured, not serious. But then again, I don't know. Here's one important lesson I'm learning in life is that you will find more gratification. I think, not success, because that's not the point. you will find more gratification in doing things according to your instincts than listening to all the voices. I feel like every time I followed my gut, the end product has been a little better, not necessarily great. But it's felt a little better. It's felt a little more authentic to what I wanted to have happen. And well, it's had a better. I've had a better reaction actually. If it's, and then when people, it's probably my execution of people telling me what to do, and I mean this in regards to like a show I was going to do a long time ago, not people related to this broadcast at all. And God, I just could not fucking find the rhythm because it was almost so scripted that I couldn't like. I was like it's like putting a robot in water. I didn't know what to do. But that could also just be lack of preparedness. I'm gonna have to get like or make a little heat hood for my camera. I think my daughter knows how to do that. Oh, here she is. There's a possibility my daughter would travel for work in the future and go overseas for a period of time. I'm so happy for her, I can't even tell you. I would, to be young and single and go live in a foreign country for a year or so and work in film, that's everything someone could have dreamed of. You know what I mean? Like that's one of her dreams, I know. I'm just so happy. I hope it happens. I will miss her, but it is great. I love seeing her. I would much rather see her do something like that than stay here. Not that here's bad. I mean, Los Angeles is wonderful, but I would much rather she spend some time abroad. And, you know, especially as a young woman, have a lot of fun. She's got a great head on her shoulders. She's so much more responsible than I am at this age. Oh, God. So, I'm not worried. I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, I would worry about it because I would always worry about it, but I would know she's very, very happy. So it wouldn't be a loss to me. And actually, we really like being alone, so having a place to myself would be really good. Sorry, not sorry. No, I mean, she knows that. Believe me. This is practical, nothing else. I mean, so, yeah, that's in the news. That's not news yet. We'll never get it. It's getting to the point. So that's sweet Bluty Jew. Oh, Dominion settled? Can the voices give you some dinner ideas? You know what I think you should have? I think you should have pico de gallo or like no wait, what's it called? Pico pica. Pico pica, which is I think this is what it is. I could be wrong, but it's like black beans and rice and some kind of protein. Did Dominion really settle? What the fuck? I guess, you know, what's the point of not settling? What do they want to own Fox? I don't know. Hold on. Doodly doo, doo 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 doo, doo 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 doo. Okay, hold on the phone. I'm gonna go get some headlines for my babies. Jury has been seated in Dominion. Jury has been seated. What are you talking about? has dragged ahead of opening statements. Wait, here are the 20. Oh my God, this is all just terribly too much. Hold on, darlings. Just in, there is a settlement in the Fox Dominion defamation case. Thank you, KMS. Of course, I knew you were telling the truth, darling. I never doubted you for a moment, but I wondered where the fuck's that headline? Here it is. Judge just announced in court that a settlement has been reached in the historic defamation case between Fox News Corp and Dominion Voting Systems. That's all it says. 3 minutes ago. Let's see. What is the settlement? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone, Sling. Come on, baby. Baby. Give me some fucking news, bitch. News, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. News, bitch. Get out the way. News, bitch. Come on. Doodly doo doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. Is it? Is it? Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh my God, it's Andrew Weissman. What about him?
Donald Trump and the symbiotic relationship. That's here, whether there was a settlement or not, that's what happened. And the real issue is the number big enough to deter, Fox News or any other wannabe Fox from doing the same thing again?
I mean, the thing that is curious to me, sort of a flashing yellow, is what sort of admonition of guilt will this settlement include? Because in talking with Dominion folks and folks close to their case, they were, of course, engaged in a legal undertaking, but the moral trespass of Fox misleading their millions and millions of viewers knowingly to distrust and in some instances to hate and threaten this company and its workers seemed as central.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, are they going to have that in some sort of statement where they actually admit that? And, what was the calculus? Was the calculus that it's better to admit it once as opposed to death by 1,000 cuts? Is it that there was more documents because we've been hearing about dribbles and drabs of things still that had not been produced? We do have the judge who appointed today a special master. By the way, that can continue.
What would that have done? I mean, could that in and of itself been a final sort of poker in Fox's you-know-what to settle?
Well, absolutely. So worst case scenario, we don't know if this is the case, but the worst case scenario is the special master has free reign to take depositions. The worst case, anew, and on Fox's dime. And that means the worst case is this wasn't inadvertent, that somebody said, we are not producing this, or we're going to see if we can produce this late in the day. Now, I think there are ethical lawyers involved, and I think when they would hear of that, I'm pretty sure they would be like, I'm not losing my bar ticket over this. But that doesn't mean there aren't people at Fox who are deliberately keeping stuff away from Dominion. And if that's the case, just to be clear, that's a crime. To obstruct.
Will we ever know? I mean, so a turning point may end up being, when the history is written, the Abby Grossberg suit against Fox News saying that her deposition was coerced.
Yeah, I think that it may not be so much her testimony as opposed to her having the receipts. The kind of
that we turn over this rock. Here are all the recordings I had. Why don't you go look at some more rocks?
Right, and she has said, for instance, when there's been a sort of contretemps, he said, she said, where she said, I told them that I'd been making these recordings. I told them what device I was using, and Fox has said, oh, no, she didn't tell us. That strikes me as implausible that she would not have said that. I mean, she says that she explained not only how she did it, but like exactly how the app is used, which sounds like the kind of thing that any employee would say about that. So what could come out from a special master, which still can happen, is that kind of discovery of who actually knew and if anyone was doing this deliberately.
So, Nick, you just said something interesting, that lawyers were today talking in the courtroom and some left the courtroom. Are we, as we start sort of connecting some of these dots, to presume that perhaps settlement negotiations were underway all day?
It could certainly explain the delay in the case for the 2 hours after lunch. I'm really curious, though, Nicole. To me, the apology that Dominion has said it wants is really the big sticking point. Fox can always make more money if they have to pay Dominion $1 billion. They can't afford to lose the audience. And what happens if they have to go on the air and Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham have to read a statement saying some version of, we lied to you and we knew it as we were doing it? Does the audience write it all off as theater ordered by a judge? Or do they revolt again? And so I'm really curious if they've managed to get some kind of an agreement over an apology or not.
Joyce, what role did this judge, do you think, play in maybe bringing the two sides to this dramatic development? We learned about it less than 10 minutes ago, that Fox News has settled its $1.6 billion defamation case against, brought by Dominion. Smartmatic has a looming $6 or $7 billion defamation case sort of in the wings. Viet Din and others at Fox had hinted or alluded or outright said that we will go all the way to the Supreme Court. It turns out that might have been bluster.
Well, I think that's right. And judges typically don't play any role in settlement negotiations. They can't force settlement negotiations. That's up to the parties. But what they can do is they can create space for the parties to settle. Sometimes you have to get this close to trial. Sometimes you have to see what your jury looks like to be really motivated to settle a case. And this happened right after those final decisions about who would sit on the jury were finally made. So the judge gives them a little bit of delay early this week. There's a delay today after lunch that results in the settlement. I think Nick is right to say that the big issue here, yes, the money will matter, right? And the $1.6 billion is compensatory damages for business losses. But Dominion also had claims for punitive damages. That's pure punishment that the jury chooses to impose on Fox. So that number will be interesting. I'm more interested, though, to see what the apology looks like. And the classic old school legal sort of remedy in a defamation case is an apology made in the same venue where the defamation was made. So if it's published in a newspaper, it's a retraction in the paper. Here, that could look really bad for Fox, and it may have been that they played to negotiate for a much less onerous form of apology.
Let me tell our viewers what we are doing. Katie Fang, my friend and colleague, has been inside the courtroom all day. We have been wiring her up as we've been talking amongst ourselves. She ran out to this location as this dramatic news broke, again, less than 10 minutes ago. Katie Fang, take us inside this dramatic development, the judge announcing that a settlement has been reached.
So the announcement itself, Nicole, not as dramatic as the last maybe almost 1.5 hours. We were all waiting inside the courtroom after the lunch recess. We were expected to have opening statements by Dominion's lawyers and then Fox's lawyers. But a couple of major developments since we recessed for lunch. One, you had a sworn-in jury. What does that mean? Both sides were going to be stuck with this particular jury for the duration of this trial. And so you had the final composition of what that jury was going to be. That in and of itself had to move the needle for both sides to decide whether or not they wanted to settle or proceed to trial. Second thing, a last-minute, very stinging order entered by Judge Davis, pretty much telling Fox News, you're screwed up, and we're actually putting that special master in place to determine the extent of the discovery violations in this case. In my opinion, and having tried a lot of cases, jury trials, when you look at those two critical factors, I think that's what pushed this case over the finish line to get it settled.
Katie Fang, well, I guess the first one could have gone either way, but the second clearly would have inspired Fox to settle, not Dominion to accept something less than what they were seeking to achieve through trial. What is the range in your head if you had to analyze what we should be looking for and what would represent a victory in Dominion's view?
Well, we know that Dominion basically said going into this trial, it's not really $1.6 billion. It's closer to $1.1 billion. But let's be frank, right? $1 billion is still a hefty sum. My understanding was that there was a possibility that the punitive damages claim by Dominion might have been holding up some of the settlement in this case because they definitely were going in with an advantage over Fox, considering the recent spate of rulings by Judge Davis. I think it really was the ball in Fox's court where they got to come to the table with the amount of money that Dominion needed to be able to say enough is enough. But look, a jury trial is a gamble for both sides. And at the end of the day, the calculus on both sides was to make sure that this thing actually got done. Dominion is claiming a certain amount of compensatory and economic damages in this case. Depending upon the amount, it makes them whole and then some. But it really makes you wonder, is there also the public apology component to this settlement? We don't know what the exact terms are, but that's definitely a big question mark right now.
So, Katie Fang, if I understand the judge's decision to appoint a special master and previous rulings, he was going to permit new depositions and a new discovery process at Fox. How much would staving that off have motivated Fox today?
Well, it's the person who was going to be doing the depositions. It was the special master who was appointed a number of months ago to handle some of the discovery disputes between the parties. But if you look at this order, it basically said as many depots, as many requests for admission, as many questions that the special master wants to ask of whomever, whenever, and at Fox's expense. And that might have made Fox say, you know what, we don't want somebody looking behind closed doors, even more so than has already occurred throughout the course of this litigation. And that might have been the reason why Fox said we're ready to settle this case.
So I have Fox Corp's statement on the settlement. Let me read it to everybody. Quote, "We are pleased to have reached a settlement of our dispute with Dominion Voting Systems. We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. This settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. We are hopeful that our decision to resolve this dispute with Dominion amicably instead of the acrimony of a divisive trial allows the country to move forward from these issues."
What?
Nick, the key sentence here, the one that I'm sure 7,000 people had a pencil on, was, quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false."
Those are
I'm
lies.
not saying we acknowledge that we intentionally and with knowledge broadcast and in a couple instances rebroadcast false claims about Dominion, but saying we acknowledge the court's rulings. Very weak tea.
It's interesting. So earlier in the case, as you know, the judge had basically made a preliminary ruling saying that Fox's statements on air were definitely untrue. They were lies. No question about that. Crystal clear, he wrote.
Wasn't going to be litigated in front of the jury.
Yes, as a reporter, I've seen a lot of statements from a lot of companies. This statement is saying, I see your statement. You said that. It's not saying you're right or we agree. It's just saying we acknowledge that the judge's finding exists. That's about as backhanded a way as you can say we were wrong so far.
So, Andrew, if all that Fox is willing to cop to on the day of the settlement is, quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false," what are you watching for now?
Well, that's not an admission. I mean, let's be clear. We all acknowledge that the court made those rulings. That's like saying I acknowledge that that's a cup and that this is Joyce
Fox,
Vance.
it's something.
I mean, weak tea is like an overstatement. I mean, it is so little. And then the idea that we're looking forward to the country moving on. I mean, I'm sure they are, but I mean, the real issue is, I think, what Nick points out, which is, are they going to say something that makes it difficult for their viewership to move on? Now, this is just their initial statement spinning. It's not doesn't mean that they're not going to be required as part of the settlement to say something more. I would be surprised if that is the only thing that they are required to say, is that I acknowledge that the court ruled against us. I mean, that's
like saying I acknowledge there was a judge.
Right, or that there's error.
So we are, again, this is all happening as we came on the air. We wiped the teleprompter and we're living it with all of you. What we understand to be about to happen is that Dominion's lawyers or someone from that legal team, or they had a very large public relations team supporting the legal team, somebody from the Dominion side will be making a statement. Now, we've talked a lot about the Fox side. I mean, Katie, what bar do you think Dominion, as part of their months-long, years-long now, an extensive public relations effort, what will they need to acknowledge today?
Well, in terms, if I understand your question correctly, Nicole, in terms of what Fox is going to have to acknowledge?
Just what are they going to say in terms of the things that they were able to receive from Fox in this settlement that were better for the company and better for the country? I mean, I think there was definitely a parallel conversation that Dominion started about the damage to their company in the climate of grave damage being done to the country.
Yeah, so Dominion was seeking the ability to get money to make itself whole based upon the harm and the damage that was caused by Fox in terms of the perpetration and the dissemination of the lies about the company specifically. So interestingly, it's a big question mark in terms of the actual amount that would have made Dominion whole. But in terms of this, statement that came out from Fox Corporation in terms of the healing of the country, what's particularly problematic is whether or not they're going to be able to actually back that up. Dominion's position is obviously going to be that the damage is made to the company, but to America as a whole, Americans were damaged because of the fact that there was this continued dissemination of lies.
Yeah.
And so I think we're going to have to wait and see what Dominion's willing to put out to the public. But the actual terms of the settlement, I want to emphasize this, the actual terms of the settlement are unknown at this time. The only thing that was announced by the court, and he didn't address the peanut gallery, he didn't address us. He spoke to the jury. He thanked them for their service, and he told them specifically, this case would not have settled but for you being here today. And after he told the jury that, and he thanked them for their service and basically said, you're not here for the 6 weeks, you're only here for this brief period of time, he said that they and their service is what basically got this done today. But that's all we know. We know that there's a settlement, and we know that as we stand here today, we don't have another 6 weeks of this trial. So I'm curious to hear what Dominion puts forth for America to listen to in terms of the settlement.
Now, Katie, I don't know where you're standing, but there is a press conference going on right outside the courthouse. We're going to listen in, and we'll talk to you on the other side.
Dominion voting systems. The truth matters. Lies have consequences. Over 2 years ago, a torrent of lies, Dominion and election officials across America into an alternative universe of conspiracy theories causing grievous harm to Dominion and the country. Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability. Lies have consequences. The truth is not blue. People across the political spectrum can and should disagree on issues, even of the most profound importance. For our democracy to endure for another 250 years and hopefully much longer, we must share a commitment to facts. Misinformation will not go away. It may only get worse. This litigation cannot solve all problems. All of us remain ever vigilant to find common factual ground. Today represents a ringing endorsement for truth and for democracy. And with that, I'd like to introduce the CEO of Dominion Voting Systems, John Poulos.
Yeah, it was half of it, I think.
Thank you. Fox and Dominion have reached an historic settlement. Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion that caused enormous damage to my company, our employees, and the customers that we serve. Nothing can ever make up for that. Throughout this process, we have sought accountability and believe the evidence brought to light through this case underscores the consequences of spreading lies. Truthful reporting in the media is essential to our democracy. Dominion, our employees, our people, our partners are grateful to the court for allowing us the process for the truth to come out. I cannot thank the election officials that we serve enough. Without them, there is no democracy. And the work they tirelessly do to that end, and they deserve much better. We are grateful for all the support we have received, grateful to our legal team, and want to acknowledge Staple Street Capital, who have been unconditional in their support of Dominion and our customers. I want to introduce Hutan Yaguzadeh, principal and founder of Staple Street Capital.
Sir, can we just ask, should Rupert Murdoch apologise to you personally?
Hi, I'm a co-founder of Staple Street Capital, which is an investment firm that owns Dominion Voting Systems in partnership with John Polis and the rest of the management team. It's not every day that an investment fund finds itself at the center of this type of dispute. For us, this case has always been about exposing the truth and holding those who knowingly spread lies accountable.
Really start with
We're
yourself.
proud to have played whatever part we could in helping Dominion achieve these important goals. I would also like to thank all the Dominion employees who have been through so much and stuck with the company through all this. We're all very proud of them. I also want to thank our attorneys at both Sussman Godfrey and Claire Locke for all their hard work. Without their efforts and resolve, the truth that has been exposed over the course of the last several months may have never seen the light of day. Thank you. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Stephen Shackelford.
Hi, Stephen Shackelford with Sussman Godfrey. I am so proud to be here today representing Dominion. It's a great day for the company, although a bittersweet day for the company.
Hedge fund managers.
As I was preparing today to give the opening that we never got to give, I was reminded of the hell that the Dominion employees went through and continue to go through to this day.
I mean, whatever.
Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox. But we're not done yet. We've got some other people who have some accountability coming towards them.
Yeah,
and I'm very proud of the team from Sussman Godfrey that has worked tirelessly for this case.
List. I have the list.
And we'll move right on to the next one.
I got your list.
Thank you.
Did you get any other apology? Was there any other apology or written
Be cracking my ass, pal.
Anything else as part of this settlement? Is there anything else in this settlement besides money?
Davita Brooke, Sussman Godfrey. One last thank you, which is really to all of you for being with us on this journey. We appreciate what you've done
like, you know,
to help
where you
us
get your, like,
and to help expose
5-year
what we were able to discover over the course of this process.
This caused
and so thank you, and we'll see you at the next one.
Sea change.
They may be lawyers and not anchors, but they learned how to issue a tease there at the end. That was the legal team, the CEO, and the individual who I think runs the investment fund that has most likely funded this legal process, which is not cheap, as well as a primary funder of Dominion itself. Let me share some of the highlights there. We learned for the first time the money. The dollar figure was $787.5 million that Dominion Voting Systems will receive from Fox News in its defamation lawsuit. They were seeking $1.6 billion. They settled for $787.5 million. John Poulos, the CEO, said something interesting. He said, quote, Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion. I don't think we know yet where it did that. We have not, as a public, seen that yet. Katie Fang, if you're still with us, did that happen in court, that Fox News, quote, admitted to telling lies about Dominion?
No, it did not occur in court. We actually didn't even have anything close to opening statements in this case, and that is definitely something that I was taking notes on. I am curious to hear whether or not there is going to be a separate written apology from Fox, maybe actually one that is broadcast on the news in the different programs. We didn't hear an answer to that. I know that you were listening, and that was one of the questions that was asked to the team for Dominion collectively, and there was no answer. So that's kind of an open-ended question right now. Hearing that Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion didn't happen inside the courtroom, hasn't happened outside the courthouse, and so we don't really know when that's going to be done.
And it did not, Nick, happen in their statement where they simply, quote, acknowledged the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false.
That's right. And I'm sitting here wondering if that statement from Fox, coupled with the judge's ruling from earlier in the case, is what we're all talking about here, is what Poulos was kind of referencing there. The people at the press conference dodged questions from the reporters about a forthcoming apology. Now, we just don't know yet. But it seems to me you could squint and see these two sides kind of bartering and
We don't
deciding.
squint around here. We should again, it's the kind of day we should show our work. We have invited a member from Dominion's legal team. We know sometimes they catch the network and the show. If you are in the office, let your legal team know that we'd be happy to take them by phone to answer some of these questions. Obviously, a huge legal victory. I mean, plenty to talk about. A massive amount of money from a company that you know, to your point, you know, that this is a cup was an obvious thing, not always at Fox News.
So this is $750 million.
With a B.
With a B, and it's also...
It's so much money, it's hard to...
When parties sit down, you can be sure that Fox News said, and we're giving this to you now. Because just remember, if Dominion won, it's not like it gets a check at the end when the jury says, you've won, here's the money. There are then appeals and time. So everyone's thinking about what's the present value of money. So when you're thinking about over $750 million, that's $750 million now, and which they get to use and they actually get to put into a company that's been grievously damaged, as opposed to waiting 3-4 years for endless appeals. And at that point, it's also Fox's interest to sort of delay things. Because as I used to say, it's any day you're not paying is a good day. So here, $750 million now is not just a big number, but it's a big number because of when it's being paid.
I mean, Joyce, there is something that they will now have to disaggregate because they so successfully aggregated it in the narrative they told. So what Dominion aggregated was that the lies Fox broadcast about their company were broadcast alongside lies about the outcome of the 2020 election. The settlement deals simply with the first part, lies that Fox News broadcast about their company, Dominion. But I think if people are sort of got that feeling like they just got off the treadmill and they're still moving too fast or awkwardly, it's sort of waiting for that second piece of it to be addressed. I feel like what you're all saying, and you too, Katie, is there may not be another part of this. It may be this whopping sum of $787.5 million.
I think that's right, because this case was never going to be about vindicating the interests of the American people. This case was always about Dominion's damage. So I think it was important that we talked about cabining those expectations. But look, I'm listening to these statements, and I see the statement from Fox, and I think it looks to me, because I think that statement would have been very carefully vetted past the lawyers on both sides, and there would have been an agreement that that was what Fox was going to say. And I began to wonder, is Dominion, are they frittering away the opportunity to have Fox acknowledge that they knew that they were lies? And then in this press conference from Dominion, only in one place did we hear something about that. Dominion's president is at the podium, and at one point he quickly says something about knowingly telling lies. I don't think I have the words exactly, but it's to that effect.
He says Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion.
And he says something about, that they knew were lies at the time, right? Because as Nick says, the judge in summary judgment already says, we know that they were lies. The issue at trial would have been actual malice. Did Fox knowingly lie, or were they reckless in their disregard for the truth? That's always the core issue in a defamation case. So I'm curious, I wonder what Fox News is running right now. Is part of this agreement an agreement that Fox will speak back to its viewers? It doesn't look from this like they're going to acknowledge anything more than that lies were told on their air.
A key quote from that press conference was, money is accountability. That just to me is like a bad signal that this is done. And look, in some ways, I see this outcome, if there's no apology on the air, as a draw for Fox. Because think about it, on any given night or week on Fox, they are telling a different version of the same story. That Donald Trump should be president, that the January 6th conspirators are innocent victims of government overreach, that they had a right to be angry, that something was, amiss. That's the story that still animates the viewership on Fox, and it's the story they tell every night.
Well, not to interject, but they're platforming Trump 2.0. I mean, the latest lies are Xi, Putin, and who was the other dictator? One more, are so awesome. And Kim Jong-un, how can I forget him? The most murderous of all. can't be cast in Hollywood because they're top of the line, top of their game. I mean, you could argue that the lies they're broadcasting now, not to say anything of the zombie apocalyptic crime stories they tell day after day, which we don't know, but they may be on in some of the living rooms of the people stockpiling weapons to be ready if a teenager rings their doorbell.
Look, $750 million is a lot of money. Far more costly to Fox News in the long term is a ruling or accommodation that prevents them from telling that story every night to their viewers, because that's what makes them powerful and profitable.
So I think one of the things, though, is to remember the fortuity that brought us here, which is that they were telling the big lie, but fortuitously they attacked a private company with deep enough pockets to do something about it. But to what you're saying, which is, you know, Fox 2.0, is the lesson from this that to avoid this kind of judgment going forward, just don't do that. Tell your same big lie, but keep it away from private companies. You don't need to attack Dominion voting. Just say it was foreign actors or liberals who got into this, but don't keep it away from a particular company that can sue us, because then it's sort of judgment proof.
Yeah, I mean, look with Viet Din as one of your corporate officers, they're smart lawyers. I'm sure. I'm sure that is one of the lessons being brought. I mean, Katie, what do you think they were trying to sustain the national and the press's attention toward by saying, on to the next one? The next one, I'm assuming, is Smartmatic's $2.6 or $2.7 billion defamation suit.
Convincing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we've talked about the fact that this is not the end of Fox's battles inside the courtroom. The Smartmatic lawsuit, which is seeking $2.6, $2.7 billion in damages, it's actually in its infancy in terms of the litigation stages. It just survived an appellate appeal in terms of who could be sued and what claims could be sustained against particular defendants like Rudy Giuliani, for example, and critically in this case for Smartmatic, Fox Corporation. That was part of the battle that Dominion was bringing when it was seeking to not only have Fox News held responsible as the subsidiary, but Fox Corporation as the parent company. And let's not forget, Abby Grossberg. She also has her lawsuits pending, and we also have shareholder derivative lawsuits, one of which has already been filed in Delaware, and several that we think are coming down the pipeline. And so this is not going to be the end of Fox in terms of its continuing battle. I would just add just one small note to Joyce's point. Dominion brought this lawsuit to seek vindication and the recovery of money to make itself whole. Although it traveled on the backs of the idea that this was an affront to democracy as a whole, this amount of money is a very important consideration. They ended up only wanting to get $1 billion or $1.1 billion as they started this trial yesterday. $787.5 million is just a tiny haircut, Nicole, off of that $1 billion. So when it comes to Dominion itself, it obviously was satisfied with what it settled to, and it actually answers the question that we started a few minutes ago. There's no punitive damages that was considered as a part of that settlement. Again, let's see whether or not we're going to actually see something either verbally put out by somebody at Fox in terms of its posts on its shows. Let's see if something in writing is in one of the major publications tomorrow morning. But right now, the only thing that we've heard is from Dominion itself that Fox, quote-unquote, lied about Dominion.
Well, and Joyce, that money is accountability. I think it might be a fool's errand to await some grand recanting of the lies that proliferated on their air, and as Nick and I were just discussing, that continue to this day about the election outcome. I want to ask you about the way the decisions have been going. I mean, everything around Rupert Murdoch had not gone Fox's way. He was going to have to testify. They failed in an effort to sort of hide the fact that he was in the chain of command at Fox News, not just sitting fat and happy over at Fox Corp. I mean, none of that had gone their way. Do you think Dominion exerted the maximum pressure on Fox News by settling, or would you have advised them to go to trial?
So, you know, it's important to note this conversation we've been having is that Dominion's interest is in making Dominion whole and not in making some sort of grandstanding public pronouncement. From their point of view, yes, it's a good deal, because what we've skipped over is the fact that although we all assess the evidence as being strong, they would have still had to have gone to trial and convinced a jury to rule in their favor and then to assess damages. And that's not a process that's without risk. Andrew's correct to note that that money today is worth a lot more than the risk that one juror, right, might decide that they didn't want to go along with the evidence. But the real issue here, when you're thinking about risk assessment, is on Fox's side. Because Fox is looking at this prospect of losing its base of viewers if it has to go too far towards acknowledging what it did. And from these early statements, look, we don't know. I suspect we will end up knowing because Fox is a public company. And so there, I don't think, will be a non-disclosure agreement on this settlement. The question is, did they just both sides leave each other free to talk about what the settlement means without some sort of an agreement where Fox is going to have to acknowledge that they knew what they were doing? And to your point about permitting them to continue with the 2.0 lies, as long as they don't defame anyone, as long as there's not, right?
Democracy doesn't have a legal team like that.
Yeah, right. They can't defame the public or the viewers. And so this is very unsatisfying if you're an American citizen hoping that this case would give us some closure.
Yeah, and we should tell our viewers that over on Fox News, the 4 p.m. time slot belongs to Neil Cavuto. I have reason to believe he's anchoring his show today. But they have Howard Kurtz on their air. They have read the statement I have read. Might be the only one of the few times when Neil and I have simulcast something. But they both read the statement from Fox News. They did not take this Dominion press conference, and they have not revealed the $787.5 million that it cost Fox News to settle with Dominion. Let me bring into our coverage Jeremy Peters, New York Times political reporter. He was also inside this Wilmington courtroom. You mentioned yesterday that you plan to be there for weeks. You're coming home. Tell me about today.
It was really an extraordinary and unexpected development, Nicole. You could hear gasps in the courtroom when the judge said the parties have resolved this case and sent the jury home. My understanding is that this $787 million settlement is one of the, if not the largest, that Fox has ever had to pay, and it's settled an awful lot of lawsuits over the years. One of the things that was really kind of striking coming out of the courtroom was the forcefulness of Dominion's tone in their statement. That the lawyers came out and Justin Nelson, the lead attorney, or one of the lead attorneys for Dominion, said, this Fox is having to answer for this torrent of lies that it told about Dominion, and this represents the $787 million settlement represents vindication and accountability. Dominion hasn't at all softened its tone here, and I think looking at it from Fox's perspective, their statement in this is interesting because it only kind of glancingly acknowledges the falsehoods that it allowed on its air about Dominion machines. It says, it realizes that some statements, and I'm paraphrasing here, about
I've got it, Jeremy. I'll read it. Let me read it. We talk about it together. Yeah. This is the sentence, and we pontificated earlier that probably took 47 lawyers to write the sentence. Quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." That's it. That is it about the lies they told about Dominion. Yeah. I mean, the court's rulings are in black and white. They weren't really up for debate.
So why don't we just release the rule?
It doesn't, from what I understand, have any type of on-air component either. So, Fox, I think, if they approach this the way that they have approached covering the rest of this case, I expect to hear very little about it on Fox News.
Andrew, you've just unearthed a pretty fascinating tease from Smartmatic.
So Smartmatic, if you want to see sort of like picking up the baton, you really get the sense of, this is victim one. Victim two that's on deck, to Katie Fang's point, is a spokesperson said, quote, Dominion's litigation exposed some of the misconduct and damage caused by Fox's disinformation campaign. Smartmatic will expose the rest. So that's a pretty powerful statement that they are going forward and they think there's more to unearth. That's why it'll be interesting to see whether the special master process goes forward, because that could be part of something that gets unearthed in this case. Because a judge is not bound by a settlement agreement. The judge has his own interest if he thinks that he was lied to in the discovery process. So this is definitely a to be continued, both on what the judge might do and on continued litigation.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, how does Fox deal with the depositions for Smartmatic when they basically have a roadmap to the obstruction of the legal proceeding in this case?
I imagine, this puts an awful lot of pressure to settle that case. If it settled the Dominion case, which many people expected it would never do, settling Smartmatic, I think, is a perfectly reasonable thing for Fox to want to do. I don't know on Smartmatic's end how willing they will be to settle this, but certainly Fox doesn't want the specter of another messy, embarrassing trial like they were facing here. I mean, let's just think about for a second what we are not going to see now because this case is going away. You're not going to have Rupert Murdoch on the witness stand. You're not going to have Suzanne Scott, the CEO, on the witness stand. We're not really going to hear some of the explosive developments that we expected that Dominion was saving for trial. This was going to be 6 weeks of bad headline after bad headline for Fox News, and it just didn't want to do that. And I don't see it wanting to go through it again with Smartmatic.
I wonder, Nick, as we sort of listen to the difference between a company and being made whole, the sort of unanswered questions for the democracy that was, sideswiped along with a company being defamed, and the specter of another trial, if you think that they were more rattled. I mean, at Fox News, the public posture, and you and Jeremy pierced it with your great reporting, but the public posture all along was I'll huff and I'll puff and take it all the way to the Supreme Court. And their ratings seem undiminished. I mean, they have huge, huge audiences of people that like what they are broadcasting. We should always acknowledge that. But was there a sense inside that this was not great for business and great for relations with some of the members on the board who weren't super down with the coup?
Absolutely. I mean, there were certainly folks on the board, Paul Ryan, others who were voicing concerns, trying to push the company to pivot away from Trump, away from denialism, and they got overruled. And what we've seen, in the last year or two is Fox doubling down on the same narrative that the viewers want. In some ways, I see this settlement as like Fox putting out the strike price for Smartmatic, like this is what it takes. And think about it. This amount of money, $750 million, is 10 times what Staple Street paid or valued this company at when it was purchased. That's a great return on investment for Dominion and its owners. So this case has taken on broader overtones about democracy and the press, but for them, it's really business. That's a useful lever for them, and it will be for Smartmatic, but those are businesses.
Claire McCaskill is also with us and has been listening to all of our coverage. Claire, your reaction to the settlement news today?
I think Nick just laid it out really clearly. Keep in mind, I think many of us were looking at this lawsuit as a surrogate for our frustration with what's happened in our democracy and what's happened at Fox News and other places around the big lie. And it was really kind of out there, we thought, for us. At the end of the day, these lawyers had an obligation to their client. And when you look at present value of money, as Andrew mentioned earlier, and if you look at the plea going into the trial, which is right around $1 billion, they got everything financially they were asking for. And I'm sure their clients were going, we want the money. And they have to respect their clients' wishes. They weren't there to make us all feel better. They were there to represent the financial interests of Dominion. And that's what this settlement really represents. Now, it's too bad that it appears at this moment, we are speculating somewhat, but it appears at this moment that Fox isn't going to have to say, I'm sorry, isn't going to let us all have that moment of vindication that they finally are going to admit how bad they really were. But this is quite an amazing settlement. And keep in mind, as Joyce talked about, you have a risk when you go to trial. And when the jury's been sworn and you settle, it is acknowledgement of both sides of the risk. They were made whole financially, and they always had to worry about jury nullification, which is a fancy way of saying they could have had somebody on the jury that was going to be a loyalist to the big lie, or maybe more than one that wasn't completely truthful in the process of selecting the jury. So I think, speaking for the lawyers that represented Dominion, I understand exactly why they did today. Speaking as Claire McCaskill, who wanted Fox hung out to dry, this is less than satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, it is an important distinction, Claire, and we should not cheer show trials, right? If a dispute can be worked out in a settlement that Dominion felt was fair to their employees, to their reputation, that's a decision for Dominion to make. And you're right, we were sort of stragglers, right? Kind of like hanging on to their case because it did what no one else has ever done, not even superb journalists like Jeremy and Nick. It revealed that Tucker Carlson thinks Trump is, quote, demonic, that Rupert Murdoch thinks Hannity basically lost his way in his slavish worship of Donald Trump, that Rupert Murdoch wanted Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson, and Sean Hannity to together, like telethon the, insurrection season style, recant the lies about the election, that they thought Sidney Powell was deranged and crazy, that Maria Bartiromo was almost too crazy for Fox. I mean, we know so much, and that was what being along for the ride brought into public view.
That's exactly right. And, and it's not over. There will be more litigation. And I do think that Abby Grossman's lawsuit is going to be particularly defining for Fox News. But it is unfortunate. I think we all would have liked them to have to apologize on air, and maybe that's still coming, but my sense is it isn't. My sense is that was a parsed statement. I think your sentence was eloquent, Nicole, when you said 47 lawyers had a pencil on it. I would bet it was more than 47, and a few PR people at the same time.
It's so interesting, too, to sort of see the rocks turned over. Money makes all of the muck go away, and I think you're getting at something that brings us back to where we always end up, whether we have Tim Hafey here for the hour or two, and we're talking about the extraordinary investigation into January 6th done by the Select Committee. It all comes back to, though, I think what you're talking about, Claire, which is this unsatisfied desire for accountability. Do you today, as we sit here at 4:48 in the East, feel optimistic that this is part of a wave of accountability for Trump and his allies in the media and otherwise?
I actually think the only accountability is going to happen when there's another election. I think that is going to be the final chapter. Now, that hasn't been written yet. But, I think Fox News, I know we're going to talk about this maybe or maybe not, depending on how much time we have. But Fox News is also contributing to this sense out there that there is a crime around every corner and everyone has to be armed and shoot everyone. And we've seen incredible heartbreak over the weekend with people that dollar bet you a dime they watch Fox News. And they're getting this constant feed of crime everywhere, which is not reflected in really the statistics. So Fox wants to make their viewers angry, or they want to make them afraid. And that is their coin of the realm. And they did that with the big lie, and I think this lawsuit's gonna stop them from continuing to do that.
Jeremy Peters, we thought we would be talking to you live from Wilmington, you and Katie Bang, every day for 6 weeks. We are happy that hopefully you'll both be around this table more often, but I'll give you a final word.
Well, I think really what, to kind of wrap this all into your previous conversation with Senator McCaskill, the people who were so outraged over Donald Trump's conduct after the 2020 election and his just shredding of any types of norms, we're looking at this trial because it was a moment of accountability, or it could have been. A jury verdict against Fox would have been seen as one of the only ways that President Trump and his supporters who spread the big lie were made to answer for that. Yes, Fox is writing an awfully big check. $787 million is a lot of money. They also have $4 billion cash on hand. So, you know, it's not going to be extremely financially painful for them to write this check. And because they are not having to apologize, which I know is what Dominion wanted them to do, there isn't that level of accountability that I think a lot of people were hoping to see here.
Katie Fang, your last thoughts?
I kind of just want to echo the idea that this may have been a business decision for Dominion, but this was truly a David versus Goliath thing. And I don't want to overstate it or be hyperbolic, but consider the following. Dominion had to take on Fox News and Fox Corporation, which we think is this huge monolithic, just giant kind of media titan. And in doing so, Dominion was able to expose the hypocrisy, expose the fact that decisions were being made in violation of basic journalistic integrity concepts to be able to just basically get a bottom line profit done on behalf of a company. I am not as optimistic, and I don't want to throw water on everything here. Smartmatic's lawsuit may be seeking more money than Dominion, but Smartmatic's lawsuit is actually a shorter window of time in terms of exposure for the defamation. Well, it'll be left to be seen what happens, but to everybody's point, Dominion created a roadmap. It created the opportunity to set forth a roadmap for future people that are seeking basically the opportunity to go to court because of defamation by a huge giant and industry titan like Fox. It gave these people a roadmap to be able to go and get justice. And so I'm applauding, and my kudos to Dominion for being able to get it done. And I think people are dissatisfied, but people need to realize that this is probably just the beginning of a very long road for Fox.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the other piece of it, Andrew, that we can thank Dominion for is to understand the war within. I mean, just as someone who's worked inside campaigns and network election nights, that Fox built the preeminent decision desk, and then Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson, and Sean Hannity wanted to tear it down, is a revelation. That their fact checkers had reporting on social media and on there that could have spared Fox this whole thing and this whole $787.5 million settlement today. And they wanted to have them fired. Tucker said, why can't she be fired? I mean, the revelations of how they operate are very instructive, I think, for everything we understand about that place.
That is the big message from all of us. I mean, yes, I think all of us are feeling sort of schadenfreude, wanted to have it repeated and have them feel the pain of having to say it from their own mouths.
Just admitting a mistake, of acknowledging, acknowledging wrongdoing.
Right. I mean, this is like a child where you want to hear them say, I'm sorry.
I acted with actual malice. Can you say that again? I acted with actual malice.
But I mean, to Katie's point, though, and yours, which is like, this is just sort of remarkable what was uncovered here and just how devastating it is in terms of journalism in this day and age, which was in bed with one and only one candidate, violating all journalistic ethics. I mean, that is really the key to this. But, that's something that Dominion, as a private company, that wasn't their mission. Their ultimate mission as a private company.
It wasn't their job.
But they turn this is the gift that they have given us.
One of the things that I remember hearing about, and some of the people involved on the Dominion side are people that I knew from my career in politics, people like Tony Fratto, Kevin Madden is working with them now, was the power of the paper trail. That there was always a black and white copy of every correction, the time that something was broadcast incorrectly, and sometimes between the live being broadcast and then re-aired, more communications from Dominion to Fox. I mean, the pile of evidence that Fox was told over and over and over again from people with immense credibility inside the political and media arena seemed like a powerful part of their success.
Lordy, there were tapes, right? The evidence here, and I spent a portion of my career in private private practice working on defamation cases. The evidence here was extraordinary. This is, you never in a defamation situation are talking about proving actual knowledge of falsity. You're always trying to hope that you can prove reckless disregard for the truth. Here, that would not have been the case. Dominion would have shown that Fox absolutely knew. So we learn, the public, we learn about all of this evidence, and it amps up our appetite for accountability. And then it goes unfulfilled. In this case, I think, whoever suggested it may have been clear that ultimate accountability comes from the voters in 2024. This case really was ultimately about Donald Trump and about the fact that he was in bed with a network that Americans relied upon for news, and that what they were told instead of news was lies. And there is a mountain of evidence that establishes that. But there won't be a moment where Rupert Murdoch testifies or where the general counsel testifies and they acknowledge that they acted with actual malice.
I want to just fill everyone in on what is happening. We're going to continue with our breaking news coverage on this big story. We're going to get some more reporting from folks who were inside the courtroom. We are still extending an open invitation to anyone from that Dominion legal team to call in and tell us what was behind what we didn't see today. And that was, as Nick, you reported, some conversations in and out of the courtroom to lead us to this historic settlement.
Yeah, I think we're all waiting to see how this came together, and I'm not sure we'll get any answers because, part of the settlement could be not talking about the settlement any more than we've seen today. But back to the topic of accountability for a second. As somebody who's reported on Fox, we're always trying to get behind the curtain of a company that's very good at guarding its secrets. I think that readers and the public and the voters always benefit when we have more facts, when we have truth. And man, we have a lot of facts. We have thousands.
Who sells the first book?
Thousands of pages of internal documentation about how Fox works as a business. And everything you thought might be true, is pretty much true. We know that. It cannot be disputed. We know how they operate. We know how their primetime shows come together. We know they don't care that much about the facts. We know they're willing to peddle lies if their audience wants them. That can't be changed. That is said and done.
The toothpaste can't go back in the tube. All right, everyone is going to stick around a little bit longer. We're going to sneak in a quick break, see if we can learn any new threads of what happened today, and we'll be right back. Much more news ahead. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Listen. And this is, I'm singing to the choir. I understand that. But let me tell you, I know this is so important. It actually is important that Fox say something. Now, they're not going to, so I'm not going to hold my breath or cry or anything like that. But it is this is such a crucial moment for us in terms of really rejecting a narrative that is literally still permeating the 30% of the nation. Literally there's 30%, maybe 25, who are willing to entertain the idea that the election was not free and fair. And that was amplified by Fox Corp, Fox News Entertainment, so heavily, in addition to all of the other fuckers that I hope are. I just retweeted something about Doug Frank, who was one of the math morons that worked for Lindell and is still peddling his bullshit to people across the country in live kind of flea circus sideshows. And him and Seth Keshel and who's the other one? Jovan Hutton Pulitzer. Oh my God, I'm still listening to him. I mean, these guys are just continuing on the lower rungs of media to push out those specifics and continue to do it. And Doug Frank and others like Seth Keshel and Draza Smith and these other people who are names that you may not have ever heard of, they are the architects of the models that back up the lie. So, for example, Doug Frank has all these algorithms using the 2010, and so does Keshel, using the 2010 census and saying that because a certain number of registrations happened and didn't meet past patterns, that means that they were fraudulent. That's literally what they're saying. I fucking shit you not. They aren't coming up with even a sophisticated lie about how we got there. The canvases done by Liz Harris's team or Liz Harrington's team, I think it's Harris, down in Arizona, What she did was maybe go to a house, I doubt it, or probably some crusty grannies went to some people's houses in Arizona and pissed them off. And then Liz Harrington went ahead and extrapolated those numbers out by a factor of whatever she pulled out of her ass. So the problem is now you've got like a solid 25% of the country who doesn't trust the electoral process because of these morons. So yeah, it's not a big deal about what lies they told, which lies they told, when they told those lies. It's the fact that they lied continuously over and over again and continue to do so. Because they're keeping people stupid. Sorry, that was my rant. Welcome to my rant. Welcome to my rant. That's my rant. Now I'll shut up and we can just watch the fire. It's still commercials. Bye, Ivan. Bye, darling. I'll see yous. I'll see yous. Ivan, did you hear me tell about? I mean, I didn't disclose, but I just loved your email. It was so funny. It made me laugh. Thank you for doing that. That was a lot. That was a lot of work in that email, and I appreciate it very much. I will respond in kind. I love like emails now are like letters. Love them. We'll see you in the paperwork. We'll see you in the paperwork. Oh. Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son. It's a plan. It's not our plan, but it's our plan. You're not here for a long while, just a good while. Wait. You're not here for a long time, just a good time? No. I don't know. Do, 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 do. I better check the news. Check the news. Check the news. What is on the news? Boop, boop, boop. I want to go sit in a park. Actually, I know I say this all the time. I want to go camp. I'm sorry. I know I didn't want to. It's just to say. Hold on. I'm trying to find my.
Thousands of pages of internal conversations conducted via email and text message and other communications that made clear Fox News anchors and Fox News executives knew the claims about the election were false, even as the network continued to broadcast them on their airwaves. In its statement on the settlement, Fox said this, quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false," end quote. Here is Fox News' media analyst, Howard Kurtz, right after reading that statement on the air.
I do think the statement I just read about acknowledging certain claims were wrong. This had to do with the idea that Dominion voting machines, and former President Trump and his allies made this case on Fox and elsewhere, were somehow stealing votes from Donald Trump and flipping them to Joe Biden. That's obviously false. Those were conspiracy theories. But the case would have revolved around, whether Fox had done due diligence, whether it was reckless.
Good for Howard Kurtz. He goes farther than his company does in that carefully wordsmithed statement. As we heard from Dominion's lawyer, Justin Nelson, the stakes of the trial were extremely high for them as well.
The truth matters. Lies have consequences. Over 2 years ago, a torrent of lies swept Dominion and election officials across America into an alternative universe of conspiracy theories, causing grievous harm to Dominion and the country. Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability. Lies have consequences.
and a price. We will have a chance to speak with one of Dominion's lawyers in a minute. We're very excited about that. But we start our coverage this hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. MSNBC legal analyst Katie Phang is still with us, host of MSNBC's The Katie Phang Show. She has been inside and now outside the courtroom for a good part of the day in Wilmington. Also joining us, Rennell Anderson-Jones, law professor at the University of Utah, a First Amendment scholar who we all have turned to in covering this. Claire McCaskill is still with us. Andrew Weissman, Joyce Vance, and Nick Confessori have been told they cannot leave their chairs at the table. They're with us as well. Rennell, let me start with you. Your reaction.
Well, I mean, this is something that is a surprising development to all of us, but only in its timing. We've said before on this program that suits of this sort routinely settle. In fact, settling is the norm, and moving ahead to a jury trial is not the norm. So, I mean, this whole case has sort of felt like one wild season of Succession, and this seems like we've just gotten the episode where we're surprised at the thing that happened, not because it happened, but because of when it happened. And the very last minute sort of truly 11th hour aspect of this was pretty surprising to folks. The fact that it happened suggests that Fox was feeling boxed into a corner, and that both parties were, I think rightly, nervous about moving before a jury. Juries are unpredictable beasts, and maybe especially so in cases that involve libel, and particularly in libel cases that are as socially and as politically divisive as this one was. And at some point, the number is high enough that a company like Dominion doesn't have any choice really but to say yes. This goes to the wider point that we've been making sort of all along here, that defamation is one tool, but never the perfect tool for tackling the wider societal problem of disinformation. Having private parties suing other private parties can only get us so far. And today we saw the end of the line for this one.
Who's that? Rennell, your analysis is so interesting that it was Fox that was boxed in. I wonder what role you think the judge's most recent sort of bucket of rulings, which today included the actual appointment of a special master, giving free rein to continue or redo some of the discovery process. Do you think that was a driver for Fox to keep upping its number until Dominion said, fine, I'll stop at yes?
It might well have been. It definitely was the case that Fox experienced a bruising set of developments at the tail end of last week in pretrial hearings, including those sanctions that you described, and now the appointment of the special master. And it also lost in pretrial hearings the opportunity to put forward a couple of major privileges that it was hoping to be able to lean into as its defense here. So all of those things combined together put it in a position where it may well have been much more motivated to increase the numbers that were talked about, even as we now see, as the jury was being impaneled.
Rennell, stay with us. We are now joined by phone by Dominion lawyer Stephen Shackelford. He was prepared to deliver Dominion's opening statement in court today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Nicole.
What were you going to say?
The same thing we've had all along. You know, Fox knew the truth, and Fox broadcast those lies over and over and over again anyway. That was the theme, and that's the truth.
Were you prepared for a settlement today?
I was not. My job was to get ready to give the opening, and it kept getting pushed back, and I kept hoping I'd get to give it, honestly.
What is your reaction to both the news of the settlement and the size of the settlement, $787.5 million?
It's a great day for Dominion. I mean, those people have been through so much. Obviously, getting ready for the trial, we've been spending a lot of time with a dozen different Dominion employees and elected officials and so forth, and they've been through some real trauma, Nicole. And to have a day like today where there's real accountability, where Fox is accountable for what they put them through 2.5 years ago, it's a great day for them, a great day for Dominion.
Yeah, I mean, the trauma that the CEO was able to lay bare, I think first at 60 Minutes and in subsequent interviews, became part of the fabric of the story that you and the legal team told. And there's some analysis that while this dollar figure certainly makes Dominion whole, part of the story that was told was also about the damage done to our democracy. On that front, is there a forthcoming apology or acknowledgement that the lies about Dominion were broadcast knowingly and they were just that, lies?
Well, Nicole, an apology is about accountability, and we held them accountable today. We had two goals. We had accountability, and we had justice for our client, for Dominion, and we achieved both those. I think that the accountability is the important part of it, and that's what we achieved.
So the money is the accountability. It's a massive amount of money.
You don't give a shit.
I actually think it's more than the money. We had that summary judgment decision where the judge acknowledged that it was crystal clear that they had broadcast false claims. And I think you heard at the hearings over the last few weeks that the judge might have even been having second thoughts about summary judgment on the actual malice, on whether Fox knowingly published lies. We had a case lined up. I think we were ready to prove it. They have acknowledged, Fox has acknowledged that they published false claims about Dominion. That's part of the accountability. The money's part of it. But frankly, exposing everything that went on behind the scenes, the Fox behind the closed doors in private, so different than what they're broadcasting to all of us, to their viewers. That was a very important part of the accountability that we achieved over the last few months.
And we've talked a lot about how, but for this case that you brought on behalf of your client, Dominion, we would never know that Tucker Carlson thinks Trump is a, quote, demonic force, or that Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, and Tucker sought to fire Fox's own fact checker, or that they believe their decision desk, which called the election accurately and first, which in a normal world is something you're proud of, is something they would like to see dismantled. What do you believe, just as someone who is very astute in the political arena as well as the legal one, what do you think the contribution of this case is to our understanding of the role Fox plays in undermining our faith in democracy?
Well, a lot of great reporters have written books on Fox, but I think we had an opportunity, thanks to our court system and an excellent judge and an excellent special master who gave us the discovery to expose the reality of Fox in a way that had never been done before. I think that was important. I think it helped hold Fox accountable. I think it led to today. So we're really proud of the work we did there. We're very proud of Dominion for bringing this lawsuit, for standing up for itself to Fox, and for carrying it all the way through to the end, all the way through all the discovery and all the way to today.
How much of the legal team will remain intact to take on Smartmatic's case?
We're not involved with Smartmatic's case. What we do have left is we have a number of other defendants that we have sued who defamed Dominion back after the 2020 election. Those cases are still going forward. And after we take a short break, I think we'll all get back to
Sydney?
work. Let me just ask you, because of your client, when John Poulos said this, Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion. He's acknowledging Fox acknowledging the court's rulings. Because what Fox says is obviously, because it's Fox, and we guessed here between 40 and 70 lawyers had a pencil on this. What they actually said today was, quote, we acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. Do you think that's as much of a mea culpa as we'll see publicly from Fox?
Yeah, it's an admission. It is a level of accountability. It's an admission of what the court did, and what the court did was important. So yes, I think that is part of the accountability. But really, we had to do a lot of the accountability ourselves, getting in those documents and getting them out in the summary judgment record. Nicole, I think that was a big part of it as well.
I want to ask you one more question about the legal strategy. It seemed that Fox had some crushing legal blows in the last couple weeks. One was Abby Grossberg suing Fox and becoming one of your witnesses. One was a couple of rulings. I mean, most of their legal turns were defeats for them. How much did adding the special master to what Fox was going to have to take on in terms of legal water, how much do you think that impacted their motivation structure to settle for such a figure of $787 million?
I'm not sure the answer to that. There was a lot of things like that going on at the time. But I do want to say, that reminds me, a lot of what this case was Fox hired a lot of very smart lawyers who were trying to, in my view, do violence to the First Amendment. And that was a fight we had to have for months and months through all the briefing and the argument with the judge. And the judge came out the right way, that the actual malice standard is the right standard. That's what we were going to hold Fox to at the trial. And that there's not some privilege to be able to publish whatever you want just because it's newsworthy. That was an important part of what the judge did in this case.
And do violence to the First Amendment. That's the first sort of time I've heard it put that way. Say more.
Well, the theories that were advanced in a lot of the briefing, Nicole, if you read through our briefing, the theories that Fox was advancing would basically give a free pass to knowingly publish lies, even if you know they're lies, as long as you think that they're newsworthy enough.
Has he
That was
gone
the
on
serious
other
theory
websites?
that we fought through round after round after round of
Is that
briefing.
how? I
And
have a
Judge
few other
Davis
websites
read all the
I want to
briefings,
check out.
took extensive argument on it,
Clearly no
and
new
he came out the right way. He said, no, there's no free pass just because something's newsworthy. If you know it's a lie, you can't publish it or you face liability.
It's an extraordinary thing to sort of sit in for a minute. I mean, Fox News smears journalists from this organization, from the New York Times, from the Washington Post, but importantly, in terms of that being advanced as their legal argument, their own news organization. I mean, I think some of the biggest bombshells, the things we came on the air and said, oh my God, were revelations about their hatred for their own journalists. What do you think the lasting impact is of this picture you were able to depict for again, in your legal pursuit for Dominion, but you were able to illustrate that Fox is at war with itself, with the titans, the on-air personalities like Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, and Sean Hannity, smearing in internal communications, their fact checkers, their decision desk, their Washington bureau chief, their journalists, and people who don't go along with promoting the lies about the election result.
Exactly. It's interesting.
I think the evidence speaks for itself about Fox, at least parts of Fox knowingly spreading lies. I think the rest of that is internal baseball that I'm not really well suited to speak to, Nicole.
I want to ask if Andrew Weissman, my friend and colleague, could lob a question at you.
Come on now.
Of course.
So, congratulations, just in terms of the result, but also the documents that you were able to turn over. And I had sort of two related questions. One is, are there documents that we would have seen that you're able to talk about, or does the settlement preclude you from talking about what we might have learned not that what we learned was chopped liver was really amazing, but is there more that we would have learned at the trial?
I can't think of a document, for instance, that was going to be in the opening or that was high on my list for trial that hadn't already seen the light of day through the summary judgment process, Andrew. I think
hope that's true, sir.
I think we accomplished what we wanted through the summary judgment process.
And is there some reason that Fox didn't try to settle, or maybe they did try to settle to avoid all of the documents coming to light? That was certainly something when all of our jaws were dropping, learning what you knew, and now was made public, that why Fox didn't try to settle before that happened, when presumably you had enormous leverage at that point. Is there anything you can tell us about that discussion internally?
All I'll say is Dominion wanted accountability, and we had to get all the way to today to get that.
Was there anything about the jury that gave Dominion pause, or was Fox the driver of settlement talks?
Yeah, I was prepping my opening, Nicole. I wasn't involved in that call.
I'm just saying, it's like the show we'll never hear, the opening we'll never hear. You've been so generous with your time, and all along the way,
I want to hear the opening.
Dominion was very forthcoming with the press. Lots of great professionals understanding
our money's worth.
Interest in this case and its import in the political conversation. I just want to give you a last word again in the vein of an opening statement that you now don't get to make in terms of how this case may have, or if you hope it has, changed the conversation around accountability in the media and political arena.
Well, the truth matters, and $787.5 million hopefully will make a difference the next time a major news network decides to put profits over the truth.
Stephen Shackelford,
don't even know where
we will never hear. Maybe there's somebody you had to be written books about Fox News. Thank you very much on a day like today for taking the time to talk to us. We're really grateful.
Thank you. Take care.
Ronelle, any reaction there to what you just heard?
Yeah, I mean, I think I empathize with a lawyer who prepared for probably months on end.
Right? It's like an anchor who
never got to see the light of day.
Yeah, exactly.
But I also think the sort of core question here is a really interesting one about why Fox wouldn't have gotten to a place where it would have made settlement happen before the revelations of this massive body of evidence came into the public eye. We're talking about evidence about what it said about Trump, what it said about its own audience, what it said about its sources, the fact that all of that made its way into the public eye and became the source of public discourse, I think was surely problematic to Fox, and that it took until the sort of end stage for the parties to reach a deal on this is pretty telling. It suggests something that we've seen all along, and that I think that the attorney just confirmed for us, which is that there was an undercurrent of motivation here for Dominion that wasn't just about remedying Dominion's own harm, but also about making this case a broader referendum on election denialism and on the wider social problem of disinformation. And I think that they've managed to achieve that.
Yeah, I mean, Katie, I wonder your thoughts on, again, the sort of the view from inside the Dominion legal team, as well as another thing they punctured, which was this notion. I mean, Fox as a brand is fascinating. To their viewers, they are almighty. But as this lawsuit reveals, they live in terror of their viewers. I mean, I don't think it was 2 days of ratings before they were shaken in their boots. It is not a picture of strong men and women inside Fox News.
Is still on an anti-Fox thing.
No, and it really was the exposure of what is the true motivator at Fox News to be able to continue to put specific type of editorial content out for its viewers to consume. You know, we talk about the bigger picture implications of this. Of course, we have to look at it through the narrow lens of the fact that this was just one case in a courthouse here in Wilmington, Delaware. It may have ended up being a very large number in terms of a settlement, but Fox, there was one thing I actually wanted to ask Stephen Shackelford, the lawyer for Dominion. It's the redactions, Nicole, because we talk a lot about the evidence and what was exposed during the course of discovery. The fact that the special master now just got appointed to conduct its own investigation in terms of what type of violations of discovery occurred. But you and I have talked about this many times on your show. There were so many redactions that Fox didn't want the American public to see. And we talked about how particularly damning was the evidence that we had already seen. And if we had actually gone to trial in this courthouse today, those redactions would have been made open for all of us to consume inside of that courthouse. And for those in America that were listening in on that open audio line, they would have been able to listen to that as well. So I think fear is always a great motivator, whether you're in trial, whether you're not. And I think in this instance, Fox got scared. Fox had a huge game of chicken. It was playing with Dominion. Fox blinked first. I am disappointed as an American who believes in democracy that there wasn't this bigger referendum as it's been referenced to. But I do think it didn't create new law. Let me be very clear as a lawyer. We didn't get new law out of Judge Davis, but I think we achieved some measure of clarity in terms of just how egregious things need to be for a judge to say you do not get constitutional protections that you otherwise would have been entitled to if you were in the media industry. And I think that's a very big takeaway, because a lot of people are going to be looking at these rulings, Nicole. They're going to be looking at the exceptionally well-reasoned kind of arguments.
How do you make it a big takeaway? Like, how do you drive the point
Davis, and they're going to say we need to avoid that.
For example, how do you prevent someone
from
having a disinformation?
Claire, Katie is so elegant and high-minded, and I'm going to go the other direction and be petty and catty for a second. I think the other thing we learned is that some of Maria Bartiromo's sources, or one of those weekend shows, listened to the wind or had information from the wind. We learned that others thought Trump was demonic and spent a lot of time communicating on company devices about how hideous and odious he is. At least one of those hosts showcased him in an interview this week. I mean, the window into Fox News, the behind the curtain, I mean, the emperor doesn't have on any clothes, and it ain't pretty.
No, it's really ugly, and there was some crazy stuff in the name of profit that Fox was engaging in. And really, I think I know people are disappointed, and I get that, but let's not underestimate the battle that just occurred here and what these lawyers did. They fought kicking and screaming for years and spent millions of dollars pulling all this ugliness out into the light. And the other thing I think it's important to remember, Nicole, is that this happened in America. And this never would have happened in Russia or China or any of the other places that Donald Trump longs to be like.
Oh my God, is
This is
I'm so sorry.
our rule of law working, our civil court system working in a way that it is
Oh,
designed to
it's her.
work.
She sounds like a commercial.
Dominion got really what they asked for.
And then I
They
took
were going to go with
my
$1 billion.
lanterns.
Present value of $1 billion
All of my
is about
swords were
800 million. So by the time they would have received it, if they'd gone to trial
Carol,
and gotten
whatever.
that
What's
much.
her name?
So
Karen?
I really think it's important to remember that.
What's her name?
This was ugly.
Maggie.
But it was very American.
Maggie May.
And I'm very proud of our legal system, our civil justice system. And I think this is an example of where the plaintiffs' lawyers did what many times government can't do. They go in and they find wrongdoing and they pull it out for everyone to see and they make things better. And I do think this lawsuit will make things better for people that consume news in America.
You know, it's so interesting, Nick, that Stephen talked about Fox's legal strategy was about violence being done to the First Amendment. I mean, no credible legal analysts inside a news organization that sees itself as a news organization. I mean, I think you can argue that Fox doesn't see itself. It certainly doesn't operate as a news organization, but when you read the internal communications, it doesn't see itself as a news organization. It doesn't see itself as bound by the news organization's content. They called it the brain, but they treated it like a different body part.
Look, Fox is prickly on this question, and they're always pushing back at suggestions they don't care about journalism. Talk to any journalist who works there pretty much, and they will all tell you they feel overshadowed and pressured by the primetime opinion hosts. The prime time is where the money is.
I'm feeling it
a few years ago, Fox got rid of Fair and Balanced, right, as their slogan, and they went to Most Trusted, which goes to this question of audience. I think they've been backing away from journalism for a few years now. They've been backing away from the journalism that Roger Ailes tried to create to counterbalance the opinion side. And you could see in those thousands of pages of emails and texts, and I read an awful lot of them.
Me too.
There was no search for the truth. There was no, like, what's true here? How do we get it to our viewers? It was, what can we say without ticking off the people who watch? That was always front of mind.
And when it doesn't include calling the election, that's
Well,
when they're
not
in
even
trouble.
not busy.
Yeah, and to have built this like first-in-class election machinery to call the election accurately, and then to throw it under the bus or seek to have primetime hosts calling for the firing of the White House correspondents to get them in trouble for speaking the truth, for doing reporting and fact-checking. That, to me, as a reporter, just speaks volumes about what was going on here. But I have to say, on the question of fact, our guest earlier, he said Fox had made an admission, which I think is an interesting bit of myth-making that we're going to now see. There was no admission in that Fox statement. And we can see the contours now of the deal. And you can imagine being a lawyer in that room, I'm just guessing here, right? Where they all say, okay, so we'll point to the judge's ruling, and we'll say that's our vindication. And you guys will point to it and say, hey, that exists, without actually saying that the judge is right. And we can all walk away and say we got what we wanted on that question of the apology. That's what happened there.
You get the last word.
So I have sort of I think we may be in a situation where the war is lost, but the battle is won. In other words, to Claire's point, that this is a great day. This is seeing, the justice system working. Here it's the civil justice system and the clash with Trump and Trumpism in the court of law. And I think we're going to repeatedly see that. But I do think long term, there really is an open question whether this is a speed bump for Fox, and that they know that there's a way to do this and to still, cater to their audience, not be a news organization at all. I mean, they can keep the label news, but they're not, in fact, going to be doing what you do. And they just won't fall into this pitfall again of, defaming a company, but in fact, they'll continue doing exactly what their brand is.
With a lot less paper trails, probably. I mean, would you expect you're describing what you anticipate to be a somewhat brazen posture from Fox. I think you are too. Would you expect to see the likes of Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell and the Pillow Guy and all these people on uninterrupted?
But they can just get other people. I mean, in other words, they can say, you know what, we're not going to go with that because they're tarnished and we don't want the baggage they bring, but those newly minted Rudies.
And Trump was on this week, so who are we kidding?
Right.
An unbelievable day. Not what we were expecting to cover today, but you are all the best of the best for staying here. We didn't let anybody get up. including Katie Fang, who's been standing there with us for over an hour. Katie Fang, Ronell Anderson-Jones, Andrew Weissman, Nick Compasori, Claire McCaskill, thank you all so much for spending so much time with us today. I am grateful. When we come back with today's settlement between Dominion and Fox News and a raft of investigations inching ever closer to the twice impeached, disgraced, and now indicted ex-president.
Okay, let's go back to the party. Let's go back to the party. Let's go back to the party and have ourselves a drink. Oh wait, let's do this. Wait, come on. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm so funny. There. Oh, and now I can't see Twitch. Necros. Oh man, Necro. I'm so sorry. You came over. Okay. Oh no. Okay. There we go. Okay. We'll see you later, Tom. See you later. I think that's what you said. I don't know. Back in a bit. Yes. Should have gone. See you later. You know what? I might just try and stay on. I'll just move it in the house. I mean, we'll be off. Oh no! You know what? You guys, we should watch the sunset. Maybe I can try and get an angle on the camera to get a better picture of the sunset. That's what I'm gonna do. What time is the sunset in California? Does anybody know? Anybody? What time is the sunset? I can look it up. I'm sorry. How lazy. Let me look it up. Here we go. This will tell me. What time is the sunset? I feel like my email is just wrong, but it's not. Oh, here we go. 7:27 p.m. Oh, I might not make it that long. But maybe I could take a break and then come back on. But I don't know. Is that going to be really interesting? I'm not really sure. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a drink. Oh, speaking of which, you guys really have to tune into Damnation Drive-In. They're killing it over there. They are going places, those kids. No, they really are good. They're so good. They're so funny. And they're just doing a really good job of entertaining people. When an irresistible force such as you meets an irresistible force such as me. I just still don't know those words. Do, 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 do. Hey, is that Begin the Bean? Yeah, I should probably indulge. Carol Burnett is 90? Shit. Tanya Maria.
I need you close, you are my love. I need you close, you are my love. You are the reason of my life.
Tanya Maria is a Brazilian jazz artist, and this is one of her live performances. And she plays the keyboards. I think I linked one of her video, Funky Tambourine. I linked that this morning or last night. I can't remember. But I would find it because she's playing two if you're listening, I don't know if you're listening, but she's playing fucking two keyboards at once, not looking at what she's fucking playing. And she's just like fucking vibing and singing. And it's like she's playing two keyboards at once. Anyway. You know. Okay. Can you watch her and then tell me if you think she's just like Captain and Tennille and Tori Amos? I think she's better than both of those, but I could be wrong. I didn't have a crush on Tori Amos like most people I know. Yeah, Fox News. Yeah. I don't think anything's going to happen to him again. I think they're going to pay the man the $2. Keep on keeping on. I mean, it was probably an expensive payday, but is it really? People are going to tune in tonight, drive their ratings up to watch what they say.
Right now, baby, I said right now. I need you close, you are my life. Come on, sing. I wanna hear. Sing. I say sing. Swing. I I want to hear you sing. Go, sing.
I wonder when this was. This is 14 years ago.
Now, show me now. Okay, I got it off. Now stop.
I can see the chat. I apologize. I was off working and something for your show tomorrow. I'm excited for your show. Neon, is there any can't remember who had the round keyboard. Oh, wait. Who was in that? Who was in that band that had a round keyboard? Who was in that band that had the round keyboard? I'm trying to put together some good transition tracks where I can fade out and into a series of quote and creepy lines before transition. Oh, well, Neon, you have come to the right place. I have so many, and Neon, I have so many random sound clips. You can ask Oomph. I'm always sending him listen, this is mashup I just recorded, and it'll be three different streams or something, and they're all talking over each other, and it's really cool. I mean, I like it. I like stuff like that. To me, that's art. I mean, Oomph just goes, that's nice. But you could probably, you probably could make your own. I guess that's probably true. Hey, listen, I'm a problem solver. I like to solve problems, even problems I can't solve. I love that. Okay, that's enough of Tanya Maria. But anyway, that's Tanya Maria from Brazil. Please listen to her. I always liked... Oh, man, I can't see. This was actually kind of convenient, though. I always liked that $6 Million Man sound effect. Oh, I love that sound effect, Max. That was a good one. My last gig, I was calling the other DJs on stage to show them how I was just looping 4 different songs and improvising on the fly. Oh, well, you're legit. Okay, because listen, let me tell you something. I have dreams of being a DJ. You understand that, right? You know that. So I took a DJ lesson from a kid in New York when I lived there. I just did a $5 or something, and I don't know, whatever the equivalent was at the time. And we met up in a Starbucks on Union Square. And he showed me how to DJ, basically how to use the free software and stuff like that. It was really fun, but I'm very bad at it. And the pressure, Neon, of choosing the next song. And I've tried to line up mashups and I'm not very good at it. I'm not good at editing. So clearly this is the last thing I should be. That's the last thing I should be. But this is necrosynthetic tertiary adjunct tools. I love you. You're so funny. Twang, 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 twang. Oh yeah, that's the sound, Oomph. You nailed it. I know. I'm telling you right now, your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to her. Then I could, oh my God, 0010. Oh my God, do you remember that song? No, wait. Necro. Neon, do you remember that? Did you watch the Flight of the Conchords? Did anyone watch the Flight of the Conchords where they do the robot song? we are now. 001 0001 001 0001. You do? Oh my god. I need pictures. I am so fucking. And you're in the Bay Area. When I next come up to the Bay Area, I'm gonna find where you're doing a gig, and we're gonna meet up. We are totally. You did not? Oh my god. Okay, the Flight of the Conchords. It was an old series on HBO, I want to say, but it's Jermaine. What's his name? And Brett. Also, what's his name? Fuck. Jermaine and Brett and Murray. Anyway, it's this show from New Zealand, and it's so funny. I mean, I don't think it's New Zealand, actually. I mean, they're from New Zealand, but I don't think this show's from New Zealand. I think this show's from LA. But it was so funny. It was about like this independent, oh my god, neon fucking. And if you don't like it, I will be very sad. Yes, it became what we do in the shadows, which my daughter's obsessed with too. I never really got into what we do in the shadows. To me, it wasn't as funny as Flight of the Conchords, but I totally understand the attraction. Let me put it. I love Taika Waititi. I think he's one of the best filmmakers. I think he's fucking hilarious too. Anyway, I think he did a great job with what was the last blockbuster that Taika Waititi did? Was it an Avengers? I thought it was really good, I think. Now I don't remember. What did he do? Did he do Doctor Strange? The second Doctor Strange? No, because my daughter worked on that. She would have freaked out. And she didn't freak out. Mike's Club Towing. Oh my god, that's the car, I think. It's not Mike's Club Towing though. I think that's a wrong number. Because that's not the name of the car place. No, it's a wrong number. Let me see. No, please stop doing that, okay? It's annoying. I don't know what you're doing and what you're eating, but it's not a good idea. Oh my god. 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 Mm-hmm. I should take you guys on a hike eventually too. Like a real hike. I could go to Runyon Canyon. And we could see all the beautiful people. Beautiful people walk Runyon Canyon. They look really good doing it and they don't sweat. I, on the other hand, sweat. Why do we prefer? Well, imagine you're eating a sandwich. That's funny. Okay, it is funny. Oh, you're down in Tucson? I don't even know where you are. Oh, good. You're on the Arizona stop then. I'm just kidding. Why did I think you were in the Bay Area? I think someone else is in the Bay Area. Oh, Candyman is in the Bay Area. Oh, yeah, by the observatory? Definitely. I'm just thinking of going over there and getting high. I like that area of LA a lot. Like Silver Lake and kind of that area. Look, this is this little big curl here. Break. I'm growing my hair out right in time for summer. Will it be too hot to have a big mop of hair? Right in time. This guy's. Oh, no, that's. Text. Okay, fabulous. Oh, good. Oh, fabulous. Yay. All right, man. Oops. I don't know how to spell. Oh, okay. Well, that's exciting. Hey, guess what, Max Flower, if you're listening? Listen, Max Flower. I'm going to get my car this weekend. Actually, I'm going to get my car maybe Thursday. And guess what, Max Flower? I'm going to drive. And Thursday, we might go somewhere in the car. If the car is ready and Mommy gets the car, Max Flower, I will take you as far as I can get you. As far as I can get you. But you lived in San Francisco, Max. Did we talk about this? We did talk about this because I lived in the city too for a while. I lived in the city for 8 years. I did not live in the city for 20 years. I lived in the city for 8 years. Max, we had a chance, my ex-husband and I, we had a chance to buy an apartment in the marina. I don't even want to tell it. I don't think I remember how much it was, actually. In the 90s. We didn't do it. Not that I probably would have won. I wouldn't have stayed. I'm a tumbling tumbleweed. I didn't. Oh, you lived in the Tenderloin? I love the Tenderloin. I lived up on Slob Hill, and then I lived on California Street. I lived on Pine Street, California Street, and then I lived in the outside of whatever Monterey is, like not Monterey the town, but Monterey Park. What the fuck? Why could I never remember that? It's past. It's a BART stop past Glen Park. Whatever. If you went to Glen Park, you're not home yet. Max and I probably need to catch up, like on a real phone call or something someday, because I'm just so curious about how she's weathered all this. She's one of the few that have weathered the storm of Convoy, I think, with such grace. At first, I thought that was Max, but then I realized it was Team America. America, fuck yeah. Save the motherfucking man now. Or it's something else, and I just fucked it up again. Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, the wrong one. Oh, well, my avatar is Colette Descombe in a scene from the Carol Baker. Giallo? What's Giallo? Is that Italian? Paranoia? AKA Orgasmo. Oh, my God. That's awesome, Max. Of course it is. Of course you're cooler than having a Team America person on your... Max, this is how you've imagined, how you've navigated with grace, is that you are more graceful. So that's... I'm classless. What can I say? I'm just classless sometimes. Don't print me. Anyway, I should probably go. I should probably figure out where I'm going to get this car stuff from. It was the group that turned on AP after initially promoting her and supported the weird dude that doxed and stalked her. Oh, BTM. Oh, you thought it was from that. Oh, Neon, that group. Yeah, weird. BTM. I never got accepted into that group. I didn't try too hard. I would go to the chat rooms, but then I just wouldn't have anything to say. Or I would say something, and then one of the mean accounts that aren't you guys would come out of the woodwork, and then I would just be like, I'm not going to do this. I don't really need this. And you know why else? Is because at that time, I think before that, before Doe got shut down, he was the one I initially found because I was lazy, because I didn't want to go from stream to stream. I started with First Responders Media and Oreo and OTR. I watched OTR, who was so annoying and boring. But anyway, and Saznak, of course. You had to watch Saznak. But what was I saying? I don't know. Oh, so I got on BTM's Discord once or twice I think, and talked to Wizzy, and then we talked about something else, and I don't remember what that was. And then, or maybe it was Wizzy that we were talking about. And then, but I always felt like when I went into the chats that some weird dynamic happened, and then I didn't feel like I was welcome. You know what I mean? And then I just figured, well, that's just you. You're not like, stop it. You're just like, you're weird. Like, you're the weird one. So I just gave up and just went about my business. But then I was like hooking up with weeds and stuff like that. So I found my people. I found my people off YouTube. I found my people on Twitter. And then I got knocked off Twitter. And then I couldn't figure out Discord. I mean, I could figure out Discord, but I hate Discord. So. And then I guess I found more people. The only group I had was maintaining a policy of don't interact with them. I believe it is my job to alter the world around me and cannot be in those groups. Oh. Yeah, Lolo versus Wizzy. That was pretty fun. The problem with arguing with them, I used to chat on the BTM board, was never in their Discord. Yeah, hanging out in Discords, I did it a little bit, Max, like with stuff on, I couldn't do it, obviously. I was not good at it. I'm not a good Discord person. I'm a bad groups person, actually. That's what it is. I'm a really bad groups person. I mean, I'm fine. I can go along to get along, but yeah, that's what was so fun about oh my god, this chocolate is out of control. That's what was so fun about Weeds, was that it was just a bunch of people who were smart and kind and worried about safety and democracy for the most part, and wanting to, I mean, not everybody cared. I mean, it's not that people didn't care about democracy, it's just that that wasn't their main reason for being involved in it. It's not that. But I felt like we were all working on like silly pranks and things like that that would significantly disrupt enough of the momentum to remind right-wing extremist groups that they're not alone. They can't operate in a vacuum. So from that standpoint, I thought it was really good. Otherwise, I mean, I don't know. I don't care for the drama. I mean, there's enough drama in all our personal lives, I feel like, that we don't really need anything else. Likely. And now it's just a full-on shit show. Now it's completely in the poop bucket. No chance of scraping up the sides. Oh well. Hopefully the good stuff continues to come out of it. Speaking of which, I should probably go create some good stuff. If I can. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Max. Arguing with them didn't really seem to change anything. But I'll tell you what, that dude is sitting in chats telling people his movie won 7 Academy Awards. And that is really sad. That is just down there. And then I'm also enjoying, you were mostly on Beta Boys. Oh my God. Then BTM got weird. I got invited into Weeds. Oh yeah. See, Weeds to me was like really nice. Weeds to me was just like nice people. And then it got, I mean, every group, I feel like every group goes through, they go through that kind of like, you know, that kind of thing, which is fine. But yeah, it was definitely the more calm. There was a lot of like transparency in Weeds. I thought it was good. We just like shared information for the cause. For the cause. And yeah, I think Weeds is just smoking. Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think it taught me a lot about how to understand where people are coming from, and I hope I use what I heard to a good end. I guess. I hope I do that. I don't know. I'm really, that's, I guess, why the Dominion thing kind of bothers me, because it's really hard to leverage off of something like that if it's not positioned in the right way, right? Like, it's really hard to, even though it's true, everything is true. Unfortunately, the messaging really matters. Maybe that's just too defeatist, and I shouldn't be that way. That's probably true. I believe that making money by observing other people being horrible is inherently evil. If you can change things for the better, you are obligated to do so. So I left Mayor McCheese. Mayor McCheese hates me, and I have no fucking clue why. Oh yeah, you were part of that. Oomph is like, I had no idea. And yet, Oomph, you're probably one of the most influential people on one side of it. Maybe not on the other, but I think that yeah, Mayor McCheese hates me. I have no idea why. I'm like, dude, I don't even fucking know you. What was it? It was at the end of kind of like a certain part of the convoy. It was like the late last year. I think it was before I got kicked off Twitter. So it was probably October, November. I went into Mayor McCheese, and there was some kind of victory we were all celebrating or something. And he was promoting channels, and it was on Twitch, and I was dumb. I'm like, oh, would you promote my channel maybe? And I thought we were friends, not friends, but like, at least friendly, because, you know, common enemy and all that. He's like, are you kidding me? I wouldn't promote you in a million years. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is up your ass? God, I have the most boring show on the internet. Why wouldn't you promote it? It won't take your viewers, that's for sure. I know. I tried to refuting disinfo with facts and got blocked everywhere. That's exactly it, Max. That's exactly it. I got blocked in March. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, that's disgusting. What the fuck? This crow had something in its talons. You got blocked? No. When did you ever get blocked? That was really the weirdest thing I've seen in a long time. See here, the oomph, there it is. Oomph. The thing is that when you say things, nobody understands. I'm telling you right now, the chuds do not understand what your actual sentence structure is. Oh, Joe. Yeah, Wizzy. Oh, yeah. I'm surprised, Wizzy. Oh, yeah, more success on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, I didn't last. I mean, God, the YouTube chats were just a joke. And I was too lazy to create alts. Like, I don't want to create alt. So, or my alt was the original Laughing Lola. I agree. Although, wait, why do you think that on Twitch? That was weird. If that thing had dropped that thing in my balcony, I would have freaked out. I'm telling you right now. You should have clipped that. If that thing had fallen, God, I don't even see it though. I wonder if it was like alive and it ran away. Boy, Los Angeles is a tough city. Put chocolate on my boobie? Oh. I want to see if I can see it. Where is it? Is that it? No. Wow, where did he drop it? No. I don't know. I don't know where he dropped it. Cat's looking at me like, what are you doing? Is the news back on? Are they talking about something interesting? Did something happen? Check Desert USA for wildfire reports. Oh, really? Well, that's weird. Oh, see, you're Twitch literate. Okay, wait, Desert USA. Hold on, Desert USA. You know what this thing is? This thing is just a little too, like, it does kind of hurt my elbow a little bit, and then of course I can't. But it's a cast. I'm trying to remember that. Leave me alone. I have never had a cast before. I don't know why I'm proud of that. Why hasn't my sister contacted me? I don't even understand my family. I'm going to tell you right now, she's fine. Nobody cares. Okay, all right. I can't worry about it. If nobody's called me, we have 8 million people in my family. Someone should have called by now if she was impacted by it. Desert USA. Hold on. Okay, Max, the earliest I'm going to get this fucking car is Thursday. Hold on. Let me just see what's going on here. Oh my God. This is so pretty. This is okay. Desert USA is great, except for the fact that it has not updated its website. Oh, here we go. The most current. Here we go. 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 Max, here we go. Are you ready? Hold on. Okay, here we go. What is today? April 17th. Fuck. What? Oh my God, we are right in the super bloom killer right now. All right, where's my closest place? Hold on. Where the fuck? Okay, so give me some places, bitch. Bitch. Bitch, bitch. Oh, my bitches is wrong. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. These, okay, I'm going to show you some pictures, Max. Oh, wait, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually put it up here. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on to my darling. My darling. My darling. My darling. Whoopsie. Wilson Lopez. Darling. Okay. Dear, 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 dear. We're gonna go see the wildflower. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine. You are lost and gone forever. Oh, my darling Clementine. I was gonna name my daughter Clementine, and then I forgot. No. Here we go. Can you see what I'm saying? Yeah, let's just make sure you can. Oh, no, you can't. Let's see what we're seeing. I hope it doesn't disclose any personal information about me, but I don't think it should, right? That shouldn't happen. Well, here we go. Here we go. April 17th, Michelle reports from Antelope Valley. Poppy had a lovely day near the reserve yesterday. Here's how I got there. Waited for the weather to be right. A sunny, warm day. It's not actually that warm. I love that. The California poppy to me is one of the most beautiful flowers on the face of the planet. Period. By me. Oh, these are her pictures from yesterday. No, from Sunday. No, yesterday. Wait, I wonder if I can can I? No. Okay. Good website. Oh, bye-bye. 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 These are from my April 15th hike from the Mission Creek Preserve Gate out to Pacific Crest Trail, then about 2 miles north of Pacific Crest Trail with the road a long way up any if I was to. Could have easily made a nice selection of specimen shots just along the drive. Awesome. I'm on it. I'm on it, bitches. So pretty. So pretty. I can't wait. I'm doing it. There I am in my car. I'm driving to see flowers for Max Flower. She likes flowers, so I'm gonna go show them to her. Max, I can almost guarantee you my flowers are not gonna look like this. Oh. Jonathan reports these photos were all taken at Diamond Valley Lake on Friday, April 7th. The wildflowers are still quite abundant, even grouped conveniently within the first half mile of the trail from the parking area, but keep walking onward for some nice photos looking back at the snow-capped San Gabriel Mountains in the distance, and if possible, stay towards sunset, as nothing beats long light and wildflowers, especially poppies softly lit from behind. No, Diamond Valley is not open on Mondays. .com. Oh, stop. Oh, world, I cannot hold thee close enough. That's Edna St. Vincent Millay. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Let me try to make it bigger. Stop it. Wait, I'll make it even bigger for you. Hold on. I don't know why I'm holding my phone this way. I guess I don't need to because I'm not looking at anything. But wait, let me get rid of us. Hold on. So pretty. Watching Thingburn. I don't know what the emoticons mean on Twitch, but unfortunately, I don't. I mean, well, I suppose if I lose my YouTube, I'll use my Twitch even more. But I feel like I ignore my Twitch. I should pay attention to it. You can find them on Twitch on your keyboard. Well, if you can't use your keyboard emoticons on Twitch. I don't know why I'm thinking you can. Maybe I'm wrong though. I could be very wrong. They don't have the ability to make their photos full screen. I really apologize. On the behalf of Desert USA, I apologize for their website coding. Baby, I'm amazed with the way you love all the time. Baby, I'm amazed with the way I hear you. I'm amazed at the way you help me with my rhyme. Flung me out of I don't even know the words to it. God, I'm so glad that crow didn't drop that animal on me. Although, great content. So there's that. Let me out my life, on my way, help me out my life. I would like to bling the whole thing. I don't know why. I guess that's kind of bad. It would probably be blinding. And you know what else is? I made my own. Like I had to take a shower last night. I'm probably gonna take a shower tonight. But I made my own like sleeve. Because you know how much those are. Do you know how much those things are that you use to cover casts when you shower? They're $30 a piece. That's ridiculous. I'm not paying that. So I took a recycling bag and a rubber band, and Mama made her own fucking stuff. No water coming. Zero. Zero water. Bread bag works. Is it long enough? I don't think I eat bread that's in a bread bag, a traditional bread bag. Is it long enough though? Maybe. There were other birds around it, but now I'm not remembering what size of birds they were. But I think it was, unfortunately, I do think it was a pigeon. I think it was a pigeon. So, yeah. Anyway, it's gone now, so it must have been okay. It escaped the claws of death, the talons of death. Which, that goes in the win column. When you escape the jaws of death. Okay, we're gonna switch it up. I'll BRB. I'm going to get another soda. I'm gonna get some water. You guys can't get out now. It is getting very cold out here. Oh my goodness. What's the temperature where you guys are? What's your temperature? What's your temperature? I can't see. I I was debating about the hat, but now I feel like I need it. Justice takes you. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Ah, now I need my hat. Ugh. I know I have these funny glasses. Okay, where is my? There it is. 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 Oh wait, what was I doing? No. Where is it? There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. No, that's the fire. There it is. LOL. LOL, everyone. Do 68, 41 max. Oh my god, I'm sorry. 68's nice. I wonder what it is here. Let me see what it is here. 63. Wait. 63, but the real feel. I don't know. Ah, real feel 68. Oh, 61. 61, real feel 68. Look at there, mister, look at there. 41 max. Ay, ay, ay. I'm sorry. I'm just real sorry about that. I'm just real sorry about that. What's going on? My cat. Whoa, it's gonna frost. Oh, Max. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I do need that hat. It's still so bright. I thought it wasn't as bright. Well, my goodness, it's just a little bright for me. I should figure out. Let me see if the. I want to see if the. What happens when I turn it? Oh my god, it's not going to turn right away. Now, what is it looking at? Let's see. I guess that's not that interesting. Wait, hold on. Where are we at now? Oops. What are you looking at? Oops. Well, that's not bad. Oops. I do. Ah! Oh my god, I'm so scared about this camera. No, get down. You're not coming out here, my love. I'm sorry, Gustafferson. You're not. So that will show you the sunset. Oh, I know. Here, wait. Oh, I know. What am I doing? Ah! Oops. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. God, I'm such a mess. Such a mess. Problem is, I don't see it do it right away. Let me see what happens when I do that. Oh, well, that's not very pretty, is it? Can you guys see trees? Oh, I guess you can. It just looks a little weird. Ooh, yeah, that's a little sunny, huh? This isn't going to work, is it? Do you know what's happening right now? It could be happening. I could be lying, but I have a feeling Oomph is sitting there going, this is not going to work. What she thinks is going to happen is not going to happen. Because what's going to happen is the sun is going to literally shine right into the fucking camera. Now I know this. Now I know this to be true. It's going down to 37 degrees tonight and then going to be in the 80s. Oh my God, Jim. I don't know. That's weird. Have to go to business calls. Bye, Tom. Have a good one. I'm so sorry I missed you. Missed you leaving. Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to end up like. Oh wait. I have a feeling that's going to end up like yeah. I'm such an idiot. Oh well, it doesn't matter. But that's the sunset. Ish. Direction. Sunset direction. What? What? No. I cannot make this wish happen for you. It is not possible, my children. It's not possible. I mean, I don't know how interesting that is. I probably should turn it back the other way. I'll leave it there for a while. Do you hear the ice cream man? It's much cooler here. Ow. Don't snap your fingers when you have a cast on. You cannot. Cool. It's got a beat. It's got a beat. I just wish I could read it a little bit. Well, there's talk about the shareholders suing the company. The lower is 58 degrees tonight. Desert climate, baby. I do love desert heat. I really do. I love me some desert heat. Smartmatic lawsuit is 2.7 billion. Yeah, I know. And so interestingly, what's the market capitalization on Fox News? What's the stock value? Like, what's all? Is it private or no? That's a publicly traded company. Oh, you just said shareholders, of course it is. But I guess I'm wondering is what's the market cap on them right now? And I just kind of wonder what this. I probably need to look at the Smartmatic. Cooling mind terms. Feels cold after at 58 degrees could be cold. I'm the same way. I can live in Maine and then now be here and be like, it's 61, it's freezing. Yeah, I totally can do that. But Smartmatic is not. I don't think. Oh yeah, I'm not digging on the heat. Well, the dry heat's not bad if it's really bad, but air conditioning. I don't know. I have to look at the Smartmatic case because I just don't remember how strong the Smartmatic case was. I didn't think it was that. I can't wait till summer to sit out here though at nighttime. That I'm very much looking forward to. I understand the heat during the day is very hard, but it will be very nice to sit out here in the evening. I like sitting outside. And we didn't have an apartment before where you had like a lot of outdoor. We didn't have any outdoor seating. Sorry, we didn't have any outdoor seating, but So this is like a huge luxury. Take advantage of the places that you have. Go outside. I have advice for a lot of streamers. Go outside. Put your phone down. Myself included. Phone down. I guess I should go. I'm probably hugely boring, and you guys are so kind. You're staying just because you're being kind. And I'm just making you stay. I mean, not stay, because I know I watch multiple things at once, but anyway. But I guess we'll just hang out here for a while. Maybe we'll have some more like roadkill. Come back. Sit here and keep me company with my kids. And I don't think I'll take a nap. Although I missed my nap time. I don't know. Certain other people got a nap. I didn't get a nap. I'm just kidding. I don't know specific. I'm going to say this is actually really pleasant. Just sitting here vibing. Oh, got a message. Got a message on my phone. A minute computer. A little minute computer's giving me a message. Let's see. Oh my shit. What's going on here? Oh, no, that's not it. Meow, 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 meow. Sometimes it hurts so badly I must cry out loud. Getting to the point where I am no fun anymore. I'm sorry. Sometimes it hurts so badly I must cry out loud. I've never read the lyrics to the song. Yours, you are mine, you are what you are, you make it fun. So this is about, Judy Collins. What we've said and done and felt a body go. Wow, he really loved her. Aw, it's such a sweet song. I mean, it is kind of. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Oh, it's very sweet. I never listened to this. Chestnut brown canary, ruby throated sparrow, sing a song, don't be long, thrill me to the marrow. What a great lyric. But I don't think they got together, right? Or did they? Maybe they did. Now I don't remember if they did or they didn't. Sometimes it hurts so badly I must cry out loud. Ooh. I am yours, you are mine, you are what you make it hard. Let's check one more thing, and then I'll probably let you go. I mean, I should let you guys go. So go fast. Oh, Giabbit is live. Welcome back, Giabbit. Welcome back to YouTube. I've never watched. I need to catch her lives. I've never caught her lives. I mean, I guess she's been gone for a while. Oh, met her at Coachella. That's cute. No, I think Coachella's not. Parking garage collapse in NYC. Uh-oh, we've got breaking news.
So, according to the article I just
Ay,
read,
ay, ay.
that's the robot that was robot dog. But that is just, that's a post from
I'm waiting to see if it's actually worth switching to. Oh, I'm glad, Karen. I'm so happy you're done. The Briggs indictment and Dominion settlement is just the opening salvos. It is, but I thought the Dominion was a bigger one.
Here's some information on the building. Again, a couple websites say that the building.
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes if she's enjoying it, then crack on, McDuff. You go ahead. But no, I don't think they're worth talking to, Max. I'm 100% with you. I don't think they're worth the fuck. I would not. Max, I would not. Okay, I probably would. I probably would cross the street to piss on one of them if they were on fire. So I should take that back. But if I were being a bitch, I would say I would not cross the street to piss on them if they were on fire. So there's that. I have two. These are my last two vapes, and I'm like holding on to them as if they were fucking important. I can't quite tell what happened, but there's something about a parking structure that has collapsed in New York City that Steve Lookner is. I just burped, sorry. Screaming about because I drink soda. When I drink soda, it makes me. All sparks. I don't know. If you guys want to watch news, I will definitely put on news because I'm trying to see if there's other streams and I can only see G Abbott. So I don't think I'm. Oh, Summer has her kitty camel. I don't think I'm holding you from anything really. Your top tip. Ooh, I must cry loud. Oh, Gorillas. The Gorillas are playing at Coachella. No, don't say it. Okay, I don't want to get in trouble. But that's the Gorillas. They're at Coachella featuring De La Soul. So I think you guys should definitely find a Coachella station at one point tonight and watch that. 1 dead, 5 injured in New York garage collapse in Manhattan Financial District. Fuck. Yeah, same night as Blondie, right after. Oh, was it? I didn't even see it. Thank you, Max. Well, that's really good. It just came up on my recommended. Market cap is 17.48 billion. That's not a really big market cap when you think about it. Oh, you got money back? Well, hell, get money back, girl. Get a girl. Get those dollar bills. Get those dollar bills from Uncle Sam. Make Sam give you those dollars to make you holla. You're kidding me, Max. Oh my God. Get out. That's amazing. That is amazing. I love that story. That would be amazing to be involved in that. I have not had close Ty. Well, my nephew is friends with Flea. They're besties. I've never met him. And my my sister dated John Lee Hooker's saxophone player for a while until he died, actually. So they were really in love. They were probably going to get married. It was actually really sad. They really loved each other. But yeah, she was in love with him for a long time. Dude, those are my only brushes with famous musical people. Otherwise, nothing. I got nothing. A bunch of hip hop. That is so really great, Max. That's amazing. I fucking love that. What great stories. Well, if your brother ever wants to be interviewed about the acts, I'm certainly happy to do it. But of course, it doesn't have to be me. But I would love to hear his stories. What a bunch of great stories that would be. That's amazing. I'm sure he's got probably access to more valid, legitimate avenues. I certainly would be. But no. He's a lawyer now. Yeah. So many are. I don't know. I think I should turn you guys back to downtown because I think the sun's going to start shining in your face and it's going to be, and there's really nothing to look at except for the fucking thingamabobber. So let's turn it around. Woo! Whoa! There we go. Oh, that looks really good, actually. Didn't that come out good? That came out real good. Oh my god, I'm so fat. Jesus. Look at my muffin top. Yeah, muffin. Pat Travers. I remember it didn't. Oh no, that was Pat Metheny. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm an idiot. The name sounds familiar, but I'm not going to claim that I know who he is. We're going to see a lot more parking garage collapses. I've got an engineering study from the UK. Parking garages aren't designed to withhold the added weight of an electric vehicle. Boom, boom. Out goes the lights. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I know that one. Really? Tom? A Jim? I mean, can't read. Tom left. That's not good. What a great view. I can't hardly turn you guys off now because that view is too good. I'm just going to leave it until we can't stand each other anymore. I'm going to leave when there's zero. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave later. Karen, did you hear the Sex and Taxes poem from earlier? You should roll back. I can't remember when I did it, but there was a Sex and Taxes song or a poem. Interesting. Okay. Oh, press release. I like DOJ press releases. Let's see. What was the headlines in the Lawfare blog today? God, I'm so interesting. The Manhattan District Attorney sued Jim Jordan. Why? And what now? Water Wars. AUKUS goes nuclear. AUKUS. What is this? In the latest installment of Lawfare's Water Wars series, Alana Nance and Han Summer provided a roundup of maritime security developments in the Indo-Pacific, including AUKUS's newly unveiled plans for Australia's nuclear-powered submarine force, PRC protests to increase U.S.-Philippines defense cooperation, Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen's meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and more. Interesting. I love that blog. Lawfare blog is really good because it tells me about things that I won't normally find in my usual media consumption. So I appreciate it from that standpoint. Okay. Anything else? Let's see what else is playing on the movies. Oh, Mad Republic. They're having a big meeting. Camp Q. God, why? I'm going to tell you right now. Why can church halls not fucking figure out a better setup for a fucking party? Why? Don't go there, but Mad Republic is showing the way they set up their party, and it's just dumb as fuck. Oh, and it looks like I don't know if Giabit has, or maybe she. Oh, it's oh, 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 she's showing movies. Okay. Congress remains far from an agreement as debt ceiling crisis looms. That's PBS. I think Hal Sparks will let me.
That gray building is a hotel.
All right. Fuck, Steve. Whatever. Fucking Steve. Fucking. Do 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 I don't think he'll kill me for this. He's not usually good.
The lot has 276 spaces, according to ParkMe. Thank you to for the two. I appreciate that.
Then there's a South Florida bill. This has 30 plus buildings that were inspected last year and signed off on by structural engineer. The only problem is the engineer has been dead 6 years. I really did assume they were lighter. Look at it. Looks like Steve and I are sitting next to each other.
Let's listen one more time in case you didn't hear it. I'm going to replay that press conference about what happened.
Hi. 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 Wait, I have to get over there. I can't do it.
Let's listen to it. It's a short press conference. So let's listen to the press conference replay. Then I'll take some more comments from you guys. Thank you to DJ Elrad, by the way. I appreciate it, DJ Elrad. All right, hang on a moment here.
That's fucked up. This is fucked up.
exactly to really respond to this incident. At this time, we only have one DOA, but I do want to point out that thank God we had the robotic dog that was able to go in the building. This is ideally what we talk about, not sending a human being inside a building that's unstable. We were also able to use the technology of a drone to give a real visualization of what is happening in this building. At this time, this building is completely unstable, and the chief, we do not want to send in someone until we can make sure the building is shored up, but using the necessary technology, we're able to get a clear view of what's happening inside the building for the most part, and do whatever we can to see if there are any more victims. Right now, as I indicated, we have one confirmed DOA, and Chief Esposito will give you an overview of what else we have on the ground and what's taking place. Chief?
Good afternoon. John Esposito, the Chief of Operations for the Fire Department. As far as we can tell so far, we have 6 patients. There were 6 workers in the building at the time of the collapse. 4 of them have been transported to the hospital in stable condition. We have 1 patient that has died, and we have 1 patient that refused medical attention. This was an extremely dangerous operation for our firefighters. We responded to a call of a collapse in the building. We had firefighters inside the building conducting searches. The building was continuing to collapse.
How tall was the
We made the decision to remove all our people from the building. Our robotics unit happened to be nearby. They were on scene very quickly. We deployed our robot dog into the building. They were able to give us a video inside, and then we were able to fly our drones inside to conduct an assessment and conduct searches. Although we continue to make sure that we have everybody accounted for, at this time we believe that we have the workers that were in danger in the building all accounted for, all out of the building, and that structure is very unstable. It's a parking garage. We've had some of the slabs, a couple of floors of the concrete slab floors collapse, crush some of the cars that are inside, and this will be a prolonged operation. I'm going to pass it on to the police commissioner.
Hello, at this time we have no reason to believe that this is anything other than a structural collapse. Obviously that investigation will continue. Our preliminary response centered on making this area safe. That includes traffic control and evacuating the nearby Pace University building, which was deemed unstable at that time. We will continue to work in collaboration with our partners in the fire department in this effort.
Good afternoon. So, as indicated, it's a structural collapse at this moment, and what we observed from a picture, drone deployed, and we observed that there are 4-story building all the way pancaked collapse all the way to the cellar floor. Our engineers deployed and currently checking adjoining buildings and observing footage from drone pictures to identify possible reason for collapse. We're going to continuous review and research property profiles to understand history of the building, certificate of occupancy, and all other records, and we'll update as information appear.
If there are any active work permits and any violations.
And at this time, I should mention also that right now there are some active violations on the building dated back to 2003, but in 2010 was application filed, which not indicated violation was corrected, but it was filed. There are some active permits in the building. One of them is related to the electrical work on the premise.
Take some on-topic questions, Dean.
All of that would be part of our review. We didn't have any file 311 complaints on the building, and as the acting commissioner of DOB indicated, is always going to be part of the review exactly what happened here. If there was no open violations on the structure.
Certificate of occupancy for this building was issued in 1957 and to be used at a parking garage. It's a 4-story building with a cellar. All the way through is a parking. There's not much. We have some plans for work filed in 2010. It's the latest for installation of the lift, but auto lift. But we currently review those plans and trying to find out what they can bring it us.
Hold on, ma'am. We'll call on you, but somebody we called on already, okay? We don't want to be yelling out all over the place. We'll call on you. Go ahead, Miles.
So our command tactical unit, our robotics unit, when they go, either the robot dog or the drones, they're able to stream the video directly to our phones, directly to our command center. We're able to share that. The great part of that is we're able to put these, use the technology to get information and reconnaissance without putting our firefighters' lives and our first responders' lives at risk. Great advances in technology, and we've used the dog before. This is the first time that we've been able to fly inside in a collapse to do this and try to get us some information, again, without risking the lives of our firefighters. Continuing to do searches. There are some cars in there that are crushed. We're trying to see if we can get up close to make sure that there's nobody in those cars. But as I said before, we believe that we have everybody accounted for. We've sent people to the hospitals to make sure that the people in the hospitals are the people that were working here and are accounted for. We believe active parking lot. I'm not aware that there was any construction ongoing. Some of the hospitals, I'm not sure of that. We can get that for you. I'm not sure yet where all the injured was. There was a worker that was trapped on the upper floors. He was conscious and alert and moving around, calling us. He just couldn't get down, and we were able to put firefighters up there in the building and take him out across the roof to another building and bring him down safely. All of that I'm not sure of yet. I don't know that there were people that were trapped. I think they were just injured, with the exception of the one that we removed from the upper floors. I'm sorry, but we're still evaluating that at this time. That's our thought right now, but we're still looking to confirm that. At this time, that's what we believe, and we're still working to confirm that.
Come on, give me a hand. Go ahead, give me a man right here. Go ahead. Yes. All part of the investigation that DOB is going to do.
We're not sure until we confirm and DOB makes their assessment that it's all safe. We believe he was a worker in the building.
Hold on. Man, we have a mechanism to let everybody when they...
All right, so that was the press conference. You heard it. Again, sounds like everybody, the one person who died and all the injured were workers. Yeah, it's unclear what caused this collapse, but it is believed to be a structural collapse, not anything intentional. Not just the structure itself just collapsed. Not intentionally done, nothing nefarious that they know about. Not the case that, like, I guess something exploded in the building or something and caused a collapse. The structure itself just collapsed.
It's just a parking garage.
All right, we'll take a few more comments here. Yeah, again, condolences to the family of the worker who died, and thoughts with those who are injured. I don't know earlier on the Citizen app had given an update saying.
Sorry, Steve. I'm sorry, Steve. I can't handle you. I love you very much. Actually, I don't know you, so I don't really love you. But I can't handle you. If you see rust stains on the concrete, that's a really bad sign. If you see rust stains on the concrete in a parking structure or any structure, Jim Nalgren says that's a very bad sign. Yeah. I can see that, Jim. Sometimes it hurts so badly I must cry out loud. I'm going to read the lyrics of that song again. It sounds like it was a good love letter, not a bitter love letter, but a good love letter. So I'm going to read those lyrics. See what's what. Sometimes it hurts. This is a good song. I don't know. The sun feels very good. There's nowhere to go. I don't have anywhere to be right now. Just might be. Oh, I took a deep breath and then the kitty had a big yawn. Did you have a big yawn? Are you an empath? Is my kitty an empath? Isn't that what that means if you yawn when someone else yawns? It indicates you're an empath. I heard that once. Doesn't it look like the sun could have gone down on our campfire? Doesn't it seem like it could have transitioned from a sunrise campfire to a sunset campfire? Relax on that metro platform, y'all. Oh, I'm sorry. God, oomph. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My buddy owns a Porsche racing team. He told me you have to have 3,000 gallons of water in case the batteries blow up and catch fire. Yikes. I'm sorry, Oomph. You're right. That was insensitive. I don't mean it to be insensitive. I did spend a lot of time on the metro platform, I promise you. I spent a lot of time on the DC metro platform, actually. Although I normally walked home from work because I worked on Connecticut. I worked on Connecticut near DuPont Circle, and I lived in Glover Park. So I normally walk to work. But I did take I didn't take the metro to work because there's no metro from Glover Park, but I took the bus. But I took the metro everywhere else because I didn't have a car. Because I lived in DC. I didn't need a car. So I know what it's like. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be insensitive. That is a good reminder. It's a good reminder that this is not a shared reality. That this is a privilege and not a shared reality. Oh, rusty concrete. Well, that too. Although I imagine the platforms, you're only going to fall somewhere so far. I don't think I would enjoy it. That's always been one of my fears, is like the collapse of a building. Don't go in, just stand next to the walls. Wait, what? What do you mean, Jim? Do you mean you should just like stand next to the walls? There's only 4 of us watching now. We should probably stop. You guys should just be set free. But do be careful on that metro platform. I am the slowest bitch in the world. Can I just tell you that? I like it, and it's not that I'm slow, it's that I read certain things and then my mind is one place, and so I don't know. I mean, of course I'm talking too, so that's a point. Normally, and if I was in person, I might not say anything. It might just all happen in my head. But here it all happens online. But I think it's like yeah. But I think about that too. I think about, because everyone's like, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot for people. It's a lot for everyone. Do 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 do. This is so fun. I'm really glad we did this. I'm glad I moved us outside. I do think I need to go, and before everything closes here on the West Coast, I need to make some phone calls to adult my way through some things. And get that car, honey. I gotta get that car, honey. So I can go see Super Bloom and show Max some of the poppies. I want to show Max poppies. That's my goal. I will feel successful if I have been able to show Max some poppies, because then not only will Max have seen the poppies, which is really the first goal, but the secondary and tertiary goals will be achieved as well, which will mean that many of you will have seen poppies, and then tertiary is I will have seen poppies. And I love poppies. I love the California poppy. I think it is my favorite flower. In fact, I know it is. My daughter got a poppy as a tattoo, not the California poppy, but I love that too. I have to put my spectacles on to read that. I'm afraid I can't read it from all the way over here. What was primary? Well, Max was primary. Max was primary. Because Max has really advocated for this trip. And that persistence needs to get rewarded. And so the Perseverance Award goes to Max Flower if I get to the fucking Super Bowl. Yeah, I'm a servant leader. I'm tertiary. Yeah, of course. I mean, come on. Anyway, yeah, I think I'll release you from your bondage of this live stream, you 4 intrepid souls. But I am always moved beyond measure when people show up, and particularly these people, because you guys are really fucking smart and funny. And I'm grateful. No, I'm the tertiary. What's adjunct? What does that mean again? Tertiary. Does adjunct mean like not permanent? Well, anyway, perhaps that can be taken up later on. Oh, the Borg line. Yeah, that. We need to have a website, Necrosynthetic, if you're still listening, or Neon. We need to support the good bots. Oh, it's way over there. All right. Well, I think I'm going to shut her down then, and I'm going to release you guys again from this bondage of a beach with a fire and a skyline and a high chick in a hat. It's getting cold. It's getting cold out here. So I'll see you later. I will see you on the chats. I will be in the chats. Maybe some, I don't know, not all of them. I'm in some of them. So I'll see you guys who I see in the chats. And I will see other of you tomorrow. So I am going to go live tomorrow for the midweek trash heap. Maybe we'll do it outside if the weather's good. So yeah, come by, stop by, hang out, chill. I'll come up with another, like maybe no, this is the best camera angle. I'm sorry, you guys. That downtown view is the best view you're going to get. Okay? I'm sorry. It's $1 million view. It's $1 million. $1 million. Millions of dollars. All right. I will see you all later. Again, am very appreciative. But I can't find my cursor. Where's my cursor? Damn, where is my cursor? I'm too lazy to put my glasses on. That's how lazy I am. Go listen to Judy Blue Eyes. It's a nice song. Oh, wait, we gotta switch it up. Bye, LA. I'll see you later, LA. All right, be good.